changing now. Not sure I even would, 'cause I can feel it in my bones. Regret misunderstood. It's just a feeling that I found. Are we forced to play this out? 'Cause it's not supposed to be this way. Telling yourself
hello, 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 hello. Today is a GGG live day. It's been a while since I've watched one of these live. I feel like I missed like the last 2 GGG lives for whatever reason. Not really because I intended to. So I don't know what it was, but let me turn that down. Oh my god. That is some Muzak. I'll put it at maybe that. Is really loud. It's the music from their stream. Oh, thanks guys. It's actually my affiliate anniversary tomorrow, so I don't know why I don't know why Twitch is doing that now. I saw that too because it gives me the same little pop-up even though it's my channel. But it's actually tomorrow. But thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Let me see here. I'm gonna show you guys this thing. You have 5 days to do it. Oh, okay, sure. Makes sense. There you go. I'm gonna just do that probably. Yeah, so we've got, as you can see, we've got a little bit of a minute here before the event actually starts. Let me pull up RF actually, because I don't know what class I'm playing actually. So one thing they said in the last time they mentioned it, this was actually in the post interview, I believe it was, for the POE 2 announcement. But they said, Mark said specifically, that there would be huge balance changes in, actually no, I think this was like in the post interview of the last POE 1 league launch. He was talking about how, like, since it'd been so long since they had released a new league last time, they didn't want to do sweeping balance changes in that patch. They really just wanted to add more new content because people had been sitting on the same content for like basically a full year. Almost a full year, because it was really bad. The scheduling situation was awful with POE, and people were pissed because basically POE 2 came out and all of their years of being amazing at just consistent league launches just went out the window. And yeah, so now that we're back on a regular schedule and we had that league kind of out of the way where we got some new content, which I'm sure we'll still get new content in this one, but he was saying like this one needs to be balance changes, because a huge part of POE is that, like, what makes it fun in the new leagues is even if nothing were unbalanced, right? Like let's say in some perfect world a game as complicated as POE, nothing truly stood on top, right? You still want to do the balance changes so that there's a shake-up, so that like people will play something different, and like, you know, you throw new little things in there to make people want to do another build, want to change things up, etc., etc. So really excited that he said that there's going to be huge balance changes. POE 1 is, I don't care what anyone says, I think it's an incredibly well balanced ARPG. Like, you can literally take any skill in the entire game. I mean, maybe there's like one exception, but like any skill you want, and make it completely viable for like going and killing the hardest stuff in the entire game. Like, because the level of scaling that you have availability to is insane. Like, there are so many different threads by which you can increase your power over time and through like grinding that you can just do crazy stuff. It's one of the reasons I love PoE. That being said, the reason people don't, well, if you went to go look at PoE Ninja, which is like a community resource showing the top players and people who opt in build choices per league, the reason you will see, even though there is people playing pretty much everything on that website, a large majority are playing like 5 builds. Because first of all, that's just gamer culture, right? We all see that in every single game, no matter which game, no matter the balance of the game. Somebody popularizes a build, everybody thinks it's the best build, everybody does the same build, right? But the other reason is there are some builds that are vastly easier to get to the higher levels of power than other builds. So like you have easier access to the items you might need to make the build pop off, or the way you build power is just easier. There's like 10 builds, 5 are meta, 5 are great, not a budget, until you can turn them into the meta. Yeah. But all of them, but again, I think PoE 1 has the best build variety I've seen in a video game. Like if you want to play something unique and interesting, you can. Now, whether you're actually going to do that is a totally different thing, but you can go play something unique and interesting. The build I was playing, for example, like the build I played the most number of leagues, which is the one anybody who was watching me was like where I covered the screen in like a blizzard basically, and I'm like spinning around, is super off meta. But if you came into my stream, you could clearly see that I was like nigh invincible in most like situations, like, and I was deleting the entire screen. So, and I did not struggle to get there by any means. So it is definitely possible. You need to play Dex, because I haven't done that outside of a couple zones when the game first came out. Yeah. The king of PoE, like in terms of what people play at League launch, has been for the longest time, and this is actually shockingly still kind of true in PoE 2, is Lightning Arrow. Bow builds in general, but specifically Lightning Arrow. And it's kind of crazy. They cannot seem to dethrone the king of League launch, which is everybody playing freaking Lightning Arrow. I personally like, so the like meta best thing to do in PoE, right? If you're a hardcore PoE player, is that you have a league starter character, and you have the character you actually want to play. So like long-time PoE players will play something like Lightning Arrow. Oh yeah, ED can change them. Also really good. Absolutely true. But if you look at the people that actually blast, it is, especially when you're not talking about like hardcore or something, because in hardcore bow builds are pretty much, you're not going to play a bow build. But in softcore, where most people are, it's bow builds. But what they're going to do is they're going to blast with something like Lightning Arrow. They're going to get currency and items and things that they want for some other build that they actually want to play. And then they go play that. They go make another character, and they use all the resources that they got on their league starter, and then they're off to the races. I personally don't like doing that as much. I really like, even when I've in the leagues where I've played a bunch of characters in PoE 1, I actually mostly didn't utilize resources from other characters. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a very good POE 1 player, so it's not like I was sitting on a gold mine anyway. I didn't have that many resources to begin with, but I just like to like have the journey of growing power on that character. Like I enjoy the individual characters like experience going through the campaign, and like I like comparing and contrasting in my mind how strong I was on the another character versus the new character and stuff like that. Like I like having those touchstones, and I don't necessarily like boosting myself into the end game. I just want to play the game, right? Like yeah. That being said, what I usually do is I find a build, like, because I follow build guides for POE 1 pretty much exclusively. Like my first character, I didn't follow one, and then I've had a couple characters where I've just winged it, and it's been fine. But the characters that I actually take like super far, I usually follow build guide. But yeah, I like having this sort of in between where like that build that I play all the time, the the Ice Storm build, is slower to ramp up than a lot of other builds for sure, because you need a unique for it. So you kind of like, but it's a really cheap unique. So the first chaos drop you get, you can basically go get your unique, and then you just, you know, you get to level 30 something if I remember correctly, so that you can get Cyclone, and then you proc Ice Storm on Cyclone, and then you're spinning and you're winning, right? You kind of have to do a guide if you want to do in-game, otherwise you waste a lot of time. I mean, saying you have to is kind of crazy to me. Like, for either game, they are very complex games. So yes, if you don't follow a guide, everything's going to take you way longer. That's absolutely true. But I do think it's completely possible, and like I have winged it plenty of times and like gotten through the campaign, for example. But I will say, once you hit end game, yeah, there's definitely like an uptick in like, oops, this build I made that got me through campaign just fine, definitely can't do maps. Like my very first character in POE 1 where I didn't follow a guide, I got to maps, and like I got through the main campaign. I struggled when it transitioned to Act 2. Like right at the beginning of Act 2, I was like, oof, I'm having a hard time. I got over that hump, like, but barely. I make it to end game, and I go into maps, and I kid you not, every single enemy could one-tap me. Every single enemy, and I was melee. Every single enemy just walked up to me, and it would just go, boop, and I'd just be deleted. And so like I couldn't do anything in endgame, and I was like, all right, time for a second character, you know. But that was also my very first character, so I feel like if my very first character I could get all the way there, yeah. I do think PoE is just the kind of game where like I feel like people are a little bit unfair when they're like, oh yeah, if you want to enjoy this game you have to follow a guide, because realistically what it really is that you get what you put into it. So if you're willing to, if you've got the time and you're willing, then you can sit there and you can learn the systems and you get better and better and blah 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 blah. I say that, but I also largely follow guides in POE 1. But I always like to tell people, like, you don't have to do that. And I honestly, I recommend not doing it, because I kind of regret that I went down the path, the guide following path, because it kind of ruined my experience for just playing the game, because I had a blast on my first character. But now when I look back on it, I'm like, oh my God, that character was shit, you know? Because then I went and followed a guide and I'm like, oh, you know? So I feel like I probably I'd have a very different experience with PoE if I just said, yeah, I'm never gonna follow a build guide. And I think largely my experience would be better, but now it's like too late for me. Yeah, you shouldn't be following a guide to game on your first character, but I bet most people do. I bet most people do. POE2 is much more forgiving in that aspect. Yeah, yeah. POE2 is in a weird spot though, where, gosh, I don't like the beginning of POE2 anymore. I find it, and I don't like the very end of POE2 either. I don't like the beginning. I basically, like, there's like this sweet spot in the middle of the game that like is still good to me. But the end game, I'm actually didn't even get to the end game in the last league. I didn't even see the new act. Because I'm just a little frustrated at the way the beginning of the game works. And I know that partially it works that way in order to make it easier if you are not following a guide and you're going in blind and all this stuff. But I honestly just find the beginning of the game so incredibly restrictive. Because like POE 1, there's a lot of different skills and things you could use. Not necessarily all of them would be good choices for the beginning of the game, but you could run, you have like, I feel like there's just more options with what you can do with your character right off the beach in POE 1. Whereas POE 2, you are like, you pick your weapon and then you basically have picked your build because they've decided what your build is. Like there's like one or two things depending on which weapon you picked. If you're a caster, you have more options mostly. But like before you are level 30 in POE 2, you barely get to decide what your build is. Like you barely have options, especially compared to POE 1. Like for a normal ARPG, you have a normal amount of options in POE 2. But it is not a normal ARPG. This is Path of Exile. And in Path of Exile, I play because there's just a stupid number of things you can do. And that in that sense, POE 2 feels like it's not doing the thing that makes POE POE. Which is that I, the player, have ridiculous control and ridiculous options. And like, I think they fail in that aspect in the early game, and then you get to end game, and because the way the stupid Atlas works in POE 2, you don't get to choose what kind of content you're doing. You're just rolling the dice, and the game decides what content you get, and it completely negates what makes POE 1's endgame the best endgame. Again, in any game that I can think of, POE 1 has the best endgame. Like you literally choose what you want to do. There's so many different things you can choose from, which I would forgive POE 2 for, because like they're still making it, right? Sure, they're not gonna have a bunch of options, but why can't I choose between the ones they have? Why am I waiting on a random tablet drop to determine if I can do, and then you finally get a tablet drop. Woohoo! I get to do one map with the type of content I want, and then guess what? I gotta go do 20 maps with stuff I don't want. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I don't understand why they've made this like fundamental design decision that's so anti what I think is the strength of their entire brand. Like it's so anti what made them successful that it blows my mind. And I am sad for the people that mostly like have not played POE 1 at all, and they play POE 2 and they're having a great time because they don't even know how good they could have it. Because POE 2 is a great game, but it's missing that key aspect. I don't understand. I really hope that they fix that. And I have heard the bigger POE content creators talking about this now. Like now that some of the like just like blaring issues got fixed and things like that. Finally, I'm hearing people talk about how, like, hey, so this end game, can we get some, because like people had complaints about the end game, but like mostly they were complaining about towers. But now that the tower thing is gone, now people are finally talking about what the real issue is, which is that you don't get to choose what you're doing in the end game. That is what makes POE POE. Like that is why people would say, as the saying goes, once you get to maps, we have your soul. Like, that is why people say that about POE. It's because once you get into that loop, once you realize that you can pick and choose whatever kind of game you want to play, whatever kind of path you want to go on. Like, you want to go do tower defense? Great, go do it. You want to go fight stuff in a circle? Great, go do it. You want to be timed while you're like chasing down as many mobs as you can? Go do it. You want to fight bosses? Go do that. Like, it's just, you choose what you want to do and you grind it. And also mixed in with all of that, not only are you choosing like what you find fun, but it maybe you're total min-maxer, and what you're really choosing is you're trying to hone in on something specific, like upgrade wise you're trying to get, and different pieces of content get you to different types of things, like rewards. So if you're trying to get like a specific item or something, I think it's random and early access that people are forced to play everything to test it. Gosh, I hope that that's their plan, but I'm worried that that's not their plan. I'm worried that this was just a complete, just they didn't realize what made POE 1 good, because they lost the guy whose vision it was in the first place, because he's off making a different game now. But like the old head of the company is off making another ARPG right now. But yeah, I worry about their like vision. But then you know, we watch one of these live events, and then I'm reconvinced, because whenever you listen to them talk, you're just like, they live and breathe their game. Oh my god, I want Druid so bad. I want Druid so bad. Minnie, have you heard the people who have played Druid behind closed doors, have you heard them talk about it? Because it's crazy. Like, I think it was Darth Microtransaction. He played a bunch of it behind the scenes, and he's like, I'm not gonna spoil anything because, you know, I don't want to break contract or whatever, but he was just like, he's been saying that it's like the best Druid, and it's so he was like, it's so creative, and it's the best Druid anybody's ever made, and I can't wait until people play it, basically. I'm like, oh shit. It's so long for the content to come. Well, now they're on an actual schedule, so it's definitely getting better, but I agree with POE 2 in particular. It's just like, I'm kind of also in the same boat as what you're saying, where I'm not super pumped to like play a bunch of POE 2 right now, because I'm still just kind of waiting for them to, like, you know, drop more classes. Like, basically, I want them to finish the game, but also, until they make the end game good, I'm just like I'm not vibing with it. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, them not doing each league with a class is meaning that they're actually coming out regularly. I think the biggest problem they shouldn't have been doing leagues. I don't understand why they, like, this whole switch they made from this POE 2 being early access alpha to a marketing thing and like basically being released but being unfinished. I hate it. I wish they just worked on the freaking game instead of like they're selling microtransactions during each league. They're like adding league mechanics like it's a league. Like, just finish the game. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why they're doing this. I mean, I do understand, but like, it's just, it's really cringe to me. Yeah, it's money. That's why I do understand. It was a crazy amount of money. And the other thing that happened was like, so many more people bought into POE 2 than they expected. which I can't believe they didn't expect it to be what it was. But also, I hate when they made the switch from calling it alpha to calling it or like from calling it a beta to calling it early access. I remember Jonathan being like, our marketing team really wants us to call it this. And I'm like, oh God, you know, like, oh God, just call it what it actually is, please. And then because they called it early access instead of a beta, they had to start treating it like, you know, like a released thing, like a product instead of like a thing they're working on. And it's just turned into a total nightmare from that part of it, because it's just, and then now, like, we went from, before it was out, I remember listening to Jonathan be like, we're gonna take as long as it takes to finish the game. We won't release it until all the classes are in and all the acts are in. And then that slowly slipped, I mean quickly slipped, over the course of like 6 months or so, where it went from like, oh, you know, maybe we'll fully release with like not all the classes. And then it was like, no, maybe we'll fully release without all the acts. And I'm just like, I'm losing my mind here. I'm losing my mind here. Just finish the game. Just finish the freaking game. I don't understand. Like, oh God. It really, really bothers me. But I don't know. I've never made a game. I've never run a game company, so who am I to freaking tell them what to do? I don't know how to run a business, so whatever. And I'm sure at the end of the day, the game's going to be amazing. The game's already great. I just want it to be finished. And I don't want them to lose sight of like what makes POE special. They made the campaign areas smaller, which is great, but I think they should be even smaller, just delete some areas altogether. It honestly, I was not one of the people super bothered by that. Again, my biggest complaints, like all the complaints that people were like losing their shit about, were so minor in my mind to just like not giving me build choice. The sprint is very meh. I barely used it. Yeah, it's very clunky. I don't like the way it feels, and it's because, you know, the reason we've got sprint is because they're so anti movement skills for PoE 2, and I'm sorry, but movement skills are fun. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just turning into one of those like make it PoE 1 but better people, but I don't know. I don't feel like I am. Like, I do actually like a lot of the things that are different about PoE 2. I think there are good things to be had that I don't necessarily want to be changed in PoE 1. Like, for example, like I think it's actually probably for the best that they're not like completely changing how like skills work and stuff like that in PoE 1. Although maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe they're about to announce that they're completely changing how skills work in PoE 1. If death didn't reset everything. Yeah, there's something off about all of that, right? Like, there's something like that doesn't quite line up in terms of the gameplay loop. And it's a problem in in-game as well, where like these maps are so big because like anything that's big in the campaign kind of ends up being big in endgame as too, because that's kind of how it works, right? They reuse assets and maps and things like that from the campaign and they put them in the endgame. And so you have some of the same problems where like the pacing of endgame feels off because you're in a map for like, if you're like 100%ing a map, you're in there for like a fucking hour, you know, like something crazy for some of these maps. And like, I don't think they're like, it's not necessarily the case that that map size is always a bad thing. Like, it's not that they couldn't make it work, but I don't think they've made it work. I don't hate it, but I think You don't want people to kamikaze run stuff, which I guess. I mean, yeah, and I think it's also probably a little bit of the other like typical game development trap of like, you know, like the open world trap where like every game has to be open world just to be open world. I think it's a little bit of that where it's like bigger is better mindset. I think that's a little bit of what happened where they're like, oh, it's PoE 2, like it's gotta be grander, it's gotta be larger, you know, like, and to some extent I think there's value in that, right? Like some of the bigger like set pieces are crazy, right? They're really cool. I actually like don't like, you think of some of the zones that are really big, like the very first time you're in them, it's kind of cool that like it's a big maze and stuff like that. Like I can see the positives of it, but I just think yes, and for like the gameplay of it, where if I die, everything resets, and like, you know, all this, the progress lost, the time lost, that doesn't really feel super valuable to the player. And then like when you're talking about your 20th character going through this zone, you're like, maybe this zone's too big, you know? Killing a rare mob, seeing it drop something cool, then dying something random. Yeah. The losing when you die also feel, but yeah, I don't know. I'm mixed on that too, because it's like, it is part of the like, I do think there should be something, you should feel like you lost when you die, but you shouldn't feel like you were robbed of fun entirely when you die, right? So it's a delicate balance, and that place is going to feel different for different people, like what you want. But I don't know. I've been mostly playing hardcore in PoE 2 anyway, so to me, I don't even have that problem, because if I die and I see something, it's just gone, right? It's everything's gone if I die. That's the other thing. If I end up playing this league, like, which I'm kind of just basing on how excited I get from this live event, I might try to do hardcore. I don't know. It's a different story with PoE 1, because I do feel like hardcore in PoE 2 is easier for me. Like, I'm better at knowing why I died in PoE 2 because it's slower. And also there's just way less mechanics in PoE 2 because it's newer. I was playing hardcore, but the server's constantly freezing and the pause not always working made it too stressful. I never had a case where I died because of the server, but yeah. Oh, hey, Louise. It's not technically my anniversary day. I was explaining this yet. It's actually tomorrow, but you know, Twitch is telling everyone now. But thank you. I think I'm at, I did the math or something recently. How many years has it been since I was affiliate? Let's see, 2020. So yeah, it'll be 5 years. It'll be 5 years tomorrow. That feels absolutely insane. That feels absolutely nuts. Are we trapped in this dungeon? What is going on? Is our dungeons broken? I think they are. Let me do that. I think that we were literally in that dungeon this entire stream. By the way, if you were in Ravenfall, you'd need to rejoin. The server crashed at one point, and every other time it has crashed, when I rebooted it, everyone rejoined. But I think because I was asleep when this happened, and it was many, many hours before I recovered it, that enough time passed that it did not put everyone back in. So it's a pretty bad situation out here. A bunch of people got booted. A bunch of people don't know they got booted. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But if you rejoin, it will remember what you were doing and everything. So all you have to do is join. But yeah, we lost everyone, and it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. I'm actually gonna do dungeon auto off, because Yeah. That is broken. Yeah. I don't know. So I'm not sure if I get hyped, which I mean, honestly, chances are I get hyped because their live events are always hype as hell. Like, I don't think I've ever watched their live event live and then not played the league because they're so good at hyping me up. So they will probably convince me to play the league. And we'll end up playing, but I don't know if I can do hardcore in POE 1. I want to because it is so much fun. Yeah, it's true. At least everyone comes back. Well, this is POE 1, not POE 2, so. They're on like I think it's every 6 months for each game. And then they're like offset from each other. Oh, new POE 1 class? That would be crazy. That would be fucking insane. I don't think they will. At the most they would ever do for POE 1 at this point, I feel like, is a new class in terms of a new ascendancy, but not like a new base class. That would be crazy. Because if they add a new base class, they got to change like the entire passive tree, and yeah, it'd be. I mean, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of passive tree changes, regardless in this league if they're doing huge balance changes. But still, everyone would come back. Yeah, probably. God, I can't. But also, do you know how pissed people would be if Druid came to POE 1 before POE 2? I think there would be a large group of people that would be absolutely furious. Like, actually raging. They would be raging so hard. You know, genuinely, I kind of wish POE 1... I don't know. I'm in this like weird spot with POE 1 where even I, as a huge POE 1 fan, like I've played over 1,000 hours of POE 1. I love it. Even I, after playing POE 2, kind of like feel weird going back to POE 1. Like there's something, I think it's partially like the skill system. Like it's some of the like weird stuff with POE 1 that like still to this day, even though I'm not a new player, still kind of like is cumbersome for me. Like I'm somewhat used to it, everything. Like I'm used to how it works. I'm used to how the skill gems work and everything. But like managing slots and stuff is just kind of like a necessary evil to get through the game on your gear, like getting the right colored links and everything. And it's part of me kind of hopes that they find some way to alleviate that, but I don't know. I think they would just piss people off if they like got rid of them or something. Like if they went to the POE 2 system, I think that would be controversial, but I don't know. And like the nicest thing with POE 2, if you're like winging it, right, is how easy it is to just see like what your options are. Like that pop-up when you go to cut a gem in POE 2 where they show you like all the skills is like, I think the number one thing that makes it easier to wing it in POE 2 versus POE 1. Because in POE 1, like even if you're winging it, you probably want to look up what skills exist, you know? Because otherwise you don't get to find out until like halfway through the game when you can talk to Lily and then she shows you like all the skills, and even then that's not actually all the skills, I don't think. So yeah, it's like it's a little rough, right? But I don't know. Okay, we're getting close. Yeah, I don't know what they could do, because I want more people to appreciate POE 1. Like I would actually like more people who have enjoyed POE 2 to play POE 1, because I would like people to see like some of the stuff that I think PoE 1 does better, and that could be applied in some way to PoE 2, especially the end game. I think the end game is the really crazy one. Also, they've been releasing like teasers because it's been teaser week, right? And in one of them, we saw the managed shop in Faustist's dialogue pop up, which means that the NPC shop is most likely going to be in this league, which that alone makes me want to play the league, because pretty much every single league I've ever played in PoE 1, the reason I stopped playing it is because I get tired of managing selling items. So it could be a problem that they're adding this to PoE 1, because I might never stop playing PoE 1. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to do hardcore if I play this league. I don't think I'm going to do hardcore. Unless they're also making it, because like part of the thing with PoE 2 that made me play hardcore originally and like try it actually getting into it was that if you died, you literally just got moved to softcore. If they made it so that it worked that way in PoE 1, that would basically just make me start hardcore every league, because there'd be very minimal loss for doing so. Like even if you're like, oh, I had all this stuff in my hardcore stash, you could technically just make like a random character and then like mule the stuff over to softcore by like putting it on the character and then killing the character, you know? More loss in PoE 1. It's really just yeah, it's really just that you can't transfer. Yeah, could lose your gem color gear and gem. Yeah, but if they made it so that you went to softcore, then you don't, all you really lose is the fact that you're on hardcore, and you would keep the character and everything. Yeah, I hope that they announce that change for PoE 1. Like, I know not very many people play hardcore, but for me, I really realized that I enjoy it so much in PoE 2 that that one little change would be huge for me. But I do feel like with PoE 1, by the time you get to maps, there's just so many different things you have to know to survive compared to PoE 2. Like PoE 2, the amount of knowledge you need to gain to know like what to avoid is so much smaller than in PoE 1, because there's just so much shit in PoE 1. Like PoE 1 is just massive. So I would never survive that long in maps in PoE 1 in hardcore, because there's just too many things I don't know. Even after like 1,000+ hours, like there's just too many things I would have to experience, first of all, in hardcore, so that I even think about it that way. But also it's just, yeah, like sometimes you just die, and like things, PoE 1's much faster paced, and like there's no death recap or anything, so you'll just die and you're just like, I don't know what happened. Like, I mean, I guess if I'm streaming it, I could at least like go back in my VOD and slow it down and be like, what the heck happened to me? But yeah, I do think PoE 2 is a little bit easier to tell. I hope they add death recap to both games. They've been talking about it for like literal years, about adding a death recap, and their reasoning is always that they don't want to add it until it's going to be like good, and then the entire community is just like, we'll take anything. We'll take anything. It could be the worst death recap ever, just give us something, because like it is so hard to tell sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, we're really close. We're really close. Okay, I'm very excited. I love GGG live events. They're so good. They're so hype every time. Oh my god, I can't wait. I've already lost my voice. It's not even started yet. I've already lost my voice. 1,000 needles and the game overloads. But you'll never know because there's no death recap. Death recap would be so hype. It would be so hype. It's like such a dumb thing to be hyped about, but I would be so hyped for a death recap. Because that as a learning tool would be huge. WoW has a death recap, and it's funny because that has actually helped me.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile: Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile: Keepers of the Flame.
Give it to me.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep. But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison
Okay,
our
Breach
world.
League. Unfortunate, because I never been a Breach fan.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords.
Looks freaking dope, though. What the fuck? They're clearly doing this. They're clearly doing this to work on the bosses for POE 2, though. Which, like, smart, but unfortunate. Since I'm not really a Breach. I just don't like the timer of Breach.
The Dreamer
Oh,
provides.
God.
They brought this war to our world.
Don't turn me on with a
but
tree,
we
GGG.
shall end it, whatever it takes.
Ew. The Genesis tree. It's also a literal tree, yeah. Graphs. New skills and supports. Bloodline classes. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! 3 new Uber bosses. New trades coming in, confirmed. All right, let's go. Oh my God, they're doing the thing they did. They're doing the like extra ascendancy thing. Dude. Oh my God. They're doing the extra ascendancy thing. Oh God. Is everything gonna have?
This expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016.
That's
We
crazy
felt like
though.
it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile: Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the league mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes.
Oh shit.
And we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards.
9 years later,
We'll then
yeah.
have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat.
Well, they're evolving
And
the
after the live
story.
stream,
They've
we'll drop
changed
the
the
full patch
system
notes
plenty of
at
times.
11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in POE.
Lots of people love Breach,
We
yeah.
intend to honor that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover.
One
Richer
problem
lore,
with this, though, is
scarier
that
bosses,
Breach was
and
already
entirely
one
new
of
mechanics. That said,
people's
this
favorite
is
things
still
to
Breach,
juice because
so
it
you
was
will
the
still
most
be opening
overpowered.
breaches and slaying hordes
If it's
of
the league
otherworldly
mechanic, it's
monsters.
going to be even more
The Breach
overpowered.
Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards.
Okay.
Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so.
I was thinking the same thing.
Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
Oh, is it not timed?
In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll
it's not
find a more
timed,
familiar
I'm
encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in.
Oh no, it's still timed.
If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach.
Yeah, quickly enough. You just said it.
This brazen action can draw the attention
It's
of
not
Vroom,
for me, man.
Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle.
I appreciate
Finally,
that.
in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long, and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters.
Okay, this
You
is
must raid
intense.
and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even
Maybe I could
encounter
do
some of the
those
Breach Lords
and
themselves,
not do the
who
timed
will
ones.
not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being in exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree.
It's a big tree.
That's right. It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis tree
I
is an
love all
engine
the
of
tree
unholy
jokes, man.
creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories.
Is this like a
These can
metaphor
be
for
used
Path of
for
Exile
an
or something, this tree?
unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts.
Tell me about
Grafts
grafts.
are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis tree,
Ooh.
born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading
Yeah, that's
monsters.
a good aesthetic. I agree.
These fuse directly to your body in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this or this, but
Okay.
they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills.
They kind of look like
These graft skills can provide a
jewels,
flexible way to
but
fill
way
gaps in your
better,
build,
like way stronger.
offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, The battering all graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the squalling tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills.
Okay.
For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Esh graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky.
Minion builds.
If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you Warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline.
Oh, okay, cool.
So feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content. Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger. They are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display.
Oh, good. That wasn't that gruesome.
Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood
The number of times he's saying birthed is crazy.
This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives
I
can
did not
result in
think
more
the most commonly
or better
uttered
currency.
word in this live stream would be
Allocate this passive
birthed.
to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree.
Actual skills.
Yeah, it's a bit gross. But
It's funny you say
working
that,
with the
Vinny, because that
organic
is a
matter
thing that
of a bunch
happens
of
in
dead otherworldly
POE1,
creatures
like
was
with
never
the-
going to be a clean
Obviously,
affair.
all skill gems drop in
Grafts
POE1,
themselves are
but like there's
born of a
some that you can
different
only
world,
get via
so
drops
are
in POE1.
unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting.
Graft crafting. What we
Allocating
needed
this
was more
passive can
currency
result in
types. Thank
foul-born
you,
currencies.
GGG.
This foul-born exalted orb, for
More
instance,
trees, more
behaves
currency
as a normal
types.
exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or
Oh my god,
maybe you'd
crafting
prefer to look
enjoyers
for a
are losing
two-handed
their
axe
minds right
with
now.
increased chance for physical modifiers.
This is just like, I
This
think
section
my
of the
eyes
tree
glazed
is
over
for
a little bit on
growing
this one.
unique items. Similar to the equipment section,
I'm sure it's gonna
there
be
are
great.
passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive can result in
would
birth
love
uniques
to play
becoming
this.
foul-born,
Yeah, I should
which
have said
mutates one of the
grafting
existing
fans.
modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foul-born core ray no
Oh.
longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another foul-born core rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow
What?
attacks. Here are some other examples.
What?
This passive even gives a rare chance for foul-born uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some
Oh my,
extremely powerful
people are
uses
gonna
for
do
these.
crazy shit with this.
We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis
It's like
tree,
corruption, but not at
growing
all.
some
Yeah, it's just
items
extra
and better
modifiers,
grafts,
yeah.
and back again to the slaughter.
Way more
As with
control,
all our
too.
challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to
I'm not gonna
truly
lie, that
embrace
set's
becoming a monk
ugly
and
as fuck.
worshipping the Dreamer.
But okay.
Now, graph skills won't be the only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch,
Oh.
releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them.
Oh, I like that.
With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force.
Oh, I like that.
Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to
What?
ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one.
Okay.
Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction.
Oh, sure.
Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a
Why
whirling
is there so
storm
much
of wind
bow
and lightning
stuff?
where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with Kinetic Fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few
Where have
moments
I
above
seen
you
this skill
before zipping
before?
off to nearby targets,
With a different
chaining between
element.
them, then detonating. Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease.
Okay, that looks
Use
cool.
these alongside your spellcasting to
It's
augment your
the
pack
same
clearing
name, yeah.
abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of
I
ruin.
really like this skill. I like the look of that.
Wind Burst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave
I
behind
like how
those same
all these
orbs
new
of
skills
shimmering
are
energy
ones that make me go,
Kinetic Rain
ooh, that
creates.
could be good clear.
One might ponder just how many orbs
Because
you
it's a
can
Breach
create
League.
if you were to use both. In 327, exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat. These take the form of
All
new
right, tell me
ascendancy class
about
options.
these 10
called
classes.
Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary ascendancy classes that are unlocked
Yes.
by defeating specific endgame bosses.
Last time we had secondary
They are
ascendancies
allocated
was
with
so
your
much
normal
fun.
ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original ascendancy and how many into your bloodline class.
Oh.
This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your bloodline, or max it out. And you could take any bloodline with any base ascendancy class that you see fit.
That's gonna be crazy.
Unlock your bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them. Or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own.
Oh, I'm
There are
so
10
curious how
bloodline
many
classes
changes
to
are happening
discover.
to the original ascendancies
Bosses who offer this
because
power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content.
oh,
Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge.
this is such a cool
With
concept
his
already.
blessing, you can
So
greatly augment your Val skills
you
in
have to
different
go
ways.
to a different league's content to get
Priest
specific
of Yalmik
bloodlines. That's
lets
so
you use
cool.
Val skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Val skills, but makes them far more powerful.
Oh shit.
Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Val Keystone powers, the more corrupted items you have equipped.
Oh,
The
wow.
Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The wild bear rewards
This
you
is
with
my favorite
adrenaline
league
for
mechanic.
generating rage. The vivid cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy
Oh my
while
god,
elusive.
that'd be good for Trickster.
The primal owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur. The nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost.
Oh shit. The
With
bloodlines
unseen
thing is
hand,
so cool.
You can equip a 3rd ring.
Oh,
But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks.
interesting.
Unlike Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent.
If
Of course,
life cost is not
there is
higher
more
than
to
the amount
come.
you can spend.
What powers might you glean from
So
delving
what if
deep
you're a
underneath
one life
Rayclass to fight all
build?
the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless
Cyclone!
possible
Best
combinations with
skill
the
in the
system.
game.
You could be a slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature, fully asynchronous trade.
Yes.
It was a fantastic success.
Yes.
So now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find
Yeah, I
Faustus
agree, Manny.
in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously,
Rings
he
are
just
fucking
operated the
crazy
currency
sometimes.
exchange.
If you get the
Now,
best
he will
rings in the
also
game,
act
they're
as a
fucking
steward for your
insane.
merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players, even when you're not online.
God, I love this.
To list an item, simply place it in the tab and
I
select
think I'm
the
playing this
currency
league, y'all.
and an amount.
I'm pretty fucking stoked. The bloodline thing is so cool. Like,
Once
what the
listed,
fuck?
other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market
Like,
search.
the way they've set
To
up the
purchase something for
bloodline thing,
yourself, it's as easy as hitting
I
this
could
button,
actually see
which will
that
teleport you to
becoming
the
a
seller's
part of the
hideout,
game long
where you can
term.
view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their
I mean,
wares
maybe it's
in case something else
it's
catches
probably
your
going to
eye.
be way too overpowered because the
Every
fact that you
purchase
can
costs
just
a
like
small fee of gold,
put
as Faustus takes
those
his cut.
points into the basis
To
and
account for
see
this further drain
instead of the
gold,
bloodline is
acquisition
crazy.
and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted.
Like, how many extra
Anything you've
points are we
managed
going
to
to
sell
get?
successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the
Please.
trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long
I didn't play the
torment,
last
they
POE
have
1
festered
league,
into something truly
which was
deadly.
the mercenaries one. So I didn't see any of the new
These fights offer an
Zana
imposing
stuff.
challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an
Spoilers.
opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the
I will
lasers,
forget this
meaning
anyway,
you want
so
to
it doesn't
position them
matter.
well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena.
Ruckus.
Activating them will prevent the refraction. So unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly
What
keep
is
these
that
statues
icon
active.
on their buff
But
bar?
then you have to deal with their assaultive attacks. While fighting the incarnation of fear, these fiery orbs will
Is
slowly
that a
clutter
new
up the
icon?
arena,
I've never seen that icon.
locking off portions of it
It's like
until
the
you bait
white
the
one
boss
that
into
had
detonating
like
them
the
himself
dots on the
with
top
his
and the
thrown
bottom.
spear.
It's not on there right now.
When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the Incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose.
I'm honestly
run it to the
trying to
boss,
not listen to
then
him right
collect
now.
the blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned
I don't
and
want to
interrupting
know
its
about
mechanic.
any of the boss mechanics.
In the Uber version, you have
Like
to do the
I'm
same.
good.
But in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Neglect. And to get the red rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Fear. Good luck.
Oof, you did.
Given the difficulty of these bosses, their reward should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some.
Tell me some rewards. I
From
like
the
the
Uber
armor set that
Incarnation of
character was
Neglect
wearing.
fight, we have Bitter Instinct.
Visually.
A spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making
Oh.
it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade
All
with an
damage
unending
triggered
supply of toxins
and
built into the
poison.
hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of
Not worth
poisoning
anything as
with all
tradition.
damage it
That's-
deals,
I don't know. I don't
enabling
think
a
that's
truly crazy trigger-centric
the
poison
case.
ruckus.
In POE 2 it is.
And from the Uber Incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go. We've got a
Interesting.
number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their
I
maximum
don't know
level.
how I feel about this.
Well,
it's
starting in
probably a good thing.
327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so. For players who
shit.
love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with
Excuse
no
me.
regrets. Well, maybe some regrets.
Maybe some regrets. What a
You
good
no
joke.
longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize
This
beasts
is
for
great.
free directly from your bestiary.
This makes me want to do
From
beasts.
late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC
That
in every
mixed with
town.
the fact that you have
and from Helena
asynchronous
in your
trade now,
hideout. This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom
I would
at all.
actually just do beasts.
While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if one is available. Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it. ROG's disenchanting services
I wanna do
can now be
Blight One
accessed from
League,
towns
but
and hideouts.
I've heard that the performance,
Kerak
once you like
missions
really
now
juice
have
it,
a
is
handy
just
icon to show at a
absolutely
glance what kind of
abysmal.
mission they are. Holding down control
I've never really
and
done
right-clicking on
Blight
stacked decks
as, like,
will now
my-
continuously
the
open them
main
to
thing
your
I
inventory,
went into.
notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding shift. Val orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that remnants of corruption have.
You did Blight once. Did you like it?
When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them all up at once.
It's
Next
fun
up,
until it
we're
isn't.
going to be
That
talking
sounds
about
about
our
right. That
new
was what I was
League
worried
supporter
about,
packs.
basically.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face
More
value
fun
in
with
points,
friends.
alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
I don't
As
like really
always,
playing
the
POE with
microtransactions
people.
in these
I
packs
just like
are
playing by
purely
myself.
cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains
that's a
6
cool map
exclusive
device.
microtransactions. Manifest a champion's ferocity as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds. Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through
For
maps
me,
in
the
style
hypest thing
expected
in this
of a
whole
true
announcement
victor of
is
the
the
arena.
Bloodlines thing. I'm so
Defeat
interested.
your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis
The other
armor
thing-
set. The armor awarded
They didn't
only
really
to the
talk
most
about-
elite warriors of the Grand Arena.
But obviously, it's going to happen.
Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
The
Is
champion's podium
the
map
balance
device
changes.
rises up to honor the glory you've achieved.
So
as
we're
you
not really going to
activate it.
know till we see the patch
Ascend
notes.
the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps.
You got
Each
different
flame
branches
surrounding
to
the
solo,
platform
then rare
represents a
spawns
remaining use
that's
on your
super
portal.
juice, and you all come together and still
The
die.
Burdenbeck Billy Goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels
I
behind
don't like
you in
playing
battle.
PoE with other people, because
When
I'm
placed in
really
a hideout,
slow.
Instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small
And I'm
camp
always the
where you
weakest
can access
link,
your stash,
so I would
and
just
providing
rather
a place
play
to take
by
a load
myself.
off while you rest next to the campfire. The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more
That's
shady
really
about your
cool,
dealings.
actually.
The back
The
alley
little
trader
door.
hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating
Tower
distance
defense
between
doesn't
you
matter
and
how
your
fast you are.
customers.
Yeah,
Note
That's
that
one
until
reason I,
327 is released, this back alley trader will
I
only
wanted to
serve
try
as your
it.
currency
The
exchange.
thing with
Once
the
it's out, it will be
I've
updated
never
to
actually
have the
done,
new
like,
managed shop option to also
Blight
facilitate your trades.
that much in maps, so I don't really
the
know how it
Verdant
goes.
Wayfinder
But like,
pet is a loyal companion to any master magus.
my experience with it, where like I don't like actually setting up the towers, because there is sort of this like you have to be fast setting up the towers that happens that feels like clunky to me. But I haven't done it on the high end, so I don't know if somehow that changes or like how that works. But yeah,
The Corrupted Land.
that's the reason I've kind of like
Call on
not
an
done
ancient
it. It's
golem
like
to use
it's
their
kind
power
of
to
like
create a safe
clunky
passage for you
to
to retreat through
choose
with
the
Arcane
towers and
Golem
stuff.
Portal.
And then the other thing is like
As a supreme
the number of times I have accidentally died in the story blight, like the first one they introduce it to you in the campaign. Just because I like accidentally
the great
stood in the
heights you've
pack
reached
of monsters
above
while I
those who
was
have not
trying to
harnessed
set
the
up the
arcane.
tower is too many times.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so,
So I don't know,
during
clearly
Path of
it's a skill
Exile,
issue,
Keepers
but-
of the Flame.
Yeah.
Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs
That
will
dog
be made
is
available for use
gorgeous,
in
by
Path
the
of
way.
Exile 2.
And I like the
Meanwhile, the
backdoor
Crypt Keeper
trader.
and Frisian Magistrate packs leave the store
And
forever
these map
at the
devices are
launch of the
crazy.
Keepers of the Flame League. So now's your last chance to purchase
I don't have
them.
enough money, GGG, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Not that bad when you do
We're
it a lot
just about
because
to
you end
start
up
the
just
Q&A
knowing
with
what to
Ziggy D.
place. Yeah, that's a good
Afterwards,
point, yeah.
we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile,
We're
Keepers of the
definitely
Flame
watching
at 11 a.m. New
Q&A.
Zealand time, 3 p.m. Pacific.
And then I want to
With
look at
release
patch
the
notes
end
when they
of next
drop.
week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to holding off the Breach Lord's conquest,
Yeah,
crafting
I
gruesome
think I'm playing this
grass,
league, guys.
planning dozens of bloodline empowered
Where? Because
builds,
when Blight
and
is
filling
the
out
end
our
game,
trees
there are
tree.
mobs
We hope
everywhere.
you all join us.
Yeah. I just felt like I got randomly deleted whenever I encountered Blight. and it's like, oh, I wasn't actually trying to fight you. I was trying to fight you with towers.
G'day Exiles, and welcome to the post-reveal discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and Mark, lead guys who make games.
Yeah, but maybe I'll try it
Discussed
this
as
week
the
because
title.
I've never tried it. I
Excellent.
want to try it.
I like it, it's good.
Blight
We're talking about
at
how to
some
inflate
point.
their titles in the lead up to this.
But it might crash my computer. I don't know.
327 Keepers
I
of the
don't know.
Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day.
Yeah, you get like 3 different
POE1
trees.
fans,
Yeah.
as I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games.
4-month cycle. That's what it is.
And it seems to be working.
Yeah,
I don't know why I
it's
thought it was 6
certainly-
months.
It's certainly hard, I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure
Yes,
that
you do.
It's something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would like, I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back. And I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here.
It needs to be a
Right.
long
Right.
time until they drop the
and
ball
things
in the
seem to be
schedule
more of a
again.
finished state as well.
Also,
from
hi,
what I'm
Juan.
looking at,
Right.
so.
Well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting
Welcome
that
in.
production process down, making sure that everything's, going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there is like looking for as a for a production job. It's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that because when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful because, like I would say, one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. So that's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to do it.
Because
You gotta do it.
POE2030 kind
That's
of
right.
we missed it by a week or two as well.
Yeah,
We're like, normally that's okay.
Yeah.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden now you got a bit 2 week more
I hope
overlap
it is
with
a
327.
long
and
long time
it
before
certainly,
they
has less room for error.
have a fuck up and they fuck
again,
up the
so more
schedule
production
again.
Stuff should help, and we are just going to get better at it.
4-month cycle. Keep it
Yes,
going.
we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. One was you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal. But yeah, we'll get better at it 100%. So we'll work out the kinks, but it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exiles. So.
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that like occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it.
Jonathan's like,
Yeah,
we have
said
no
we'd stick to the
contingency.
time and adapt the content around the time. Like
Yeah.
consistency is key.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So yeah.
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it's
Okay, bye,
it kinda
Juan.
helps
Have a
everyone
good day
get
at
an idea of,
work.
like, scoping a lot better.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
content,
I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups
That's
there. But this is the
actually a
actual
good point.
first
It is
true
the first sequel
and
league.
It seems like people are pretty keen on the idea.
Yeah.
I think the reception's been pretty
It's
good
actually
so far. First
kind of
impressions.
interesting.
What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I mean, I would say personally that so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not happy. So you could
That
just
was
be rolling out a
literally
bunch
me.
of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger
Safe,
there.
yeah.
But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board.
But there's the
from
other
beginning.
problem where people who
in
liked
general,
it,
I'd say would prefer
you
to
have to
do
be
stuff
careful
that's,
you don't make them
new, but I
not
think
like
this one
it.
was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and yeah, people are liking it. So it's
I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have
Right.
more kind of X factor out there gameplay, with the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it, something good for everyone. But Breach had that just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles, and it has that. And by the way, that is
because Total was my
massive
first real
thing
league.
when doing the sequel. Is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle, because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it.
Yeah, that was the point I was making.
Yeah, we really focused on the weaknesses
The risk
of
is
what Breach
way
had, 'cause it was
higher with Breach than any
nine
other
years
mechanic.
ago, almost to date, I think it was.
That you take
I think it was December.
everyone's
no,
favorite
December 9 years ago, so we're almost there.
and
yeah,
you
just
make
if you
them
want to
hate
feel
it.
a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
I and I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
It was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel, which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwall, just to, which is obviously a given.
That's so dumb.
We've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including with all the lessons learned from POE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like, focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was
Expedition might be your least favorite.
And you'll find that.
Like
might
Expedition
be less trivial with
because
some of the
of
other contents that's a little bit more like
the
crazy
Atlas
with respect to combat.
tree thing you can do where you just make all of the bombs
Definitely
go off.
dive into like basically all of the things you mentioned there. But
I
out of
actually
interest, what's
love
like a
Expedition if you play with that
mechanic or
that single
expansion that
like
you
point
either
on your
would
tree.
or wouldn't want to sequel at some point. Like, what would be a bad example?
Because then it just becomes this chaotic,
the
like
one that you
a
said there,
bunch of monsters
with the tower
come
defense stuff, it's just like,
and you kill them,
That
and
would be
then
very
stuff
divisive,
drops.
right? Immediately, if we said doing a sequel in POE 1 to that, there'd be immediately a
But I
bunch of
haven't
people
fully
be like,
learned
yeah,
Expedition,
I
because there's
know,
some
I
like
know, there's a lot of
crazy
people
stuff
don't,
you
right?
can do in
Yeah,
Expedition where you
I think
basically
the
like
most passionate people
Exactly,
wanting it,
right?
and then
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get the
You
most
can get
people that hate it on the
really-
other side.
right.
people use it
for
to get
sure.
specific
That being
like
said, like,
gear slots
it
and
isn't
stuff like that
oh,
using
no,
ROG,
that
and I've
means
never really
Neblight's
done the
never getting
ROG
improved.
stuff.
Right.
There's
I just do the
differences between
simple like
overhauling and improving
2-gen
a league
for
and
currency.
and obviously doing a narrative
thing.
sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and so really here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention. Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time round, because honestly that
Doing it
might
over and over
probably
gets
deserves
old.
more.
I don't
And then
mind
other
it.
times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. That we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here. And,
It's weird because
maybe
since
we'll
I
do it
haven't
again
played
sometime,
POE,
but most
like,
of the time I think people want new stuff.
now that POE 1 has
Like
will
a
have
revisit, so
asynchronous
I
trade.
wonder-
Hey,
I'd like-
Lola.
there's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see
I feel like
expanded. I feel like Harbinger,
I'm gonna have
for
to completely
example, touched on some
reevaluate
stuff that was
what
maybe only
leagues
scratching the
mechanics
surface.
I enjoy,
What
because a
allows
big
us
part
to
of the
do the sequel
reason
here, by the way, and
Harvest was
from
my
a more
favorite
production point of view
was because it was
is
very,
that
very simple
because
to convert
we
the
did
what you got from
the
Harvest
Twisted Domain
into
and the
money.
new Breach monsters in POE 2.
because I could use the currency
we got
exchange
to utilize the monsters. So
for
we didn't take the bosses
whatever
from
they're
POE 2.
called.
We made
I can't even
from
remember.
scratch boss fights for this for Keepers of the Flame. But for the
But now that everything will be
for
easy
the
to
monsters, a lot of
convert
it's
into
reusing the
money
models, the
because
animations,
of
the rigging,
asynchronous
a lot of
trade,
the art
and
side of it.
you can
And
trade
because we
any
get to do
item
that,
easily.
We get to then focus our attention
Now,
on all those other things.
my
that we would
favorite league
otherwise
can just
have
be
to have a bunch
determined
of
by
resources dedicated
actually
to.
like
So, like, there's a
entirely
kinda
just
like
I
two
enjoy
birds, one
doing it
stone going
instead
on
of
there,
just
where we
I
not
enjoy
only got
doing
to
it
do we got to
and
do
the
it in a
reward
more cost-effective way
feels
that
good to
allow us
me.
to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But it would be less trivial with other sequels.
I mean, it will still be simpler
other
to
leagues
sell
where we don't
something
necessarily
that
have
isn't
all the monsters
like
and
a
everything
gear
made like
drop.
that. So.
because you
Not
don't
say
have
it's
to
impossible,
think as
but
hard.
It's just an interesting
about
factor
prices
that came up
and
that allowed
stuff,
us to do
but-
more here than we might.
Yeah.
You know, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short term process. You know, we might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, you know, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in POE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore.
I think my plan for like pricing stuff though is just going to be like
Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss.
price
from
a bunch
the,
of stuff
game. And
at
yet in POE
a little
2,
bit more than I
like
think they're
explicitly
worth.
Not there as part of the boss
If they
of
sell
that.
really
And also
fast, the
there's
next time I
this
get
lore
something
kind of
like
exploring
that,
the idea that they help
raise the
humanity
price.
at some point. So I'm curious if this
You know.
expansion is kind of filling up
Everything
the
is
story
one
in the
exalt.
in between here.
Yeah.
Maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was
Well,
a huge
chaos in-
other win we got to do
in,
here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in
POE1.
POE 1, you know, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in POE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so there's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to. Given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into, you know, you'd find back then, I mean, you know, we're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's
Same
you know,
price,
named
give us
characters, but we didn't
me
really have
Exalt and
voice acting
POE2,
for
get
anything.
the
You know,
item
like,
POE1.
we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to, you know,
but I
come back
actually
and go,
would get to a
let's
point
establish a bit
where
more
like
about Breach.
most of the
Obviously,
stuff
there's
I'd pick up,
uniques
I
and
would just
flavor
make it
text
like
historically,
10
but yeah, we got
chaos
to
or
establish
something
a little bit more
in POE1.
add some interesting stuff to it,
which was
meanwhile
usually
also, yeah,
severely cheaper
progressing
than
the
it
narrative
was
towards
actually
what
worth.
if
But it just
people
meant
are
I could
playing
get rid of
POE2.
it faster.
Now that being said, if you just play POE2,
But
you
now
don't
with
need, you don't need to know all of this.
asynchronous
If you
trade,
just
I
play
don't know how it's going to
POE1,
feel at all because I never
good on
even
you.
got
You
to the
now
point
know
that
it
I
all.
really used it in
You know, it's all entirely
POE2,
optional
even though I was really
information to
freaking
know,
excited
but,
about it.
yeah, you kind of have this. I mean, worth noting, you know, on the kind of Chiola arc, you know,
It's gonna be amazing,
There's a
though.
bit of like, is he good, is he bad, kind of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
I've got a
Yeah,
cult
we've-
following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
You know, like he was a baddie here. You're an acolyte of Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between?
Even-
But
I was reading the flavor text of the Acolyte of Chayula this morning, and I'm like, even that doesn't really like kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But
yeah,
like the
no, I'm-
monastery of the Keepers
I'm
of
just
the
excited to
Flame
play
is
POE1 again,
actually
honestly.
where
Like,
the
they didn't
monk
need to do
trained
much
and
for me to
from
be
POE2
like,
grew
yes.
up and all of that stuff.
But
So kinda little
asynchronous
fun
trade
bits
is a
there.
big
People
one
playing
for
both
me,
games will
where like
appreciate it.
I'm
It's
super
still
excited for
great.
that.
It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop.
And then it just comes down to, like, what I'm gonna play.
In Ray class, it's still a
Something
shared
I've always
narrative, and
wanted
it's
to
nice
do,
be able
but,
to,
like,
evolve all of that.
It's
and,
just like
yeah, it's
a lot
honestly
of
been
time.
Fun, really,
It's just
honestly,
like
doing all
make a
that.
bunch of different
It's cool to expand
characters
kinda
in a
like
league,
some of the story of the
and all of
Ascendancies
them
there as well,
use
like, even
Cyclone.
tie in there as well.
but they use Cyclone in
you said the monks
completely
trained
different
there,
ways because
you were just
Cyclones
telling
are
me earlier
really
that the monks trained
because
here in
the way
studio.
POE1 is, you can like
Yeah, so technically
do
now,
silly things,
officially,
right?
the
Like, so
monk
the
has
build
been
I played a bunch
trained
of was
by,
this.
one of
you
our
use
IT
Cyclone,
administrators here,
and it procs
since that
Ice
was
Storm, right?
He was the
Which is
person
a
he's
intelligence stacking build that uses Cyclone, even though Cyclone is technically a physical skill, right? So like
he doesn't mind me
that's
mentioning
one
that, but,
character,
yeah,
and then I want to do like
it
a
was,
strength
it's quite fun. I
stacking
think our animators
Cyclone
enjoy
build
that one a
where
little
that
bit
you
as
use
well.
it as actual
also well
like
done.
physical
You guys
damage
haven't
instead of
done too
magic.
much of that in the past, or
You mean
And then they
mocap?
added that
I mean,
new
animators always
unique
film visual
last
references, so, like,
POE1
they've got
league
a room basically where they go up and they're just
that like,
you know, like
basically was Ice
doing all
Storm
the animation,
but with
acting
physical
out. They're not-
damage.
They're often not actually mocapping technically with like you know all the
Like
suit and
I
everything.
want
They're
to make
often
like those
filming
two
that and, doing
characters
animation
and
to it,
have
so
them
yeah.
like
I'd
just
say
supposed
one
just
of
be
the
funny.
most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a
But yeah, just-
literally
just do,
single
like,
phone shot mocap. And
It's Stacker
very quick
Cyclone,
from
Strength
recording to
Stacker
in-game,
Cyclone.
animation. It
Dex
works really
Stacker
well
Cyclone.
for animating obviously
I
humans.
just love Cyclone, man.
But also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that. But it's been insanely fast. Just you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can turn. You can
I've completely
record a
lost
human
track of what
and
they were talking about. I was
chuck it in game
yapping too much.
pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I would say, in a cool way. So
yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE 2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like, I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on there than there usually is in PoE 1. You were just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I do think PoE 1 more than any other game I've ever seen.
Standard than some of the early stuff for a very long
And I
time,
mean,
right?
to be fair, there's not a ton of examples of live service games that
because it's going in PoE 1.
live as long as PoE 1. I feel like,
as good as we can make it, right? So
artists,
exactly, right?
and
So
like are still relevant games, but like,
probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
their consistent improvements to the art and the graphics of PoE 1 is crazy. Like, if you go back and look at the like launch footage of PoE 1 compared to what PoE 1 looks like now, it looks like a different game.
I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this Hive one. What are the differences?
But yeah, every new league they announce, it's just like, man, that basically just looks like PoE 2,
total.
like graphically.
The more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the Hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those, and they're kind of building, and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule, building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the materia, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like, you don't have to click any doors or like bump into any walls. They just evaporate before you.
You just run around. You run around burning stuff. It's kind of satisfying.
Sorry, I'm actually listening because I'm curious about.
There's a couple things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her. They're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like, they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're gonna try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be
It's not actually an escort or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to
just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more to have more monsters, have more difficulty, and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight, and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear, speedy thing where it's like, So, during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so, like, if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit. Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
I mean,
is just
when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like, just survive 6-8 waves of monsters that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the like basic one has.
So my question is,
one encounter. Second encounter
you can
is
just
like the traditional breach, the one that
can I ignore traditional breach and do the non-time sensitive one,
activate a thing,
and still make all the progress for the league? Because that'd be great for me, because I don't like the time pressure one.
You activate it, it starts expanding. You kill all the monsters. It's
I'll do it if I have
and then
to,
once you've killed
but
enough,
I don't want to do
if you
it.
can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the Breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, you know, their front line to come through and, you know, secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive. And so obviously you don't witness all of that. Generally what you do experience is you kill enough monsters, and then in the center the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that.
Right.
If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You know, you can still play it the old way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah,
So
it locks
you don't have
open
to
the time.
rush.
Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing Breach. I mean, obviously,
I actually feel like
it's
there are
pretty
going to be
outdated
people
and
that
even
are
imbalance,
mad
and often
about
people were
this
killing the Breach
change.
Lords, the wild ones, and
They're
like,
like
you know, a
big
matter of
breach
seconds.
enjoyers
But, you know,
because
I
a
wanted to
lot
make
of the
sure that boss
enjoyment
fight didn't have a
is
time
that they would
condition, so
just
yeah, once
they
it
just
stabilizes,
run through the
that's it.
map.
You just once you kill them, it closes.
Whatever
you have
dies
infinite time to
dies.
kill
They
that
don't
boss and fight
actually
those
pay
monsters.
attention to what's
You're
going
not just
on,
like, oh my God,
and
I
then
gotta
they
do it, do it.
just
So, like,
run
it is
back
a more substantial
and pick
and
up the
generally,
loot,
'cause
you
you've
know?
cleared everything in that circle now. It's
Dude,
like,
my
it
mic
almost
arm
like
is
you
driving me
created your own
crazy.
arena. You've got like a nice clear
I need to
area where
replace
you can
my
fight
mic
that
arm.
boss and focus on killing that
I'm
boss.
sorry if you guys hear the
Now,
noise of
he
me
has
lifting it.
minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but
It is falling
that
every
mechanic's,
2
like, quite
seconds.
Cool. So that's the like
I
Varun, the
literally won't
Marshal
stay
of
up
Zesh
anymore.
fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, yeah, so that's encounter number 2.
It's driving me nuts.
And then, yeah, encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next
a bit
to
of content.
bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortress, as you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever.
But yeah, there are going to be people that are mad because they can't just they can't play Breach the way they used to
The beanstalk is
because of having to go back to the center.
You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly, it's kind of just like a map of breach
Yeah,
monsters.
there's no
You're clearing
timer.
through.
It's not
Nah,
like a
no
Breach
timer at this
Borderlands.
point. You can just clear the area and leave.
Oh, okay.
Taking your rewards with you, but in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, you know, the same exact thing.
Yeah, all
except
this sounds great
Aelith's
to me.
like, yeah, it's
I'm
gonna
like
take a lot
completely
more
on board
power
for
to
this.
destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal. So you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, yeah, once you've killed all the
I'm
waves,
just
you're gonna
dying for
have
the
to get out
patch
of the
notes at
area
this point
before
because I
Aelith
want to see the
burns the entire
bloodline.
thing to the ground.
Any information about the bloodlines?
Normally
Figure
you
out
can
what I'm going to
survive that.
do.
Not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot.
I
Sweet.
love
You're
that
not gonna
they're
get that
tied
encounter
to
too
specific
frequently,
leagues, though. I
but,
think that's
you know, it
just
can be a
so
little bit of fun,
good
a
and
little bit
healthy
more
for the game.
action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular
Yeah,
content, but
it's
you didn't
so-
really show any of these
We
guys.
generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You know, you get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure. Like for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed.
Yeah,
each,
I honestly would just
maybe not
purposely
the best
did not
option.
pay
Like, I know
attention
people like their full
when he was
mystery,
talking
so,
about
like,
it.
Maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But yeah, we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed. You know, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So.
Yeah, if they had
We'll
showed
let it
less
be a
of that
mystery.
and showed us more of the bloodline ascendancies, I think it would have been better.
This skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
tree.
But this
tree.
Tree is quite fascinating because it's not just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like there is that, it is progressing, but
It's a crafting
also,
tree.
It is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system.
Yeah.
And from messing around with that, like it feels kind of brilliant. Like this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
It was kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. and the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a
He's
nice
cooking.
creative brain on
Yeah,
that
he's
one.
going.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like,
potentially
we can unify these,
very
and that
excited
came
about
from
this crafting
interesting
method
thing where in the Twisted Domain and POE 2, you get
because
these,
it's like
you have these trees
a very
made of hands that the
progressive
environment artists
or like
made.
very like
And
progress
I
focused
really love
crafting.
them, and I'm like, normally because you're
Like
on a
you're
timer
building
in that
up,
area,
you're getting the
going hard,
points so you
fighting
can build
monsters,
more
you
of the
don't really get to
tree,
appreciate a lot of the art assets
and then
in
like
there.
Zoom.
And I was
specifically
like,
doing
oh,
what you want.
damn, I want to use those trees, but have them because I think they're petrified in that version. So it's like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more
Instead
gross?
of just like
So yeah, we kind of came up with this
gross, yeah.
tree.
Most
and,
crafting in
tree that
POE
hatches items, and it has
is
this fruit, and
collecting
then
a bunch of
we were like,
random
nah, like, I don't want
objects.
just a tree that has fruit. We just make it needs to be
and
gross
collecting
and
the
dark
right
and
random
horror, you know? It's
objects
like-
and
it's like
combining them,
Gothic
and then
world,
you do the
we
thing.
obviously went a little bit
And you
more,
do some complicated process.
crazy
Whereas
with the
this,
theming on
it's
it
all kind of
but I like it, right? It
contained.
is dark.
It looks like
a
it's
little- you've got
contained
this
within the tree,
alien,
and it's
esque
one
demon species, right?
you
Like,
could call
trees and
currency that you're
guns and
getting to interact
bunch
with
of
the
stuff.
system.
yeah, it kind of came
And
like
then
that,
all
and
the
then it's like,
everything else is
well,
just in
it
this
needs a meta
menu,
progression.
right? The tree
The
menu.
good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use. And then the other, because it's good
Jonathan's
because then you
laughed
don't
at
have
that.
to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the system, the underlying system.
I think
And,
what's pretty interesting about it though is the way that like it actually for crafting is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got like various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is, and so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. Like,
That's what was
works.
striking me
Yeah,
about it,
it works really well. And so yeah, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. And I don't think I've ever seen it before. Someone doing anything quite like that. So
Yeah, like I've
it's
seen
quite
some
interesting.
crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually
Yeah.
separate or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even at its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
It is cool.
So,
And how did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first?
Bring
crafting
back
tree.
weapon
tree?
trees.
Well, kind of. There was the one with the.
We need more
items,
trees
I
in
don't
our
even remember the name of
trees.
it.
There was the
Yeah.
the
I never
Crucible
actually
one,
played the league that had
I was
weapon
like,
trees.
that was items having
I'm sure
trees
there's a
in
good
it.
reason that they haven't brought it back,
Kind
but
of argue
bring back weapon
scourges,
trees.
like the whole
give me more
microwave
trees.
mechanic kind of, but it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
it's like I just can't help but wonder. Like we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just can't help but wonder if you've like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players because it's so hard to do. It's like I don't know, maybe this has applications elsewhere. This idea.
We'll see how it goes, and there's a lot to expand on here, of course. Like when you have these kinds of tree systems and. You
Hey,
know,
Alexis.
immediately people are going to be like,
I don't know
keystones and
what
node-
language that
where's
is.
my crafting tree,
But
tree
thank
notables
you.
and must
Technically,
trees and
my
dual
5-year
slots.
anniversary is tomorrow,
My crafting
but
tree.
yeah.
Build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends. You know, we don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat. So you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it, and then you know if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond. We can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, you know. So we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, you know, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old breach lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here.
So those are all we've kept. Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on standard. Whereas on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current, while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, you know, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we
Wait,
miss the mark
Breach
on
is
some
removed
things,
from the
it's still
Atlas
there,
tree.
we can bring it back, we can
Interesting.
integrate it, we can.
I
You
guess
know,
that makes sense.
Obviously, it would suck, you know, to have to accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously, I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions pretty positive. So. But, you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now, that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You've got all those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel. And we have, you know, or an
Prequel to
update,
the
you know, not
prequel.
necessarily another sequel. But you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind, oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it. You can find. I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out. But yeah, you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with their silly thing? That
Yeah, well,
no one uses?
they got their improvement in POE 2, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, you know, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what fifth one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like,
Oh man,
was
unique
pretty excited
crafting
to see
looks
that.
really
I
exciting.
expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random
I
rare modifier or
actually
something. But it
wonder
looks like they're actually handmade modifiers.
what
like they're
that
bespoke
means for
modifiers.
my
And even
favorite
multiple, if it was
build,
two pure rain ones.
which is
It's just
very
like a long
unique
list of them, and
dependent.
Surely you can't do 1,000 uniques
Because
worth
of the
those.
Ice Storm
I
build.
actually don't know what number they got
What
to, but
could I
effectively
add
it was
to
just
my
like, we'll just go
staff
until we run
in
out
that
of time.
build? That would just be
But yeah,
completely
there's a whole
insane.
bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it's going to be the majority. And obviously, you're not going to be getting.
It might
pinnacle
not
boss
include my
uniques from here
staff.
and stuff like that. Those
Yeah.
are restricted to things that have specific drop locations. Have specific drop locations. But yeah, that being
Okay,
said,
that means there's
yeah,
still a
there's
chance
list.
because mine's a
would suck
generic
to-
drop.
You know, lose the key
You can
mod
get it
on an
anywhere,
item. So
technically.
generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats,
Thanks,
sometimes the
Tavo.
downsides.
It's technically tomorrow,
some
but
stuff
thank
like
you
that.
so
Yeah,
much.
we'll just kind of see what
Thank you for the
happens
link.
there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but
Wild.
kind of fun.
I
You love
I
to
feel
see
like
it.
I have to do
So the
something
other thing was
special
that
tomorrow,
there's
but I don't
big
have
arms that
anything
you can grow on
planned.
yourself. I love that. We just here have an arm.
5
Sure.
years is a long
Just
time.
plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy.
Oh, interesting.
So
Okay,
these
yeah.
seem pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for how
It'll
impactful
be
you want
my
these to be, or,
affiliate
like,
anniversary tomorrow.
especially
5
endgame, like,
years.
they'll
Lola.
definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability. Generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters can get. They can
Ah!
generally outclass
Okay.
everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally you can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes.
Yeah, I
that is
noticed
because
that.
they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them.
I was like,
but yeah, they don't scale with their
those
increases.
numbers
The reason
seem
for
crazy,
that,
but I didn't say anything because I
is
was
that I
not
wouldn't want it to be
confident that I
that
was remembering what
if you're a spellcaster,
damage
you
numbers
have to use
look like
one
in
that's doing a
POE.
spell, you know, because you generally focus on increases, and I didn't want it to be that now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much.
That's a good thought, yeah.
So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats.
Guys,
so,
I gotta
and
pee.
yeah, as you
Tell
said,
me
if you
what-
didn't
tell me
wanna
what I
like,
missed.
there's ones
I'll
where
be
you
right
use
back.
skills, and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, you know, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the items. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like, if the league needs to give you a, you know, something that's going to fit in that power curve. So therefore, you could look at it in a similar.
They are mercenaries on your back.
Yeah, in a way you could say that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have two of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like two really good skills. It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat. Then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No,
can't put items
can't put a
on
bunch
them.
of rings
You
on.
can do
them.
some gloves.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. You know? That would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats, because they're not you.
They're independent life forms, and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And you know, I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, you know, deformed crazy things going on, or like, you know, I think I had a design. I was like, what if there was one that was like converted? You're like, I don't care about the league. It converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something. And you know, we'll see if that goes somewhere later. But I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
There's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
yeah, later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on. So.
Yeah, so it looks like you can synergize with them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
So
that?
in order,
It's a pretty big deal.
In order for WASD to happen in POE 1, we need to get the rigs from POE 2.
back.
In order for that to happen, we need to
Actually,
finish
over there
moving
saying
all
I
the
kept my headset
microtransactions
on.
over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task.
The
that we
unique
kind of,
arms
need to get
and
through.
deformations thing sounded so
And
good.
So effectively, it would be like we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point, we can make WSD for POE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like, I'm not against it by any means. It's just,
I'm gonna be honest.
it's just, I mean, I want it to happen. It's just getting all those things moved over to the new rigs.
I don't
is the,
understand
limiting
why they
factor.
can't do this
and you want it to
and
be
just
kind
not
of
have the
reaching a
animations.
certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you
'Cause you
can
can do it.
You can do it by
Like a
just like
controller.
where the character
Thank you,
just
Ziggy D,
rotates.
for bringing this up.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that the quality of that is really not great. You know, like I don't think it feels good. I kind of want to make do it
At
with
this
proper
point, Jonathan,
rig-
no
rigs
one
that we do. And
fucking
look,
cares.
that
They
would
just
be
want
so beneficial to
WASD.
everything anyway. Like, we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of our artists would
Like
definitely appreciate.
add the
So, yeah, like,
animations
we will
later and just give
get
us
that done,
WASD.
and then
Sorry.
yeah, it's going to take a while. Like, it could be quite a
Probably the
while.
biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills
Yeah, animation.
in PoE 1 as
yeah,
well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using
Yeah,
new
sometimes their
animations, 'cause you'll
perfectionism,
notice,
I think,
even
gets
though
in
we have
their
a bunch of
way.
new skills
Like
in
we were
this
talking about
patch,
with like the death
it's
recap.
all
It's the
using
same.
the
It's
existing
the same
animations and
problem
different,
comes up where they're
means
just
of
like, oh,
delivering
we don't
it.
want to
So
add it because
generally
it wouldn't
speaking, we
be
have,
like
kinda
good enough. And it was
your
like,
spell
I don't
projectile,
care.
spell
Just
AoE,
just add,
spell buff. They're
just
kinda
add
separated into all these
something.
categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use
I don't
the
know.
buff
I
one,
respect
and
them for
AoE
being
is AoE one.
perfectionists at the same time.
But as a result, we don't have like just like cool bespoke things where I don't know, do a flip while doing doing
Yeah.
crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs.
With all the different weapon sets.
Yeah,
It's
with
crazy
every
that they're
single
still
weapon set,
paying for
and
the
because generally
mistakes
PoE
that they
1 doesn't
made
have,
like a
as much
decade ago.
restrictions on the weapons to skill association. It would you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great.
It's
And it
actually
would be like,
insane.
the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will
feel
do. We will
different.
do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not like very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
Sure.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often.
I love these interviews,
is,
man.
like asking for Trial of the Ancestors and what's the plans or status of that.
Yeah. Tell me.
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be 1-to-1. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where I was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it.
That's true. That's true.
It's not out of the question. It's
I like
honestly
the
just
concept, though, a
whenever
lot.
we assess the scope, it comes up all the time, and it's like, oh, we could do this, or this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far.
I mean, I'm biased because it was my
you
first
know,
real league, but I loved Total
326,
League.
327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say. So TBD. Who knows? Well,
And I think it'd just be
every
such
single
a
time, we
good
don't, like, plan too
addition
far in
to the
advance with
list of
stuff, so generally
options
when
you
we
have,
are in
because
next
it
league or
is
in the next 2 leagues worth of
a
discussions.
totally
it's
different
like
game mode.
We have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point.
Like, it's
so we'll see.
It's,
What
Not
feel
just
free to
killing
be
hordes
coy
of
about this,
monsters.
but it
It's
seems
more like its own
since
thing, which
something
is
similar is occurring in
is
Path of Exile
valuable,
2,
I think.
that might help you kind of like solve some of these questions
Could do.
for PoE 1.
Could do.
Maybe that gives people an idea of a
Maybe.
time frame.
We'll have to
Well,
look
as,
and see.
as I said, once,
Maybe.
if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. All right, let's talk.
Yeah, when are we
endgame,
gonna get
and I'm
freaking
sure
Tota
you're
for
anticipating a discussion on Tier 17
PoE 2?
modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late end game. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late end game.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between like it is not a good place to be when there is a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them. That like all the, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that the players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well,
to see?
The key thing, Jonathan, is play around.
It's more the desire that you have.
Not I have to
like,
change my build
you know, like
utterly
interesting
and completely
combinations
to
of mods
even run the
happening.
map.
Oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know, and like how am I going to deal with this and that kind of stuff. And like that's something that like in practice players
If I
aren't,
can
like really
play
liking.
my
So as I said, there's
character,
a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of satisfy that.
100%.
then it's
they're
fine.
not in the right
But if
spot.
you're forcing me
I
to
am of
change
the,
my
like,
build,
we need to go back to the drawing board a little
sure.
bit here, because like we
it's not a good
and
modifier.
to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long.
Right.
We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit.
Yeah.
Like they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right.
Right, yeah.
But they're also now, you know, also this
And I mean change my build, like
map
completely
and where you
change
have to-
the way
obviously,
my
a lot of
build
people feel like
functions,
trade
or
for it,
completely
and
change
then in
to
other
a
cases you've
different
got
build. Not
a bunch
im-
of modifiers people hate.
It's fine if a
You've got
modifier
this, like,
requires
thing
me to
where because
improve my
of the
build,
mods,
but not
you end up devolving
completely
down to the
change it
in-game strat
to
becomes, as
work
you said,
around
stacking
one
that effect
modifier.
and modifiers via risk.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16 and a half, so that kind of worked. And then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be 8-prop corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how
But-
this can work, though. Like, it needs...
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers, and in that well, that even that's like broad and
I
sounds
kind
weird.
of wish
when
tier
you first
17s
say it,
weren't
but, like,
maps.
so hard, 'cause
I wish
kind of, you know
I
what
wish it
mean,
was
where
just the
it's-
bosses.
something's wrong
there's
here.
a
Something's
fundamental
wrong here.
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding,
Yeah.
but
Like, just
the moment you do that, there's all sorts of
replace
incentives
tier
that come into
17
play
maps
that
with
mean that people
a
don't
ticket to
like
go
it
fight
when,
the
like, there's a
bosses
map
from
now
the
that you
existing
can't run because
T17
the-
maps.
you know, because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also...
Because then I also wouldn't be as mad
it's a
about the
problem.
modifiers. Like, they could have modifiers on those.
Any individual part of this I look at, I'm
And
like,
then I
well,
wouldn't
this is
even be
actually
as mad.
okay in some circumstances.
Right.
Like, it's okay for
'Cause
there
it's
to
a
be
boss
some
fight.
modifiers, maybe
Right,
that.
right.
Like, I'm sure, I think you guys feel the same, where it's like,
Yeah.
it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But in
and
the
worse for
moment that
others.
it's like, it
But there's
feels like a
point where it
huge
breaks.
economic penalty
Yeah.
to that.
So the
you're
economy kind of
immediately
affects
like...
that.
But you're not, like, literally trying to
Well, you get the thing right
farm
now where you stack the risk scarabs
a
and then
map
it's like, okay,
for
only
map
Trickster and Juggernaut
reasons
can play it as a
anymore
way
if
of
it's not a map,
saved, and,
right? Like,
you know, it's,
just make
again,
it the bosses.
We are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
Because if it's meant to be a ticket
Like,
to
we are
Ubers,
changing
then
risk
it's
scarab,
about
we are
bossing
changing
anyway,
some
right?
Stuff around map mod effect. We are changing.
Good.
I don't know.
You know, there are bits and
No
pieces
one's gonna
changing.
hear
I'm not
me
gonna
say
stop,
this
stop
idea
band-aiding just because we have a grand plan
that
for the future.
has any power
Well,
over
we
this,
have an
but
absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will.
It should
I
just
would
be
Very
bosses.
surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because things variables always change. But I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328.
Yeah.
To solve this problem, because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for POE 2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't gonna, lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be you know, against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to, you know, mid Keepers of the Flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do, because I often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued, and I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so, you know, there's considerations.
Just wait till
to
the
make.
next
from
league,
speaking to
man.
Octavian
It's
about the
okay.
17 modifiers as well. I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like, maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of.
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like,
I
God.
like it,
okay, tell me why.
but I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
All right, you're
I
gonna jump on this
forgot about
grenade.
that. Yeah.
How's that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that
Yes,
regard.
that's
So,
what I was gonna
but I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that, generally speaking, people aren't. For
Yeah,
that
now
kind
that
of
I've
thing.
thought of
But,
it, I really
you
I
know,
can't
I also like trying those
get
things,
it out of my head
seeing
that
how
like it would
is, and,
tier 17s would be
you
better
know,
if they weren't maps,
there are
if they were just
places,
boss
there
fights.
are things where these can exist, like if this was
Because
behind
I
a
think
couple
they
more
could
layers
keep
of some
they
sort
could
of
keep
more
the
niche
silly
corruption mechanic with
modifiers
players,
if it
or,
was just a boss
you know,
fight,
something-
because
some crafting
it's no
system over here where
longer
players
a
can kinda
general
choose to do it, but don't feel
farming
forced to do it.
area.
You know, those things can exist.
It's not a
and I
replacement
wanna
for
make
tier
sure we keep that
16s
kind of
because
stuff,
you won't
but
be able to
in the-
farm
in
like
the broad mod pool,
you won't be able to
some of
farm
these
like
mods are
Breach, for example,
not really working.
fighting the tier
Yeah,
17
it
bosses
was
because it's not a
that
map.
one and the like action
So
speed
then,
reduction from
because
using
you're not farming them for that
and
purpose
I think there was the
anymore,
petrification statues get
I think
mentioned a
the
lot as well.
modifiers would be less
Yeah,
annoying.
It's the drowning orbs,
And
plus
they're
that,
more
plus,
it's more
just like,
specific
okay,
to people that are
thanks
trying
for
to do
making me
boss
slow.
fights.
And
And
I mean,
then
the thing about slowness is
Yeah,
you do
like, they're
feel
already
it, hence
building for
why.
that anyway.
Whereas
Yeah,
like
you feel
often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So,
it's not
you know, but
literally
it's just- it's a bit
everyone
overboard.
trying to build for T17s
like-
because it's where all the best
I'm
rewards are for
I see the
literally
problem here, like,
everything.
I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get
If the
idea these
purpose of
modifiers
tier
being, like, things
17s
that you can feel
is to
like
be
that they
tickets
are-
to
have a bit
Ubers,
of an impact, but they're not just like.
then make them
Well, I
that.
don't want everything to
Basic.
just,
Just
be
make
another
them a boss
multiplier,
fight.
making
Yeah.
the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know
want
what I
some
mean?
mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, you know, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it
Yes.
forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that
right,
at all. Yeah.
right.
Or the
And I
impacts
think
that
we're
it
actually sort of
has.
running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is
Yeah.
kind of your. Yeah, I mean, we've
Yeah,
you know,
that's
we've
what I
done
was
this
saying
a few
before,
times in
like-
the past.
for sure.
We had some immunities on some pinnacle
Yeah.
bosses and stuff
In
like
POE,
that.
creating a
about in
build
previous
takes
matches
too
and
much investment and time or whatever
it sounds like
to
some of those
introduce a
modifiers are
mechanic
changing
at the
and
very
nothing
end
else,
of the
maybe it's the
game
Band-Aids and
that
shit.
forces you
Maybe
to
there's band-aids like that, but,
completely
you know, there is
alter the
something,
way
like,
your build
wrong
works.
Here, those are solved. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
If it
With the,
if it
map
needs you to be
modification
more
and the
powerful,
atmosphere
that's
in
one
particular,
thing.
I'd
But if
rather
it
there was,
requires you
like,
to completely change your build,
15 different ways to scale
Nah.
difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I
if there
stack.
was some
it's
way,
just,
like I
straight
feel like what they're
multiplicative.
trying to achieve is to force you to
it's-
like
I don't know. I want 'cause
play
obviously a lot
around
of the stuff on
something.
the tree
But
is
in
affecting the
POE, a
leagues
lot
and
of
the content.
the playing
I
around
want
things
more than
is
just map
around
mod
your
effect to be
builds.
the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, oh, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within
and
the,
not
like, making
actually,
things
like,
more harder and more rewarding.
Playing. It's not like,
But yeah, right now it's
oh,
just
I
like,
need to
well,
learn to
obviously I
dodge
stack all that,
this,
like,
and I need to learn
quantifiably,
to
it's
use this
obviously
skill at
better,
this
you know,
time,
and,
because
like,
that's just not how
I don't know,
ARPGs
it's a little
really
bit lame,
are.
honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now, and you know,
And I think that's the problem. Is like they're
I don't know,
trying
this-
to pull that
again,
type of
drawing
gameplay,
board, 100% back to it, revisit it.
but instead it's
I'd,
forcing you to
be surprised
completely
if we're not doing something for 328
like changing
as
your
much
build
as
is an
I,
expensive
told
operation.
myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion
So
content,
finding
but, you know.
out that
There's some
like
patch
there's
notes
something
coming
your
out
build
later
can't
today.
handle
Is that
After you're already like
Yeah,
400
what the time
hours
is,
into
but,
a
you know,
character,
our 11 a.m.
does not
NZ or
feel
whatever
good.
it is kind of thing. Like we
There'll
do
probably
now.
be like a rollout over time.
to just
as
be
well
like,
from
yeah,
what I'm
you
hearing,
can't,
like,
do, you
like
That's
there'll be
just
things
generally
that-
are
the case with
unable
Dispatch
to
Note writing is a
do
surprisingly
the
difficult
best
task.
content in the game
It takes quite a while
because
to
of
get all that
this
stuff.
Yeah,
oddly
you've got an extra week
specific
to make additional
modifier on
changes,
this
like
map
people are, like,
Sure,
saying
there's
this
always
and
that.
they
that
get
breaks
extra
your
ideas and
build.
stuff, and some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be
after
have a
400
look at some
hours of
those
your
in
build
there, but
being
it
totally
sounds like we're
fine.
kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot of that.
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously, it obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So on Endgame though, in like a longer term, from a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas Endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems great. Like I can sing many
Most
praises
people's
about it.
favorite things,
But
favorite
previously,
thing
like,
about
historically,
POE.
you've done a lot of complete endgame overhauls, and to the point that it was definitely a trend. Like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like every so often, there'd be a major endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like, have you achieved something you kind of want to keep and maybe change instead?
I don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that
Okay.
it's not like we're like, oh, this is what we're set on. We're now just going to keep this forever. Certainly not. It's more just it comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard, since we've had like POE 2 in in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen. And I don't think will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine again. It's just that like, it really is just a question of like, can we get the ability and time to do it? Yeah, like I don't.
Right
think, as
now,
said,
I
think
don't
it was
trust them to
necessarily that
overhaul
far
the
away
endgame
before we
of
get to worry
POE
about it
1
again. And
because
like, you do need to
if
change
their
the
idea
stuff
of a
every once
good
in a while.
endgame
It
is
does
what they
become
have in
stagnant
POE
eventually.
2, then no, thank
So,
you.
like, yeah, I think we should
Just
we should
keep
do
it the
another
way
big
it is.
overhaul. But obviously, the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to
'cause,
change into like a it'll still be fundamentally the POE 1 Atlas and the none of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally. I would say in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a POE 2 like system or something like that. Like but we do need would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and
That needs to happen.
cycling out bosses.
That
And
needs to
I
cycling out
actually
characters
think
and,
there's a world
changing all that stuff is
where
generally pretty harmless.
the
and
Atlas
generally
tree
cool.
system
Like,
could
you're
be
not really
drastically
messing with the
better.
systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people
That
like.
if instead of having these separate
So,
trees, because
obviously
now
that's
we have
always
like
just a nice win when
basically
you
like
get to be
3
like, all right, what are
loadouts
the
that you
next
can
set of-
have
what,
for the
you know,
Atlas tree that
much
you
like
can swap
Breach
between.
has now evolved and gone forward in time.
I think
so will the
if-
in-game story at some point, and we will do that for sure.
if it was
It's
designed
just like there's always
properly, which
mechanics
is
that come
not
with
in
it,
POE 2,
and sometimes if you add
the
those mechanics, they can't
idea of
coexist with
each
some
league
existing
having
ones 'cause
its
it
own
overcomplicates
separate
everything,
tree
becomes a mess.
is
I'd
an
hate to
interesting
have,
idea.
I don't want to add more systems, and now all of a sudden it's extra steps, even more over to do on your maps before you run them, and that kind of stuff. So
Because
sometimes
not
things
having
need
to
be replaced,
switch
but, like,
between different loadouts
we appreciate
does
the fact
appeal
that
to me in a certain way.
everyone's end game is in a pretty overall. I mean,
Because
it always has its problems. I'm not going to.
I personally, as a player, felt like I never had enough loadouts for my Atlas tree.
And I
Like,
don't want to ruin that. So yeah, we'll be very careful with that.
but
stuff,
I imagine there's a good reason that you wouldn't want to
honestly,
have
generally,
just
they would-
infinite.
like,
the
what you
ability
might
to have
find
as
is that
many
we use
loadouts
this
as you
T17
want.
thing as a motivation to go.
But-
what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that
Yeah.
as the crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and
Maybe
like,
now
game
that you can
design-wise
refund the
by
Atlas with
removing
gold,
these
though,
problems from the
I'm not
game,
going to feel that way as
creating something
much
new
because it won't.
instead.
It won't be
And,
as
yeah.
annoying
I think
to
what I'm most
respect
curious
the
about is,
Atlas
like,
to
if, let's
try
say you
something
went
else.
into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for POE 1, like an overhaul for it. Would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I already.
that's just
There's
a
no
big
way you'd
win.
get rid of that.
I already
Yeah, it's
know.
too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying last time that
It's deep in my mind.
you've
but
got
it's there.
you got a story arc planned
Well,
out.
the Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one
Yeah.
of a multi-part, right? So
definitely set
I've
us
got
up.
the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So, I mean,
All right, great.
Mark
for
is
the
up
better.
to
I'm
things.
pretty confident of that as well.
Great.
And now everyone
Mark's
will have to just
cooked.
wait to see what those
Yes.
ideas are for
He's
an
cooking.
undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow up to the story maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was a pretty interesting last one.
We'll see. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the
Yes,
reveal
I'm very
trailer
curious
stuff
about this.
itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really? I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like we should at least look at, like at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
And make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, yeah, we looked at the assassin. It was like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues. You know, it was like much lower usage than even the next class, and then, you know, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, come on, it's better than doing nothing. So
You can't
obviously
make
we
it
just
worse.
Put together what we could over a couple days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and you know, came up when we were looking at it. You know, it was like the whole. You have the interesting thing. You go and look. You look at the class and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from, and you know, we just did our whole like process for
Amazing.
that. But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is. And,
Okay, I didn't see that.
You know, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want
I'm
to get into
excited
the
to
rhythm
look at
of
those
every
patch
expansion.
notes.
At least we look at, not necessarily change because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that, and but I was like, okay, it's like, this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but you know, we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason we a lot of people ask, or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is combinations are great, but also I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points. That's too much power creep, like to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting.
Wait, are there
part
no
of it. The
new
other second
points?
part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree is the same.
Sure.
If it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, you know, which I'm sure one of them probably is. And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things. And now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar. I'm all about, you know, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmerian. You get like a Shabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time. So, you know, you have your Slayer something, you know. So, you know, the permutations honestly are endless. And obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that, well, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like, is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this.
Yeah, I
and
love
this
that
and
it's
this. Like,
tied
very
to
easy to
different
expand
leagues.
this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third
Oh, yeah,
class.
a second, essentially. It's like, okay, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So
Yeah.
being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing, where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of
Very
course,
cool.
is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But
gonna come down
assuming it
to
does
design
well,
of the
again,
individual
pretty high
classes.
confidence, yeah, it will remain and
For
we'll
sure.
keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many.
I'm still
different
not clear
builds,
if there's
'cause one
no
bloodline
extra
being able to then be
points.
paired with all,
Yeah,
you know,
it's-
19
sounds like maybe
ascendancy
there's not.
classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do, and yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here, I'm just like, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get like for quite a while people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And, yeah.
Well, this definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it because
Yeah.
there's too many permutations.
Well, and then
there,
you
right? Like,
combine
I
that with the
don't know
fact
what
that
the
we
math on
can
that is,
modify
but it's
uniques now with
pretty
the
crazy the amount
Some
of like
in this league. It's going to be
numbers.
crazy.
yes, several.
Infinite.
There's
no,
so
not
much
over.
that
several
they're adding
dozen
here that's going to be
nodes
crazy for builds, I
accessible
think.
to all of the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then so I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. I'll go, and
That's
then I'll pick my
cool.
skill.
That's a
and
cool way to do it.
I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
flavor building on this.
I love how much of a
Well, if there's
player
no
Mark
mercenaries,
is.
I need to be a good mercenary to my
Mark
friends.
plays the
That's my
game.
philosophy.
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League, the Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, Elblin standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Yep.
cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with
Separate.
these,
Yeah.
but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
do.
I mean,
We'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there? Okay.
More forbidden flesh and flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Well, continuing on the balance topic from asking around the POE community, some of the more
When we
common
started
things
Ravenfall,
that just
how
kinda
many of
come
the
up was-
players were at my
the most popular
community?
thing was just
None.
the general idea of
Yeah,
buffing
it was pretty
underprivileged
bad.
skills,
Nobody
like,
got
giving them
re-added.
giving them
Nobody.
some loved. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing. In
Not
terms of
even me.
ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with
I had to rejoin.
skills
Yeah,
as well?
we're always. There's a little bit of. Okay, well, there's a few things to go
Yeah,
into
that-
here. Like,
that
for
crash
example,
was
yes, there's
absolutely
obviously the core
devastating.
skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, yeah, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like,
Damn.
you know, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more. What I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable.
Gotcha.
That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know. And then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use.
Yeah.
A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. but as meanwhile also full balance pass. So hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and you know,
so on. So like,
yeah, but like honestly, this is like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just
Never
never
ending.
stop. So like,
Yep.
we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like, okay, obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it?
Yeah,
And
no,
then you get lost in a rework
it's really
discussion.
bad.
It's important to like cut the.
It's
cut
really,
the time.
really right now
It's
there
like,
are
actually,
only
look, for
4
now, buff
people
it,
on the
we'll come back to
server.
it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch.
Really, really
you know,
bad.
I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like I don't think again.
Also,
there's no
I
real
think
endpoint to
dungeons
that.
are
So, yes,
broken.
sure. I wanted this.
So
patch to
I
be very
turned my
class-centric,
auto join off for
in terms of
dungeons.
balance, and like we did.
Yeah.
I would say we did a decent chunk. But
Yeah,
it's,
get back in there.
you know, we
Anybody
didn't
who's
get to cover
listening
every base
right now,
100%. So obviously,
Ravenfall
like,
went
you've got the
down.
bloodline
Everybody got
classes,
kicked.
You've got grafts,
So
which are character-centric.
definitely rejoin
and
if
then we've
you
got
if
the
you haven't
whole
already.
set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything. You want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta. Should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome, cool new stuff. But like, you know, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
That's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea is that you manage to achieve these days very like. There's lots
You're
of, lots
fine,
of different
Tavo,
rules,
yeah.
and
No,
they're
I'll
changing
try
a
to I'll
lot
try to
each
repeat it a
week
bunch
as
so that
well, by
as
virtue
people
of, like,
come
the
in
new
and out of
stuff that you really
stream
like, ascendancy
on
changes or new
different
skills
days,
or
different
whatever.
times,
All that stuff
they know to
is
rejoin. But
creating lots of new builds all the time. But,
unfortunately,
when it
I
comes to
think
the
there's
skill
going to be
buffs, I
quite a
think
few
it's more
people
just
we
about,
just
like
never
you said,
get
like,
back
someone has like a favorite skill that
to the server.
is
So
languishing. Some sweet
it's
lover
sad.
is out
sucks
there
to
just crying
see.
still.
It sucks to miss something, like, because you see, what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
I know,
wanted
I'm
to.
sorry.
I really wanted to, and you know, and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up. Bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports.
raids,
so,
we should
know,
still
there's
be able
heaps
to
there,
win because
but
it
yeah,
is just
that
based
thing
on
where, a few people are gonna have missed their thing, and there's
you know
a few.
who's here.
You know, you want to do hand casting. You
So
want to do that. You don't
I
want
think
to just,
well we
I know
won't
that's come
succeed
up,
as
and I
often
think
as
even
we
you
used to.
mentioned earlier as well. It's just like it devolves down.
But we
to
should
often,
succeed sometimes
you know,
for
either
sure.
Archmage or Ephemeral Edge and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better. And so yeah, it's the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally you'd bring up all of.
I was
something else,
surprised they
but,
didn't
you know,
mention
sometimes
any of
you
this
get some
in
of it, not all
the
of it, and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here.
actual
just,
like announcement
you know,
trailer.
You never quite catch everything, but
Because I
there
think this
will
is
be
what
new metas,
most
there will be
like
new builds,
hardcore
and
players
probably a
were
lot of existing
excited
stuff will
about
still be,
happening was that
you
there's
know,
going to
pretty
be big
decent,
balance changes.
But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs.
But
bit of,
I guess
you
the
know,
hardcore players
that's how it
are
goes with all
listening
this
to the
balance stuff,
Q&A
really. It's a
and
bit
are going to
chaotic,
read the
but,
patch
you know,
notes. So
there's something
fine.
satisfying to it, but yeah, as I said, you never really fully get everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
You kind of answered my question a bit because, like, one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being.
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, you know, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it. It's not off the cards. That being said. There's
and I'm going to have to relearn how to play POE 1.
Honestly,
It's been, I feel like it's been so
these
long.
external variables like the new classes.
I don't even
and
know
stuff
if I
like
know
that
how to
can
play
really,
anymore.
change these things up, you know, without you really predicting it as well. So, you know, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll see how all that goes. And then... But we'll just keep doing it. it never stops. Never
I really
ends. It
wonder how
literally is
much
an
of this
infinite task.
kind
You
of
never-
stuff. I
you
mean,
never
depends,
run out of
like
stuff
the,
to do here. So
depends on
we'll
what
just
people like, but it does seem like
keep
they
doing it every
really,
single patch as
really
best as we can.
planned this league
Well, that,
with the
comes off a lot
intention
as
of
the
of
kinda
everything
dominance of ES stacking and
going
kinda
core.
stacking
Like
builds in general,
they
but ES
want to
probably
make
has
it
been
good
getting
enough that it
mentioned
can
a
go
lot more.
core after.
Hidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
You know, there are band-aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them band-aids or just like, you know, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be as so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree
I like
that it is
that
a problem where
mindset
it's
that
like
they have,
the more
which is like,
traditional just do a thing.
yeah, you can do
feels
that,
like it's now
but
wrong.
we
It
just
feels
don't
like
want
you
it to
gotta,
be
like,
that easy for
pre-commit
you to
being
do
like,
that.
what is this
Like you have to
singular
work
thing I'm
harder
gonna
to get to
stack
the
and
point
then
where you're
pick the thing
that
that scales
powerful.
off of
But
that?
yes, you can get
So
that
be it, like,
powerful. I really
attributes
like that
historically,
mindset with
not just
POE.
in current meta. It's always
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's always like, yeah, you just like heavily stack this one thing, and oh, here's a unique that scales off that thing, and it's like, well, that's on one part is interesting. It's like fun. That
Yeah.
is the build.
I'm in two minds on it. Like
but
that.
then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that, that's stacking, and you start going through the builds, and you're like, okay, well,
We definitely like very slowly got here over time, I feel like, in the
Yes.
stacking where it just became kind of like, yeah, just a little bit at a time. It became PoE 1 became all
love-
about stacking
it
builds.
really
love stat
primarily comes
stacking.
down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Yeah, it's often
Generally, a
part of it,
unique
isn't it?
item's special thing is like, what am I going to scale off? You know,
Yeah.
be it, you know, off
I
evasion,
like the
or off
simplicity
armor,
of-
or off
of
energy
it.
shield, or
But
off
also
life, or off
PoE
ES, or mana, and you know,
There's like just so
or
many
off
weird
int, or off
tools
strength,
to
you know,
use
it
to
does
make
end up
number
in
go
that,
up.
and then some unique gets added, like maybe
And
it's
it's
one
fun.
per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point for sure. So
It's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for PoE 1.
it
and
is. I think
muscling
it's
other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand,
It's fun though. Like,
yeah,
people
it's
like
fun.
It's
builds.
cool. It's interesting.
So you don't really wanna
You could
kill
argue,
them.
And
it's
also
what
there's a lot of
makes
different ways to
things-
do it. So I
kind of
feel
is-
like
is part of
it's not
PoE
on
to
the
a
same
degree.
level
It's
as
an
like
actual action
Yeah,
RPG.
when a
so you gotta be
skill gets
careful
out of
with it.
control.
You don't just
Yeah.
want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other
Right,
hand,
yeah.
but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional, you know, build.
That's
And
a good
so-
point,
and it
yeah.
often can feel that
If you
way.
don't, if you're not a stat
So
stacker,
there's a fine line here.
don't wanna feel like you've-
hard to be at that fine
I
line.
think
but yeah,
what it should
some things
be,
are a bit too OTT
even
at
as
the
a
point- at
stack
this point, and
stacker
other things are
enjoyer,
too far on the bottom end.
is that
And the other problem is if you start buffing
on the
all the
high
skills,
high
well,
end,
a lot of those skills
you
might
could,
see use,
it's
but they'll
still
still
going
see
to be
use
the
in that
best thing to
stacking,
do. But
ecosystem,
again, it's
and
just a
then
little
it's
bit
like,
harder
well,
to get there.
you
It's a
really
little
made a
too
new build at
easy
that
right
point,
now.
like-
I can admit,
Yeah.
as a
That's
stack
sometimes the
stacker
problem is, like,
enjoyer,
my build's still the
it's a
same
little
because
Yeah.
ultimately,
too
like, I'm using different
easy
skills, but they're all
to
I'm just
become a
stacking
stat
them all or
stacking
something.
build.
I don't have a like.
I
is the
feel like
solution.
Yeah,
early
is it
on
really
you
how
should
it
be
actually
weaker
is?
for
Not really
making
how
that
it
choice.
Gauging your thoughts on
And
it.
early on
I
should
mean,
last
I enjoy
longer.
discussing it. It's just a matter of like. It's honestly
Yeah.
500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and
How they
you know,
actually make
mold
that
it,
the case,
and
I
it
have
will
no idea.
eventually,
I'm
you
not
know,
a developer.
shift into something else, and
But-
then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and you know, it's the cycles. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't like compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're winning,
Aw,
right?
Balance is a journey. Yes, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
For real.
I mean, sure, it's just the stops along the way. Every expansion,
That's it. Yeah.
every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wand. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wand specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out. 'cause-
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things. There's like a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the
So
in the
good.
series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
yeah, wands, and so because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now. And then, I mean, generally speaking, the skills they can be pretty hectic. You know, they can scale pretty well.
Kinetic rain is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of like, you know, physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic bolt, kinetic blast. So we just extrapolated on that theme, and
That's the thing
your wanders, and it's the thing.
I don't want to
and
be
then,
this person, but also
we
like
also
I'm
added a
just
little
I
bit
can't
of,
help but notice
kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
when we watch like POE 2 live events or POE 2
kind of
interviews.
force wall. You've got
Both
like a
Jonathan
little bit
and
of
Mark
inspired by
talk
Huntress from POE 2 a little bit with some of the
a fair amount.
you know,
Both of them
There's-
answer
so
questions.
I walked upstairs
We go
the
to
other
the
day and saw
POE
some
1 live
QA
event.
playing, and I'm like,
Jonathan
"Oh,
is
someone's
almost
embracing
entirely
tornadoes." And he's like,
quiet.
that's not even half the tornadoes you can
It
make.
feels like he is
And I was like, "All right."
completely
He's like, "All right." I was like, "Yeah,
uninterested,
that's POE 1, and I walked out of the room.
uninvested, and
I was
not
like,
working
"All
on
right."
POE 1 at all. Like he is completely out of the loop on POE 1, whereas Mark is in the loop on both games.
Time of my life. Like, oh my lord!
And I wonder why that is.
And it's like
if Jonathan
it's not
just
the kinetic ones as
you know,
well. Like, it
POE2
actually pairs
is
pretty well with the
Jonathan's
other ones that
baby,
have, like,
but
the flat added elemental damage and
Yeah.
and it all kind
it
of
does give this impression that Jonathan does not care about POE 1, which I'm sure isn't actually true.
Forgotten about,
But
It's always been pretty kind of just
because it was
niche.
that
It's
was his
actually an
baby for
interesting
10
thing.
years. But
I mean, obviously, it was designed before I started on POE, and I always thought I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's they're about doing attack damage.
But
I thought it was interesting. And
it
then-
does.
That's what I like about it.
It does rub me a little wrong
this
that he's
might-
just
this might
sitting
be
there
the
with nothing to
largest
say.
update to wand attackers that
Ever,
we've ever
like,
had in
absolutely.
now like 15 years or something. So
It's just finally, look, I know there's some people in the chat that have been a long time waiting for this one.
yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool.
stuff.
But yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and there's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for ones and pairing in nicely with the added skills from the hands on your back as well.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Lots of fun synergies there. So we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of POE 1. Like, how much is POE Classic, POE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because you've been taking things
good
from
question.
POE 2 and feeding them back into POE 1.
I was talking about
And
this
I'm curious,
earlier. Like,
is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to POE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing, or maybe like actually let's kind of preserve it as it is to some extent.
I wouldn't want POE 1 to ossify into something where we
This
feel
is a
like
good
we can't
Jonathan
change
question.
stuff. Like that would be bad.
Cool.
But
Sounds cool though.
yeah, but it's kind of like okay, the stuff
Ossify.
that we'll probably take back from POE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from
Yes.
POE 2
Yes,
into
they
POE
would
1.
have.
That's obviously something required, and so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in POE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to POE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either. In terms of so
Well,
there's
item
stuff
drops
like
are
that
completely broken in
you just
POE
have to
2,
kind
so
of,
definitely
like,
don't do
let
that
it be
now.
because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about POE 1 that does need to be kept, that is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it?
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly, because like it's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that POE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to POE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make POE 1 like that either. It just kind of is, and so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that.
That's
about
not what I
POE 1,
think
right?
of
Like, it just
when I
is how
think of
that
POE
is,
1,
right?
to be honest.
So that's like really the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our perspective, like it's like there are I don't even know how
Which
to really
is
get into
crazy.
this exactly, but it's like, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's like, it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like, it's the same design philosophy from the same designers.
Yeah.
Like
I
they're
don't
going
know,
on both. It's more just a
Jonathan.
question of like POE1 got a bit out of control in certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from POE2 to POE1, well, it's just like all the things that POE1 players would like,
Jonathan.
and none of the things that POE1 players wouldn't really. I mean, look, that's ultimately
He's such
what we
a
wanna be doing.
twisted
But
perception
I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be
of what
in a
the
situation,
complaints
as I said
are
before, where
and
it's
what's
like,
wrong and
okay,
what's
we're,
not wrong.
Like POE1 is in some kind of perfect state.
It
that needs to
really
be preserved
worries me,
forever. Like, I
man.
don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of.
I think
Yeah.
a pivot with POE2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but POE1 is, we always had a like, and this is still true. We still want to bring in new players, but I would say
Oh my God,
POE1
yes.
now, it's more important to us to keep the POE1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love POE1 happy, as opposed
Yes.
to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas like, obviously POE2 is still now a growing game. There's a new audience available, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love POE1 to love POE2. That's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at POE1, we're not going to like try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. Like, I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game. And that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of like some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff. Because
I don't think skill gems will ever
if that change would bring
look
in a bunch
the
of new
same
players. Like, I think
in
making sure you have a
POE2 and
good, popular
POE1.
game that people love will inherently bring people in, because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Yeah, less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And
As
whereas,
much
like,
as I
obviously with
actually
POE2, it's a
think
bit of a
there are
different story where
some
we really did
things
think, like, we want
from the switch over that would do POE1 a lot of good.
different audience. Like, we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so?
But it would be a
ultimately, at the end of
delicate
the day, what that
operation
then
to
ended up
not
boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the
hurt
feel of
POE1
combat,
by trying to
is,
tackle
honestly, the biggest
skill
change is
gems.
balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same ways. Like, I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking, like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change
sure.
about POE1, because they are somewhat like would be impossible to change just due to the game field changing so much.
Yeah.
And so, like, really for me, it's like, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. It's like nothing actually changed between POE1 and 2 philosophically, other than just learning about some things and deciding, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit of an assumption that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, like, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly,
Yes, that continues.
most of it is just like, we just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like, we're not really having discussions about, like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like, we don't do that. It's about, like, I'm trying to boil down what we are. I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't like compromise things in too thing of a way. Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So, like, it's always interesting trying to be like, how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know. We'll just continue to make cool shit, and that's just generally what we're going to do.
I don't think I've ever heard
it's actually a little
another
bit hard to try
head
and,
of a
decipher that down into like a set of rules or something.
live
It's
service
like, I don't
game.
know. If it's cool, if it's
Other
fun, if
than
people love it, then it's a win.
These guys
It's good
talk
that both
about
games have a bit of
making the
room to breathe on
perfect
their own,
of
and
their
because you can preserve
genre
the things
game.
that do make POE1 its DNA.
They've never
But
stated that to be
objectively,
their
like,
goal.
limits
These are the
to
only
how-
guys I've heard
what
that,
are
which,
some
like,
improvements you can make to the game?
respect to
Well, I do
even
have an
saying
important
that
question
out
for you,
loud is
What bonus
ballsy.
should dexterity give you?
But, like, you don't hear, like I love WoW,
Got a few hours.
but I've never
I know,
heard them
this is
say,
every time I come
we're
over
on a
here,
quest
like,
to
this
make the
comes up, it's
perfect
been going for a while,
MMO,
isn't
you
it?
know? Maybe they have said it, but I've never heard them say it.
Yeah. Still haven't solved
At
that
this
one, huh?
point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing. It's just
Are the
It's
Fortnite
just
devs out
vibes.
here
We
being
just call
like,
it plot.
we're on a
We
quest
now-
to
we
make
rename
the
it to
best
Green
battle
Attribute.
royale?
it just does nothing.
Like to make the perfect
Little
battle
organic
royale, excuse me.
attribute, like,
Because
very
best is
nice.
different. Perfect is like
So
a
still not solved
crazy
there.
thing to say.
So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE 1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to PoE 1?
Not really, to be honest. Like, I think it basically. I mean, the fact that
Have you seen
PoE1
this?
got the gold already kind of meant that
Yeah.
it can kind of work. But
Yeah, the gold is a thing though. Like
it is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in PoE1
more-
and some
more
more
demanding.
valuable for
More
other things.
used.
More
Yeah.
used for other things. Yes.
yeah. So yeah, we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's been
Obviously,
tackled
but
then.
also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game, and obviously because PoE1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like
They
immediate.
manually
We
assign.
had to consider. Well, hold
That's
on.
crazy.
People, the gold balance already was kind of like tight. Like so,
Yeah.
it's in that spot of like some people are like, I want more, and you do want people wanting more, and so now all of a sudden there's this extra thing. That's a cost, so we have to obviously account for that. What else was there though? I mean, ultimately, it's mostly just I guess the console.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
there's
the
like
thing.
the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is
Yeah.
made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So the
Yeah,
old
this
trade
is
board
way
is
better.
getting ported over into this system now.
I didn't know console
so
had a
that's,
solution to
uh,
this.
We're actually deploying that. Just a fun
That's
fact. We're
crazy.
going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit. The removal of that a bit early because we need.
I thought console was just screwed, honestly.
There's like a thing where we have to
This
get rid
whole
of it
time.
before the new system is put in place, due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So yeah, we're doing that.
I
like,
didn't
a
realize
couple
that
days
they had a
early,
solution on console.
to remove the console trade board, and then a couple of days later, 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We're doing.
Sounds
we'll
like
do a
this
whole
one
post
is
about that,
better
just about what
anyway,
happens
but-
to those items, you don't lose your items. They all get put in remove only tabs and all of that stuff. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you for the PoE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal. Like
right.
The asynchronous trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's a new era.
We have a bunch of UX improvements we still need to make to it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
it's got its kinks. So like, I wouldn't want people to think just because
Sure,
it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. I know people have brought up having save searches.
Yep.
Being able to
Ooh, that would be
rapidly,
nice.
like you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item. And
we're getting that feature, right? I think they even
That's
maybe.
incredible.
yeah, I'm
if
I'm
you're
talking about
getting
things
that.
that
Yeah, yeah.
are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
Yeah.
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for PoE1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics
Chad,
of that, where that's at.
GGG is crazy, man.
If not, it'll just be mid-league. Or
you have to
something,
keep in
know what
mind,
I
when
mean?
we
Like,
see these
we'll try.
events,
as soon as
we are
it's done on both
exactly
games,
like
it'll get
1
deployed.
week
Since you're
out
on it, was
from
there
the
like a
league
reason
being
why you
here,
can't
and
now
they
save
every
items in,
single
like, your
time
solo
they
item
sit
vault
on
to
this
see where they were?
couch
Like,
and
I
they're
like that
like,
information to be like,
"Oh
what
yeah,
was it
we're
that
still
sold for
working on
2D?
stuff
Tried that, didn't
for the thing that's coming out in a week."
I can't
Like
see from memory,
They-
but it might
down to
have
like
been that
less
we
than
could
24
buy the
hours
item,
before
but
we play it, are still
discussed
working on
originally
it,
allowing that.
Yeah.
I think,
which
yeah.
is
I remember
psychotic to
discussing
me.
that before doing it, and we were like,
As someone who
that
was
would be
in
cool,
software
that would be the
development,
thing
that
we
is
wanted.
Probably doesn't
insane
store it
as a
at the moment,
process.
because,
I
like,
don't
Yeah,
understand
Yeah, it's not like I mean,
how
we
it
could probably do it,
functions
but-
that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
probably
understand.
Especially on the cards end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it certainly would be nice. Like, I like that feedback as a seller,
Like-
but I certainly love.
I don't think they code freeze or something. Like, did they just don't code freeze? Like, what is happening
Price check experience
behind
Yeah,
closed
The thing
doors
that
at
kind of like the
GGG?
next frontier
It
of,
doesn't
like,
make
the-
any
in terms of the
sense to me.
in-game UI
Yeah,
trade
like,
searching
what
sort
would
of
be the
stuff.
next slippery slope to slide down to? Like,
Yeah,
price
as
checking.
long as we don't all of a
Again,
sudden
though,
have,
I've
like,
I've
stock
never
market
worked on a
SKU
project
items
this
and
big
I don't think
stuff.
we're not
I
gonna-
think
we're not
in
gonna
my
do
life.
that. Basically,
I don't know
find a
how
way to do that
anything.
stuff
I
that
don't know how
doesn't
game
get
dev works.
overcomplicated.
I don't know
Yeah.
anything,
So,
but
like, but
that
that's the tricky
sounds
part, like,
insane
trying
to me.
improve
That like
Yeah,
they
I know we've
basically
talked
don't
about
code
it in the past,
freeze.
like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like
Right.
I think there is like an interesting like opportunity you guys have to be able to help make that like much more sane for players
Right,
compared to
right,
what
right.
it is now to price check an item,
Mhm.
which is a very complex affair
Mhm, mhm.
typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're
Yeah, yeah.
exploring, pushing further. not just kind of leaving.
But yeah,
as
but
is.
I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think it'll
No,
be,
yeah.
so this time it might be just, being able to, I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor, and open up the board and see it.
Nice.
I want to. It's like, I got these decent pair of boots.
I mean,
I'll just search
honestly,
for that
actually,
and
now that I
maybe
think about
lower
it,
the move speed by 5 or lower the life by 10,
Right.
and or
And
maybe
They
the
probably
thing
just
that you want to get into is because there's all the
heavily
questions around, okay, but
test-
what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them and like being able to do
It's
that.
like
right?
they don't code
exactly,
freeze
it's like all of those things
because
that
they-
need,
because they
that
got
need a
multiple.
little
You
bit
have
of UX
multiple
around them that
branches
we will-
in a
Yeah,
project like
that's what I'm
this,
excited
right?
about, 'cause with
So you have
the
like
right UX,
the
you can
main
really communicate that
branch
skill,
Right,
in a
right.
nice visual,
where-
physical way to
Right,
players,
right.
which
it's the
is
version we
kind of
play, right?
exciting. Anyway,
And then there's going to be a branch like
topic there, but
below
trade is
that,
like, it was
or like
obviously a
above
big
that,
thing,
however you
like,
want
for a very long
to say
time,
it.
You guys were rightfully
It's like,
afraid of like
it
what
has
would be the
changes,
economic
but it's not
implications of this? How
live
would it
yet,
affect gearing and
right?
Progression and like.
And anyway,
I guess,
so
like,
just some
firstly, what
branch
has been kind
further
of
up the
use
chain.
rate
They
of
must just
asynchronous
be
trade?
like, yeah, we're actively working,
So
we're
we
actively
were checking on
working.
this
But before
recently.
it
I think
actually
you got
goes
into look up
into
the
the
numbers on that, and it
game,
ended up being
it
around
is heavily
50-50.
tested, which is
Just
why they
under
never code
half.
freeze. But
were using the new system in POE 2 so far. I expect that to go up over
it
time.
just the way they talk about
is
it
this, like,
sounds
compared to the
crazy because it
existing
just
stuff?
feels like
Well, it's
they're
just
just
compared to
like
people using normal trades,
um,
from one
Any
person to the other.
they're
But
just
there was a little bit
pushing
of filtering,
so
like, okay,
hard
if it's like with your friend, do
that
we
like
count that or not?
it
and that kind of
makes
thing.
it
Like, there's a few
sound
things
like
that
changes are
we,
coming in really
would-
hot,
need to sort
like they're
of
not
look at
being
to see, like,
tested. But
questions around
they
that. But
must
yeah, I mean,
be
look, it's,
tested
people
before they
who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the
actually
buyer
go live
experience
because the
obviously
game
way
would
better.
not
We generally
freaking
found, like,
function if they're not.
I don't know if it's still the case
very
now,
heavily
but like
testing
for a
stuff
while, in the
before
new
it goes
trade
live.
system, the items were a little bit more expensive, so then there were people who were like,
Settling in.
I'll deal with the old one. 'cause
And
I
honly,
wanna buy
that's
a bit
probably
cheaper.
like
reason
the
why they're
reason
more
it probably
expensive is
sounds
because of the fact
crazier
it's
to
easier to
me
buy
is
them, so
because
people
I
are willing to
I
pay more.
haven't
So
worked on a
it's
bigger
like-
project. I'm
just
used
gonna
to a
eat extra
smaller
cost 'cause I can't
team
be
where
bothered.
like
Exactly.
we would
Yeah,
not
yeah.
have the
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
resources
I'm one of them.
to
Right.
continuously
But
test.
yeah, and it's important to note as well. I
Like
just want to always
our
verify
process
this.
was always
If you
like,
are a POE
you know,
player
you
and do
prepare
have
a
your
release
merchant tabs,
candidate,
you
and
have them
that
in
takes
POE1
a lot of
already. Don't
time,
need to
and
buy
then
new ones.
you test a release
They are
candidate,
shared,
and that
just
takes
to
a lot of
reiterate.
time.
So, what do you think has
And,
been
like,
the, like
Yeah, it
effect
just didn't have
on
that many.
economy
We'd have
and
like
gear,
one
and then,
tester
like,
and, you
is
know,
it as,
a couple developers, as opposed to these guys that have, I'm sure, multiple testers and many, many, many devs working on things.
Subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much
Yeah.
higher degree to the point where like.
Oh,
it
do you
honestly,
suspect that?
You know, like
Yes.
should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid?
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like
Yes,
now
so-
worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
They were
Yes,
worthless
John was asking me
before.
before this, like
Yeah.
what has been my feeling of like
Yeah.
how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like
Right.
selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade
They're
does
gone, yeah.
does kill the values there, and that like I mean that's a problem.
yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and POE1, and like we'll sort of be interested to see there. But it's like
we'll have to keep an eye on that
Sure.
one for sure.
yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with POE1 as well, just because there's so many.
I'm
more
sure
items,
you
like,
still
there's
make
so
just as
more
much
going on.
profit
So
as before
like, maybe
selling those low tier items, and that
the
is what I
breadth of the
sold as
economy
well.
will kind of change the
My
dynamics
suspicion
a little
is
bit there.
you make just as much
But
currency
it's hard to say,
because
right? Yeah.
instead of only
Well,
selling,
it's,
you
I mean,
know,
it's an
1%
interesting
of your
mixture
stock,
phenomena,
you
like,
actually
get
sell
the
almost
ability
all of
to
it because
obtain, like, your
of
starter
the
endgame
ease of
gear
trade.
for 5 exalts total. Like you can
Right.
buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's
So yeah,
obviously-
it's worth less, but
there's
it's
a
worth
big
less
impact
because
there,
it's
though.
easier to
I mean,
get.
that's like that.
And
once
easier
again,
to
that is
sell.
The fear, right?
It's just
like
like the standard now, the bar for like
Right,
the
right.
quality of our gear is raised to a certain point.
Right.
And then I guess that has follow-up questions like, you know, as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early end game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously there's like there's a whole like follow-up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And,
I mean, I think
that kind of thing as well. Like, yeah, I mean, there's some stuff
to
there,
what
but I
he
mean,
said
going
earlier,
back to
getting
POE1,
gold
I
prices
suppose,
right is a
like,
huge part of this.
Yeah, even though we've got this experience now with POE2, just going to really just have to see what happens in the POE 1 economy.
I think they
And
should be
then,
really aggressive
there
with
might
gold
have to be some
costs.
adjustments. But it's going to come down
And
to
it
the
would
individual.
it would solve it, and then you still have a much easier system than before.
It was just to deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it.
Yeah,
as
it's
long as
just
the
like-
trade
And just-
system's there
just
on
add
way.
the friction with gold costs.
It just kind of has to happen.
I
Like,
bet
it
their
doesn't
gold
even matter,
costs
like,
are not nearly
there
aggressive
can be problems
enough.
and we'll adjust them,
Again,
but
I
we still
never
have
got
to
to
do it anyway.
really
Of
using
course.
asynchronous trade in PoE 2.
Such an
But if I
improvement.
were
Yeah,
to
I'm
guess,
loving it.
because I
I'm
didn't
excited.
hear anybody
It's good.
complaining
So
about
good.
gold
It's
costs,
very
it wasn't
good.
high enough.
But yeah, it's still
took
going to be
us-
interesting to explore this, like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like.
There
I'd
should
like
be
to see
people that
things
complain.
That would be cool. But yeah,
That's how high
crazy
gold
to
costs
think
should
about,
be.
You know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market and like, holy, we're not
actually
are we the same
sacrilegious
people?
back then to say.
We are, but you know,
I know. I'm not.
It's,
I'm
it's
not.
like
It's a good thing. It's
it
good.
is. It is.
It's
but-
healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that,
never
like,
really
some
played
sort of
it, so-
high-level mercenaries is a plan to come back, or is it more just about like having the duels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intention is they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away, because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or you know, less skilled players experience tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know,
I
all
think
the way
yes.
through to
Based on
you
what
know,
I saw
Are we
of it.
happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like, they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, so there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, when this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know.
Fundamentally, though, like, so I quite liked Mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always, like, you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
It would be mandatory, right?
And that
It's
would be
just
the,
added.
and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah.
And that's answering that question. I think is like
So that's
part of
something you're
the
trying to figure out then. Is
yeah. You'd have to have a
So
reason.
if you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts, and
Exactly,
like,
right.
will we
Just
now have to
keeps
start watering down the power systems?
Exactly,
and-
right. There's questions
Yeah.
there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for
Yeah,
just the game.
that's a good
overall.
point.
Yeah, so I imagine when it comes back, it'll be some sort of more like limited or
Maybe
opportunity
honestly,
cost
it's hard to say.
capacity.
It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, like
There
I
seems to
imagine
be
there's,
a
like, lot of
cost
different
to
ways
it
you could go with that, whether
that
it's
makes
like,
it a
I'm gonna do
choice
skill
and not
gem,
a
if I do some
mandatory.
ascendancy or something
Right.
like that. But I mean, it's a cool design. Like, it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just how.
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised when you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all the entire city? Like, I was like imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, no, would have just turned the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber, you know, with all their just like league mechanics, just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Charlie. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was
Katamari
good.
mentioned.
Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something
Which,
that
by the way, I
saw that
think
was
I
an interesting
can
question was,
download the game in like
so
an hour.
at one point, Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more interesting, and they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like,
Right,
because
yeah.
we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie. The answer is the same as everything. We have to pick our
Goodness
battles.
for Mark
There's
just being like,
more
look,
battles
this
than
is
can be
good
fought.
enough.
And so
We can't
and the
always
same thing,
do
it was like, okay,
everything
well, look,
perfect all the
We're
time.
not doing this anytime soon.
Let's
then,
make
we
some
just we should do
progress.
this QOL change, and we'll make little incremental
Thank
improvements
goodness.
to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually.
Oh my God, my microphone's driving me crazy. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
I mean, I just
If you can hear that.
I don't know. You never know. You never know with these things, because we assess the battles every
It's
time.
just completely
and
broken.
We try and pick the
This
best
is awful.
fought ones, and I know there'll be some people who are like,
Let me try to
"I should be your number
tighten
one
it.
priority battle."
Hold on,
but,
I'm gonna mute
like,
it.
I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So we try and make sure we.
Heist is a tricky one because, like, I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to, like, what is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
Oh, for sure. Wow.
But it's also, like, simultaneously, it is quite well loved by the people who like it, and it had, like, a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it like that. So
Well,
it seems worth salvaging.
It's definitely rich of character involvement, NPCs and lore and stuff like that. So it's nice, and it
I named my
sucks.
daughter after one of the characters, so you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
Who was that? Was it
Talina.
I was going to I was going to suggest one of that crazy character.
He named his daughter
That's
after a
a
heist
good
character? That's
nickname for
crazy.
my
I can't fix this mic arm. I have a
Well,
problem.
I don't know
I'm
why
literally
you named
holding it
that.
up.
It's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay? It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think, like, Path of
I
Exile
need
2
like
was kind of like
pliers
the thing that
to
people were
fix
looking
this.
for to help save kind of the campaign
Yeah.
experience for POE1. But obviously, it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've done some nice improvements, like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players?
This is
now,
going to
so
make
it might not be
Katamari
as
really hard.
Important as
I
it
don't think I
once
can
was, but
literally play.
I would
a game.
argue it's more important,
Interesting.
because those campaign changes are
With
what
this
helps
mic
to keep
on.
fresh for people who are replaying the game.
Sure.
Because I have to hold
It's
it.
actually it's way more important for the existing players. So yeah, it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
I liked the adding things, like different things happening in different zones, and you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing
Oh my
here
God.
and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will. At some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently.
I don't know
If
how
not
well
on
you
a
can hear
patch by
me,
patch
but
basis, at least every year you get a certain set of
there's
them
like
and stuff
one
that, just to help
segment
it
of the
feel a bit
mic arm
fresh.
that's just has
I
no
also like the things you just
tension
get to
anymore,
integrate,
so
like
it just
some
droops.
other
So
random
now I'm
league into
putting the mic
campaign somewhere in a few
above
areas.
and
It's
letting
like,
it droop,
these areas are
but
being
it's
overrun by
kind of
X or
further
something,
away, so
it helps
hopefully
it
it
feel a
sounds
little
okay.
bit cool, and the world is changing, and it's not just this static thing all of the time. So
Yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in PoE 2 and to a lesser extent in PoE 1. It's cool.
It is
That's good. It's
annoying
good to
because
introduce that
it's in
stuff
my
to people over
face
time
now.
as well. Did you ever have like a crazy fever dream where you like dreamt having like a league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the campaign? I know that's never been a
That would be a
waking
bit of a
thought.
tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago. But yeah,
I don't think they should do it.
don't know if we could really.
I think people should stop
yes,
crying
I've
about
had
the
some fever
campaign.
dreams about it, but
I like the campaign.
I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic
Right.
question of like,
Yeah.
another way to level for the people who just don't like the campaign.
Right,
but,
right.
like, I know that you guys
Get over it.
You just want to make the campaign as good as possible. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
The
Make
answer
the
is always,
campaign
well,
better.
Make the campaign better.
Yeah.
But then I thought, yeah, like a league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent. that permanent problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing I would be
Interesting.
willing to
That's why-
accept
You don't want to give something that's well.
is if
The problem is
your
they'll,
second
directly
character
compare to
in a
one will
league
clearly be better, and then everyone will
could
just
do
that,
something
you know?
Really
alternative
awful,
to the
and then they'll be like, oh, you're
Great.
But your
Yeah,
first
great.
character in
Let's
the
just
league,
make
terrible
just make some
content.
I think,
terrible-
needs to
Let's
do the
freaking do it.
campaign.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it feels awful.
Cool.
what is it? Incompetence.
Everyone needs to start in the same place.
No, I
Not
do
your
want to
style,
keep
is
making
it?
it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, it is a thing in POE 2, and we're going to start doing in POE 1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
Yeah, it's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
The racers know.
Yeah, and then like I think like for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that thing where you get to like, and I want to make sure we're gonna do this system in POE 1 by the way with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick.
Cool.
For each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like,
That's cool.
what's it going to be in this area, and so, it'll help ideally if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it, which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But yeah, I don't know, maybe you'll second guess some of it now and you work out which areas you want to do. You know, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case is always fun. I obviously understand though that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to end game and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so you know we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen, and that way the campaign
thing that turns me off
can feel more enjoyable.
Most often from the league during the
Not
campaign
just be seen as a thing I
is
need
that
to
it's
get
like
through.
crazy overtuned.
But there will always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it. So it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible, and with heaps
Like
of
it's
stuff
more
going on.
effort
But
than it's worth.
Part of that is the motivation.
Is
of why
usually
we
the
do leagues
problem
in the
if
first
I'm
place,
not
right?
doing it
Like,
during the campaign.
you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a leak. You know, imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance
Which I
changes.
guess
but, like,
partially
what
is
else
about the
going on, you know?
rewards.
So,
But
you know, like
Yes.
it even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting
Right.
for that
For sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just the same as before, except it's kind of honestly maybe worse, you know. And then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with you didn't before, and you know.
Anyway, I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to
I'm
rep the
also a
diverse
campaign
opinions
enjoyer.
on that one. The
Oh, for sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing.
absolutely.
100%.
It's a classic.
We
question.
compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else we
Yeah, I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
yeah, see where we are and what we, you know, like nothing's set in stone forever. Maybe this one is, but we'll see. You know.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see. So a question that I saw that was interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way to report them? And the kind of like, the example was like they had a specific transfigured skill gem as like an ice golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launched. So
Right.
just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like,
Unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like they should
I
get attention
swear
eventually,
I am
but it's
not
like,
trying to be
we
a
have,
Jonathan
like, you know,
hater.
I have no idea how many
But
open
he
issues
gives
there are
really
on our bug
weird
tracker.
answers.
It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, it will be. And like this is one of those things where like
complicated games.
Like, just say-
we have this thing
just
where
say
it's
we
like,
can't
okay,
fix every bug, but yeah,
here's something
please
that
keep
might
reporting.
affect
You know what I mean?
0.1%
Like,
of players.
don't say it's
and,
hard with a
like,
live
it's really,
service
really
game.
hard to prioritize
Come
that
on.
over like, you know, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So
No game game is bug free.
People do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get some
You
of them.
might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems. Could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up, and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But often sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt and how something with conversion and dexterity, and not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like, now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? No, just kind of just
and,
that.
and you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we want doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this like when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled.
Jeez.
I don't know what to do with this. One day there used to be this optimism of like, one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, obviously we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it. So if people do care a lot about it, then obviously we'll get some attention.
So to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important?
Generally, most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
That is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
So if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report forum.
The slash bug in game comes with like a thing, but that's more about like terrain issues or like something to say, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is this weird thing here. And it does give us a like recreate of the level so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like if slash bug going a skill is broken or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like if it's like broken and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way, and then there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more affinities. Is this something?
You said dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stash. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
You had the quad one. You want to?
I want a halfway between that. That's too much.
Halfway between that.
Duels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. Tab. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a gray area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like, I mean, we've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know, I think that might be it. Like, until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort. People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. Within Armor,
I
you wanna
actually
look at it,
kind
see
of
what the
agree with
mods are,
this.
and then
I've
make a
heard the
decision.
complaints,
And
especially
sure, a lot
because
of people put it in the
last
tab and then
Epoch
and then
has
look at it later and make the
complete
decision.
and
I
100%
understand with
auto
the trade system
sorting.
before, what actually people were doing is just dumping it, and then if they
I
get spam for messages, then looking
actually
at it.
feel what
You
he's
know,
saying
there's
here,
stuff like that.
where
But yeah, I do want to make sure
something
that
is
you're actually
lost
reading the
when
modifiers,
everything
assessing if it's a
auto-sorts.
good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, you could argue, well,
That's
I
the
can look
feeling
at
I
it
got
and
in
then
last
control it
Epoch.
to sort. But you know, I think
And
we
then I
kinda
just
drew
have
the
this
line at
like to
equipment. And
do,
again,
go
I suspect
actually
a lot of
look at
people will
what's
be
in
like,
my inventory,
well, you
like
should
in my
change that,
stash.
and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and you know, we'll be at a disagreement there. And again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So that might just be.
I actually think this is a
where it
pretty
is,
valid
and I don't know.
philosophy
We can
take on this.
reevaluate in the couple Q&As from
But
now.
it's
you know what I
easy
mean?
for people to
on the
be like,
Affinities
this is
tab,
just quality of life
on the
horribleness, you know?
Affinities side of things, chat's mentioning that there's like a few in POE 1 that are kind of missing, maybe like.
But there is
incubating.
something
no,
to
no, they
everything
are
not
missing
being
it as our
auto-sorted.
intention to add this.
Okay, yeah.
For that, more like fungibles and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
non
But you know,
stuff, that it is an intention to add that.
ARPG
yes.
players also like
Yeah. So
picking up
probably
loot
the
off
way
the
to
we
ground,
did that
and
in
I
POE
don't
too.
like that.
We were always like, oh, we're going to release the stash tab.
I'd be happy if when I go to leave the area, I get a pop-up listing all of the equipment that's in the zone, and it's like, which of this do you want to actually pick up?
And add some affinities that aren't,
And which of this do you
that
want to
don't
send
have
to your
stash tabs
stash?
for sale or
I would love that.
Done some really good click-based quality of life, less clicks. I'm always keen to see, like, for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky.
I'm not a fan of picking up
something
stuff
that
off
was
the ground,
asked was the idea of consolidating,
which is like
in particular
blasphemy to
seems
even
like it's pretty
have
painful
that
to farm for
opinion
people that enjoy
as
that,
an
but, you know,
ARPG
you can only do
player.
it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I
maybe.
think we did do something with that, and
Yeah.
it came up when we initially were
But I'm
speaking.
basically a fake ARPG player anyway,
Things
so.
that are just like easy wins and improvements.
Yeah.
It came up. I just don't have 100% memory recall on if we decided to do it like now. It might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just
I'm
be
so
like
excited for
already.
these patch
Like,
notes.
I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. You know, higher more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway. So hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar and will come
Right.
soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like what?
Yeah, I just
we need
double-checked,
10
by the
quality
way,
of life improvements
The
for each.
key,
update,
I
right?
can get
It's like, bare minimum.
start downloading
I like this, it's been
Katamari.
paying
Should be
off.
able to
I think
download it.
it's,
At 6
You get those nice
my
little
time,
teasers, like
so.
pretty hype building in the lead up
Less
to it.
than
Like,
30
oh,
minutes.
Yes, give me that quality
So
of
it'll
life.
actually line up pretty
So
good
It's
with
juicy.
very important for a game again with so much replayability and
wrapping
people
up
coming
and
back and
everything.
playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, you know, this obviously doesn't need to be this way.
It's all the little things that erode your enjoyment over time.
And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now. We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You know, you don't want it to become a spreadsheet. For sure, but at the end of the day,
And I
you
heard
don't
that
want it to just
China's version of
more and more
POE1,
content, it's going
they
to
have pets you can buy.
everything will have their little thing. It's going to become
that
growingly more annoying over time. So it's
pick up
important
loot or
as
something
you
for
add some
you.
things that require,
And I've heard
manual
people
intervention. You start
that
removing some of
play
the other ones
in the
and
West
streamlining
who
them,
want
and
that
that's-
same
So
feature.
it's because the game is
But
so
it's kinda
replayed for
controversial.
so
Some
long,
people
it's
don't want
really,
it.
Really, really important at this point that we are addressing.
Some people really like
as many things as we can
individually
per league,
clicking to pick up
to
all
make
the
sure
loot.
that you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for.
Also over
all
here, it
these
would need to
changes.
not be a
yeah, good.
paid
Sweet
feature. It would
relief.
have to be like
Those ones are always a good
Free,
win,
which-
but like some of them,
would have all kinds of
Spectre
problems.
thing and the heist thing. There's so many that are just
Or
like
like
I mean,
introduce
they're
new
not-
work,
they QOL,
I guess.
Yeah,
for them.
kind of. I mean, they do improve
I
quality.
feel
of
like
life
you
to
could
some
just
regard,
have a
but
default
there's
one
honestly
that's
kind of
free
balance as well.
that has
It's
the
just
function, and then you
it doesn't need
you
to be this way
pay to
anymore.
get, like,
so let's just change it.
skins.
But yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
We try and think of
but
as many as possible.
they wanted
I love
that.
my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many
I
recently.
feel
so
like the
feel
fact
free to
that they
put some more
haven't
bingo
brought it
cards
to
through.
to
I love the
us
ideas.
is probably that
bingo
they don't
cards.
actually
If you
like
don't
the
have 20,
feature,
it doesn't
but
have to
that
be a 5x5
the
grid. You can make a 2x2
the
bingo
China
card. It
community
can,
likes
if you can't
it,
think of more
and
than
that's
4
why they
things.
have it in there.
Or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card. It's also fine.
Stretching the
But
definition a little bit.
A
you know,
single
we do
cell
take a
bingo
moment to sit
card.
down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something. So yeah,
It's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and yeah, we go. I think this time around we got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious
That's the
thing.
big
But
one, yeah. Woohoo, pretty nice. So, thank you very much, guys, for the chat
Yeah,
today. I look forward to
asynchronous
playing
trade.
some
Like,
more.
I'm so excited to
And,
actually
we'll see you
enjoy
fine,
it
folks,
because
in,
I feel like I've been
27.
complaining about that day one. of
well, thanks
playing
everyone for
Path of
watching.
Exile.
Thanks again, and
Hopefully, you
Awesome.
guys enjoy the game.
Enjoy the
See you later,
game.
folks.
Yeah.
All right. Amazing. One second here. Let's do. This is fine. 1 second. Let's pull up the patch notes. Patch notes. Okay, we'll give that a second. Let me get the. See if I can get the download going for Katamari. It might be too early still. I think it's exactly at 6 when I can like unlock it. Boo-doo-boo-boo. Yep, exactly at 6. Okay, we'll wait on that. See if I can find the patch notes. For POE 1, that's POE 2. Where the heck is POE 1? Patch notes. Oh, here they are. Wait, what? No? Boop, boop, boop. I don't see it at all. No. I think they just haven't added it yet. All right. We'll just chill. Yeah, I'm excited to play more. I do feel a little bit like it's been so long since I've played that I'm like I have to relearn the game. It feels like it's been so long. Let's see if I can pull up. Let's see. I will probably try to play like, a new version of my favorite build. I definitely want to play something where I use Cyclone. I just love Cyclone. Whether that's Ice Storm Cyclone or not, I don't know. But yeah. So I'm trying to get this pulled up. Yeah, I'll probably do my Ice Storm Cyclone CI shenanigans because I just I love it. Usually the patch notes are already here like the second they end. Maybe I'm just blind. Let me see if anybody else is looking at them. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, no one's looking at them yet. I do want to I want to rewatch the trailer because it always happens so fast. Go to their Oh yeah, they talked about the assassin reveal. I didn't see that. Where was that? Hold on. Was that on the maybe that was on the website? What's this? Let me do a crop so you can read it better. There you go. Story stuff. There's the Genesis tree. A handy upgrade. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Destroy the hives. Yeah. Like Minnie said, I love the aesthetic of this for sure. Kinetic rain. So they're only showing us 3. One of them is from my favorite league, though. So let's see what this is. So, okay, this makes sense. So there's 3 for bear, and I forget what they are, the animals, but for the 3 different, I think there's 4 animals though, and there's only 3 here. Rage on attack hit, more max rage, lose all rage on reaching max rage, and gain adrenaline for 1 second per 10 rage. Skill supported by Unleash, which I think usually I did support with Unleash. Gain frequency, 5% more damage each time their effects reoccur, plus 3 maximum number of seals. Elusive and 50% chance to be removed from you at 100% effect. 50% increased stealth while elusive. I don't know if that's good. Skills gain added chaos damage equal to 20% of life cost. Oh, when I was reading this really fast during the presentation, I didn't see that part. I was like, could you just be a 1 life build and just blast whatever this is? If life cost is not higher than the maximum. I see. Yeah, so you can't just... You'd have to actually be a life build for this to be good. It's probably for the best. Unaffected by curses, can't use amulets. Unaffected by curses is crazy though, but giving up an amulet's crazy as well. Unaffected by poison. I'm chaos and knock. I don't care about poison. +1 ring slot's crazy. Unaffected by bleeding, can't use belts. +1 ring slot. I feel like can't use belt ring slot would be the way to go. Amulets are way more valuable. I mean, so is the benefit. Unaffected by curses is way more like beneficial, but unaffected by bleeding is okay. I'm like trying to think what I normally have on my belt, like what I would be giving up, and I don't actually know off the top of my head. Like last time I played the Chaos and Cyclone Ice Storm build, like what was on my belt? But I don't remember. But I know my amulet, my rings were like hugely important. So I don't think I could ever give that up. But yeah, maybe like utility flasks. Flasks are really strong though. Like, and you're basically, if you do this one, you're giving up 5 item slots, right? Like that's crazy. I don't think you want to do that. But the belt, at least you're only giving up 1 item slot. Oh, interesting. Debuffs you are unaffected by can still be placed on you, but will not actually apply their effects. Interesting. So does that mean effects that get increases because you have another effect on them would still happen? Like if something consumed a bleed, it would still consume a bleed because you were technically still bleeding. You're just unaffected by the bleed. But yeah, +1 ring slot's crazy. I feel like this is going to be the strongest one, even without seeing the other 7 ascendancies, simply because you can add a ring slot. I don't know how good the rest of this is because I'm not good at, I'm not smart enough, but oh, ring slot just seems crazy. Reduced soul gain, prevention, duration. Yeah, I wonder if like I've always wanted to do like the sort of like builds that are kind of known for in Delph, which is usually Val Lightning Strike, I think, is usually what people do. They do like armor stacking and they do Val Lightning Strike. Um I've always wanted to try one, but it's a lot to get into because it is I mean, it's basically the reason people do it is because Delve is the hardest content in the game if you go deep enough. So they're just like trying to find ways to combat the quote unquote infinite scaling difficulty. It does technically have a limit, but let's see. 3 new Ubers. I wonder how the refunding with gold's gonna make it easier. How much easier it will be to swap strats because of the gold thing. Oh, it's not here. Did I miss it? I thought the Assassin's rework thing was on this page, but I guess not. Was it here? Oh yeah, the bestiary thing is the other thing. I'm like, I could go beasts because now you don't need to buy the item to itemize beasts. Where did they release the assassin thing? Whatever.
Well, I was not expecting to be making this video today, but GGG have dropped the long-awaited...
I'm just gonna post this video, but I'm not gonna watch this video. I just want to read what it says. Okay, toxic delivery. Poison you inflict with critical strikes deals 20% more damage 5% increased poison duration for each poison you inflict up to the maximum of 100%. Recover 0.5% of life per poison affecting enemies you kill. Is that new? Problem is, I don't know what's new because I didn't know this class very well. All damage from hits can poison. I think that existed. 40% of damage taken recouped his life. Whoa. Unaffected by damaging ailments? Wait, what? Am I misunderstanding that? Gain elusive on critical strike, 100% increased elusive effect. You take no extra damage from critical strikes while elusive. Okay. The defenses sound really good for this. To my dumb brain. Trigger level 30? Is that 30 or 10? Assassin's mark on attack, critical strike against a rare unique. And you have no mark. Mark skills cost no mana. Marked enemies cannot evade attacks. Wow. Gain a power charge on critical strike. And on not critical strike. And +1 power charge. Okay. Base spell, crit chance of spells equal to that of main hand weapon. Damage from your critical strikes cannot be reflected. Interesting. There's some interesting sound, like the defenses on this sound really interesting to me. Huh. We still don't have patch notes? Excuse me? Oh, that's POE 2. Why is this so confusing to look at? Okay, here we go. I am in the right place. Is it not going to be here? Oh, whatever. I want to watch this again.
We, the keepers of the flame, serve the will of the dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep. But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world. We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords. And by his gifts, the dreamer provides.
Oh, you gotta love the tree.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
My skills look really good. Okay, wait, hold on. So we saw this one. I'm assuming the one on the left is Sanctum. The one on the right is probably Abyss or something, or like from Abyss. Okay, this middle one is definitely oh my god, what, I forget what it's called. The fog mechanic. Why can't I think of what it's called? I never do it because it's timed. But that one, the fog mechanic. And then Expedition is what that one looks like. The one on the left is Breach. Okay, so they showed 6 of them there, one of which we see in depth later. There's supposed to be 10. So, like, is Delve gonna have one? I also wonder, too, so certainly thematically, they are themed around the League itself, because like we saw with like the I'm forgetting what things are called. God. Sacred Grove, but what is the mechanic called? I don't even know. I've never even played POE before in my life, apparently. But we saw with that one that like it was themed around the animals the same way the League mechanic is. But I wonder how much the actual mechanics of the Ascendancy are inspired by it. So like if you think about Delve, is it going to be more about like supporting you delving? If that makes it like I guess that's really my question is like, are you going to be better at the League mechanic you got the Ascendancy from because of the Ascendancy? Is my if that's like one of the goals of each one, that would be interesting. And then this was
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now.
Trailer.
Iconic history in PoE. Monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breachlord. Limbs,
like
you'll notice,
lore.
has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this, and in gifts are breached as the complete harness, or this.
Okay. Yeah, like these look really strong.
But they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way
I do struggle. I think most of the time you're not going to want the skill. You're going to want the buff, I would think. But I guess it depends on how crazy the skills are.
Fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control.
Yeah.
For example, the Battering All Graft.
Yeah, I saw these numbers and I was like, has it been that long since I played PoE? Because those numbers look crazy. And then they were talking about it like, oh, okay. Create 4 hands. I guess the other thing about this is like timing, right? Because if you got something like this early on, I guess it would probably be just lower level because it does have a level tied to it. But like, if you got, maybe these are better early on versus later, and then later you probably, if you were like min-maxing later, you probably don't want the skill unless you're making one of these skills core to your build somehow, and then otherwise you're going to want the buffs like attack speed or, you know, damage pen, stuff like that.
Will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power,
Command a graft to be called for a devastating tornado which rapidly deals cold damage to enemies inside. When you critically strike with an attack while tornado is active, it will fire off a nova of icicle projectiles. And this is a cold spell. Yeah, like I don't know, maybe this would work well with Ice Storm. I don't know.
You could consider the Squalling Tool Graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado, which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills.
It sounds like it would be
For some
good.
further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming...
Also, like, they said stats don't apply to these, but surely other types of scaling apply to these, right? Like, if I scale in my passive tree, cold damage, surely that scales with a cold, graft skill. Even if my int or whatever doesn't scale with it. Like, is there literally no scaling with them? Because that seems like that would just never be good.
Graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zothgraft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive.
I don't know if I was talking over it originally or what. I completely missed this part. That you can craft. So currency items are crafting items, but now we're going for a full circle. You can craft a crafting item.
To sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair. Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies.
Yeah.
However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep.
Oh, shoot. Let me see if I can... see if I can download Katamari. Boo, boo. Katamari. Oh, hey. Immediately installable. Isn't that nice? Oh, it's really small too. Okay. That's good to go. I do really want to see the patch notes though. Before I swap over. Sorry. I have so many tabs of things. All right. I see patch notes. Okay, good, good, good. Go back here. Put this on so that it zoomed in a little bit. Okay. Probably zoom in a little bit more, huh? How can I do this? Um, He's still playing? Good, good. Ooh. I don't know how to do this easily. I don't know how well you guys can see that. I know I'm blind as heck, so I would struggle, but here, I'll do this. There we go. Okay. Let's see. So we got Keeper of the Flame stuff. Oh, look! I was literally talking about this. So this is the case. I don't know if they added this last league too. Like I don't know if this is a new thing because I didn't play last league, but that means I can start hardcore and then just continue. Oh, nope, it says standard. It says wait. I don't know. I'm going to try starting hardcore. We'll see what happens. I'll probably die very quickly anyway because yeah, I think POE is harder. POE 1 is harder to do hardcore if you don't have the knowledge. So it's funny because I've heard from people that are like actually good at Path of Exile that POE 1 is easier in hardcore than POE 2. And it's funny, it's the reverse for me because there's less information I have to know in POE 2 for me to be mediocre at hardcore. Whereas POE 1, if you have the knowledge, it's easier, but if you don't have the knowledge, it's much harder. That's my opinion, at least. But yeah, so I guess I'll start hardcore because why not? All right, dexterity skill, dexterity, intelligence. Okay, so these are all just new skills. Are these graph skills or just new skills? I guess these are just new skills. Thunderstorm. Okay, so we saw a lot of these, if not all of these. I think. Yeah, I'll do one hard POE 1 hardcore. Yeah. But if I die, it should go to, if I'm understanding correctly, it should go to non-hardcore and I can just keep playing the characters. So I'm just going to start hardcore, I think. I'll just do hardcore trade. And then see how far I get and then just go from there. Let's see. Force. I'm glad we're getting a good amount of like just new skills. That should be interesting to see. 20 new uniques. 3 new wand base types, and they were talking about these. These are going to be like physical wands so that they don't roll caster modifiers. Physical damage wands. For kinetic spells. 6 new ring base types. Interesting. 5 new div cards. New currencies, because we definitely need more of those. Bunch more currencies. Okay, asynchronous trade. I love how asynchronous trade is just one line of these patch notes. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. Okay, and Faustus gets added to your hideout if you meet him in King's March or Act 6. Okay. We get the in-game trade market interface. Oh yeah, and this was one of the things that they mentioned in the quality of life is that you'll have like an identify all items NPC. But oh, it does not require any scrolls of wisdom. Yeah. Okay, so it basically is PoE 2. And now we don't have to worry about scrolls of wisdom basically at all. Fantastic. Fantastic. In each town. So like I guess from the very beginning, yeah. That's amazing. That's huge quality of life actually. Yeah, it's really funny because I don't know if I played since I started doing this like on stream for you guys, but like I've gotten to the point in PoE 2 that when I start a new character, I literally don't identify hardly anything. I just throw it in my stash until I unlock the ability to talk to the dude to identify everything. And then I identify everything through him. Because like I'm just like, you know, it's just like, okay, I'll just wait because why spin the scroll when I don't need to. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see this in PoE 1. It sounds like you don't even need to unlock it. You're gonna get access to this even earlier, much earlier than you get access to it in PoE 2. So that'll be interesting. Oh, never mind. Only after you've reached Mervale's Cavern. Okay, so it's still a good ways into the game. That's too bad. I guess I'll do what I do in PoE 2. That's fine. That's fine. Still, we don't have to like worry about wisdom scrolls as much. Or at all, really. Like we'll worry about them until we unlock that, and then we will not care about wisdom scrolls whatsoever. Which I'm totally happy with. Oh, they added new affinities, even though they said they didn't. Incubators, scouting reports, ritual items, sanctum tomes, research, and settlers items. Oh, nice. A new tab in the fragments stash tab for betrayal fragments. Perfect. Okay, we can refund the whole passive tree. They talked about that. Interesting. I didn't know that you could play this on Mac. Yeah, every time they put this line in the patch notes, and it's a massive, the amount of work behind this one line in the patch notes, crazy. Defeating specific in-game bosses, okay. Okay, so they're not actually going to tell us anything about them here? I'm surprised. Okay. Okay. Uber versions of bosses. All right. Bunch of super in-game stuff that I may never even get to be honest. Let's see. Map tiers and locations have been shuffled, of course. Yeah. All that stuff's normal. That happens every league. In the Keeper of the Flame League, breach clusters have been removed from the Atlas passive tree. Beyond clusters have been moved from the left side to the right side. Interesting. Okay. The straight and narrow notable Atlas passive has been reinstated for Keepers of the Flame. I don't know what notable that is. Okay, they've switched a delve node to give you more sulfide instead of wait. Oh, they just removed something from a delve thing. They removed another thing from a delve thing and replaced it with chance for double sulfite. Delve getting some love. More rare monsters. 2% increase. More pack size. Okay, cool. Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from the Breach Blessings. Blessings now only upgrade Breach Stones. Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. I don't even know what that means. Actually. I don't even know what that means. Oh. Characters are now required to have entered Highgate in Act 9 in order to open safe houses at Jun or enter safe house portals at a map device. Huh. Let's see. Harvest. Harvest! That's what the league was called. Couldn't remember what the league I spent most of my time doing in Path of Exile was called. Harvest. That's what it's called. Will now respect modifiers on items which restrict modifier types as cannot roll attack mods. Okay. That's nice. When rerolling recruits, less chance to have expertise in other job types. Ah, okay. So easier to get specialized people, I assume is what that is. Abandoning warns you about that. Okay, cool. This is so great. Because when I was doing a little bit of the beast stuff, I was like, if you don't know what it's worth, or if you're not sure if you can sell the beast, you're paying a cost to even itemize it at all. So now you can itemize it for free. And so every beast is just value. Like you're not losing money by trying to sell a beast. Beautiful. Love that. They switch which channel the whispers are on so that you can lower the volume on it. That's funny. Let's see. Ooh, nerf to spell suppression. This is huge too. Minion attacks now inherently always hit. Ugh. Minion enjoyers are rejoicing to that line. That's crazy. Obviously they have to remove all the accuracy things from the game for minions. Makes sense. Sources that specified other rings have been changed to clarify they work with the opposite ring instead. That just sounds like gibberish to me. Cyclone of Tumult. Cyclone damage buff. Best skill in the game. Okay, tons of changes. Actually, not as many changes as I would expect to skill balance here. Let's see, Hex Blast. Okay, interesting. What else is jumping out at me here? Concoct, Hex Blast, Mirror Arrow. Siege Ballista, Shield, Crush of the Chieftain. No Lightning Arrow touch. Mouse Cyclone also gets a buff. Support Gems. No longer has supported skills deal more damage while leeching. Okay. The tiniest of energy shield related nerf, I guess. Very tiny. Okay, a couple changes here. 3 things just completely removed. We saw this. Ah, okay. So this one was changed from 50% to 100. Okay. I thought Mistwalker sounded familiar, but I didn't know it well enough to know for sure. 30% chance. Previously 20. Okay, so this again just a buff. Okay, that's a minor nerf to more damage. But then it gives you this life regen. And like a different kind of buff. Interesting. I think this is overall a buff. I'm pretty sure. Especially for the survivability aspect of it. Okay, this is new. I thought this wasn't new because I thought there was something that maybe it was Deadly Infusion that was similar to this, but maybe it wasn't all damage from hits. Maybe it was something else. But I thought there was something previously that made you poison things. New notable knife in the back. Okay. Yeah, so all this was new. Interesting. Okay. So all the other stuff there was pretty much just brand new. Okay, did Trickster get... This is what I played before, which is a very meta ascendancy. I played this ascendancy, but I was playing an off-meta skill with this ascendancy the last time I played a bunch of POE. Heartstopper got a buff? A buff? Oh my god! I thought we were gonna get a nerf. Oh. Soul Drinker nerf. Huge nerf. They just removed it entirely. Okay. Notable no longer has spell suppress. Prevent. Wait. No longer has plus 20% chance to suppress spell damage and now has prevent 15%. Oh. Oh. I don't know if I'm going to be playing Trickster. One step ahead, now has your action speed is at least 90%. Previously 108 of nearby monsters. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Very minor change to Saboteur. I mean, cooldown recovery rate is, I think, a pretty difficult stat to get, though, so. Elementalist. Whoa! That's a very strong nerf to this. I don't know the last time I even played an Elementalist, but that's a big cut. Let's see, Necromancer. Okay, big buff for Necromancer. Corpse Pact. Pathfinder changes. Looks like buffs. Warden. Okay, a little survivability buff. Oh, they removed a mana reservation for a skill. Seems like a big buff. I never played Warden. That's relatively new. The Warden. But also it's just in the part of the tree I don't go to, pretty much. Okay. Unique item changes is my most important item in here. Nope, I don't think so. I don't even remember its name, but I don't think it's in here. the staff that gives me Ice Storm. Item changes. Boop, 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 boop. Ruthless specific changes. Okay, monster changes. Refactored to have monsters with physical damage converted to elemental damage, scale with monster modifiers and map modifiers that grant physical damage gained as an extra element. In general, these modifiers will have far less effect on high-level monsters that convert most all of their physical damage to a specific element. Monsters nerfed is what I read. Just resulting in less life but more damage. I don't know what that is. Oh, these are the new bosses. That's why I don't know what they are. Okay. From last league that I didn't play. Okay, cool. League modifiers. Okay, that's fine. All right. So these two are early skills because they're from Nessa. Wait, is Siren's Cadence Act 1? I think so. Oh, these three are all. Yeah, okay. Act 2. Clarissa. Okay. Added an option in gameplay settings to prevent the game from pausing during gameplay. Huh? What does that mean? Prevent pausing? You can disable pausing? Is that so like when you open the passive tree or something, it doesn't, you could make it not pause? I don't remember if they added that or not to POE 1 from POE 2. I think they did. So maybe that's what that is? I'm not sure. Ooh, cursor size is slider. I make my cursor very large because I'm old and blind. I make it a different color and I make it large. Okay. Bug fixes. All right. Yeah, I'm a little sad because the thing I really wanted to see that I came here for, they did not give us. We did not get to see the bloodlines. That was pretty much why I wanted to come look. I mean, I wanted to check if anything like major changed, of course, but them not showing this, I don't know. It'll be fun. Everybody will figure it out, you know, day one or whatever. But I wanted this. I wanted more bloodline info. Oh well. All right, let's switch to this. I think the old Katamari is ready. Yep. It is all downloaded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on break. I'm going to swap categories, change title, all that good stuff. And then we're going to play some Katamari. So I'll be back.
on the edge, but I can't let go. I can't leave you hanging all alone. It's running through my veins, feel it in my heart. I know you're the poison to my soul. Ooh, I can taste on your lips that you're poisonous, yeah, it's true. And it's killing me slowly, but I can't stop loving you. I want you to poison me some more.
All right. Back. I actually cannot believe how much the timing worked out. Since these are like totally unrelated things that I'm doing today. Playing the new Katamari game and watching the Path of Exile live event. But it is downloaded. Let me get this up and running. Properties. Okay. Make sure it doesn't deafen y'all. That was incredibly loud. It's gonna be like a bad resolution for a little bit here. It's not letting me change it yet. God, I'm so excited! New Katamari! Ooh. Oh my god. Is this like the... What's that anime? It's like that anime's opening. That super popular anime. Ooh. Get to be on both. Oh, I'm so excited. Welcome back. Look at father. David, hey. Oh, what was that? We got like items, magnet pickups. I'm so excited. Yeah, let's go. Okay, can I fix the... Take all my information. Okay. Options. Well, those aren't helpful. Okay, there we go. This is fine. Yes. Okay. Okay. Look at that picture. Oh, it's like piano Katamari theme. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it. What the heck? Oh, gorgeous. Oh my god, what a gorgeous version of the Katamari theme. I love that. Let's make a ban save. We'll making a new save in ban. Yes, I am. Yeah, anybody, let me repeat that again. So we had a Ravenfall server crash. If you have been enjoying Ravenfall with us, you will need to rejoin. For whatever reason, this time when it crashed, it did not recover all the players like it has every other time before. So exclamation point join, get back in there. It will remember whatever you were doing before. So you can go ahead and do that, but yeah, you'll have to get back in there.
The Great Cosmos, a world of mystery. The guardian of this gorgeous, beautiful, and brilliant great cosmos is loved by you and me, him and her, by mom and dad, and everyone else. Somewhat popular, stylish, eccentric, the king of all cosmos, mighty king of kings.
Mighty king of kings.
Even in the face of various perils, our fabulous king has come to the great cosmos' rescue, alongside His Highness's son, the prince, time and time again. 'Tis a story of love and peace,
love and peace, parent and child,
body and soul across the whole wide world.
I need to change the audio balance.
Katamari Damashi.
Jamashi. Yeah, this is the new one.
And even today, we find the king with the queen and the prince
released like
tidying up the royal abode
40 minutes ago. I'm so excited. We're getting like a level preview before we go. Also, inanimate objects are moving. Well, the prince. How's that cleaning coming along? Us? We're making fabulous progress. See how orderly and tidy this is? Wowies, this thingy. We haven't seen it in ages. Oh, this too. We thought we'd lost it. And this? What is it? A mushroom-shaped toy of sorts? Don't glare at us like that. We're making progress, you know. The prince, no goofing off. Use this Katamari to tidy things up. What? The controls? You've forgotten how to play again? Okay, fine. We'll instruct you once more. Simply take that Katamari and roll it forward and backward. Back and forth. Left and right. See? It rolls. So roll it. Oh, no. Normal. Usual. Yes, just like that. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, we roll with living beings. Yes, we do. Just like that. Okay, we always believed in you. Next, roll up some stuff to make your Katamari bigger. Our name is still the Prince. Yep. Ooh, I feel fast. The modern Katamari is zippy. I'm too fast. Someone slow me down. Having just replayed the other ones, the minor differences are very, like, apparent to how it feels. Okay, this size should be just fine, we presume. Next, go ahead and, yes, roll atop that book. A vast world awaits. Roll onward, up and away. Go on, quickly, quickly. This room won't clean itself, you know. Right, now we learn to climb. Yes, yes. Why, you're fabulous. Next, try dashing, whirling, experiment with various moves. Press LT while rolling to make the... Oh, thank God I don't have to do the thing from the old games. Okay, that's a good... Okay, I can still do the old one if I want. That's fine. Okay. But I'm not doing the old way. It was so hard to dash in the old way. Okay, and then Prince turn. Oh. Okay, that's you. Okay, that's your print view. It lets you take a look around. Use it to make sure you haven't missed any spots. So I'm too smart for these things. Katamari. Oh. Ah, why? It's a fabulous looking magnet! This we saw in the intro. This is gonna be crazy. What does it do? Don't ask us. Try rolling it up, the prince. Surely something lovely will happen. Probably, more than likely. Oh my god, I'm so excited for this. Freebies serve various functions. They can increase your Katamari speed, suck up nearby items, and more. Use them if you get the chance. This is a very exciting addition to Katamari. I did not know this was going to be a thing. I did not know anything about this game other than it was a new Katamari game. They really didn't have to do much to make me happy. But I am excited by the concept of item pickups. Where am I going? Put me down. Where am I? Here? Excuse me. I believe those were bunnies that were sushi. Nearby things you can roll up will stick to your Katamari. Oh! So it's like you just have it for a while and then you roll around? Oh, I use it like this. Okay, activate it. Woo! I'm bad at this. Aw, your magnifier is gone. It was fun while it lasted. What might that be? Oh, it's just Cosme. In case you're unaware, this is one of your cousins. What was this little munchkin moseying over here for? Halt! You're dirtying the place. After we've just tidied up. Prince, roll up that filth this instant. You can play as cousins too. They come in all sizes. Okay. Take some, folks. Got him. Rolled up Cosme before things got dirty. This cleaning thing, by the way, we are sick and tired of it. The king wishes to do something else. So listen, the prince. You have this much time remaining. Finish this off nice and speedily. Oh, the prince, if you get sick of cleaning too, we recommend pressing X. Alrighty, get back to work. Alright. that? Well, now that I can run easily, I need to, like, remember I can do it easily. But also, that is how you get stuff knocked off. Though I haven't seen anything get knocked off of him yet. And he didn't mention it, so maybe it's not part of this. I am rolling in an incredibly strange fashion. I had a limp for a moment. No, I'm not big enough, father. That's about it. That was a decent display of skills, even for you, the prince. Well done.
By cleaning everything, they discover things from years past, of unknown origin, and other random things. Then His Highness unearths a peculiar scroll. No longer interested in cleaning, His Highness began toying with the scroll and showing off various tricks, twirling it round and round. This trick and another trick. Oh, what a talented king!
So talented.
He performs marvelous tricks. Then, for the grand finale, His Highness flung the scroll high into the air. With tremendous force, the scroll soared, crashing through the ceiling, ascending through the clouds, obliterating all in its path. Higher and higher
Father.
it flew.
Father, what have you done?
Until...
No, Father. Father, no. No, not again, Father. Oh, no, not Earth. Oh, no, everything. Father. My God, look at him. Who are we, they ask. Is our introduction even necessary? Hailing from the great cosmos, yes, it's everyone's favorite. The king of all cosmos. Father broke the galaxy again. As of late, our love for traditional theater has blossomed, you see. We just loosely quoted a kabuki play. Did you get the reference, the prince? Yes, that's us. Kabu King of Kabuki. You're too small to understand. Let's change the subject. Alas, an unfortunate accident occurred. We tossed a scroll into the cosmos and mistakenly obliterated the stars. Talk about deja vu. This is getting annoying. All the stars we worked tirelessly to save. Not only that, but also the Earth and the Moon. Gone. You see, that scroll we hurled, it was the Cosmos Scroll. There's data stored within from generation to generation, from the birth of our outer space itself to the Earth's history in full. This realization gave us a brilliant beyond brilliant idea. If you roll your Katamari in other eras and collect memories of Earth, we could restore the Earth. We could bring it all back, maybe. How do we travel back in time, you ask? Well, after cleaning up here and there, we discovered a certain contraption. Sure. Behold, the SS Prince. We'll omit the details for now. Long story short, from this ship, we may roll to the past. So, the Prince, what'll it be? Are you going to travel back in time? Will you roll that Katamari around other eras in Earth's history? Regardless, that seems to be our only option at this point. What are you waiting for? Get out there and get rolling. The Earth, the Moon, the stars, the starry sky. Love, peace, hopes, dreams. The past, the future, friends, lovers. Transcending the changing times, we need Katamari. We need Damacy. Roll it all up. Yes, that is indeed Katamari Damacy. Your adventure begins, the Prince. Good luck. We'll be watching. Without further ado, let us begin. Katamari Damacy is back once again. Hey, Zan. It's technically tomorrow, but thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome in. It is 5 years I've been an affiliate tomorrow. Pretty crazy. Dang, you lost your shriek. Are you alive, the prince? It seems we crashed into something. On the bright side, we've reached our target era. Just leave the SS Prince for now. In the meantime, roll us a Katamari. Let's see now. How about this much time to make this big a Katamari? If you can manage, that would be delightful. You may begin, the prince. It's all up to you now. I want to fix the options. Maybe if I do this, and then I turn up. I'm shocked there is not a separate option for voice, but maybe that'll fix it. Did I just cancel my changes? I bet your streak got ruined by, I don't know what Father's saying. He's telling me I have something in the house. I'm gonna change settings more. I want that to be louder. Yeah, yesterday's stream was like really short. That's probably what screwed you over. Oh, this is the crown we misplaced. We have plenty of spares, but they always get lost. Be a dear and roll that up in the Katamari for us, would you? Ah, we're gonna collect crowns in this. Okay. Oh, cutscene. What? What? Oh, there's another crown. Okay. I can't read while I'm Katamari-ing, Father. Focused. I love the magnet. The magnet is my friend. Oh god, I'm stuck. I can't see. Father, I can't see. Father! Father, leave me alone, Father! You made me crash, Father! Father! Father, shut the fuck up! Shut up! Dude, the music's like modern. That opening, I would not be surprised if it's literally like composed by the same people that made the opening for what the heck is that anime called? It's the one everyone's like screaming about lately. Duran something like that. That was interesting. I'm doing poorly. father's gonna send me back to rolling school. I'm also like, I don't have one of the crowns. Dan to Dan, yes. The opening sounded like the Dan to Dan opening. Yeah. I have a ranking? Oh my god. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Don't give me a ranking. You're gonna make me like be a perfection. Oh no, I don't have a no! No, victory, do it! Oh, I see a present. I see a present. Also, like, how the heck do I get to that other crap? It's like outside? How do I get outside? No, father, I'm not ready, father. No! Go for you, the princess. Let's mosey on home. One more time. I need all the things. They're giving me extra objectives. Okay, so they're going out a door. Okay, it's under a thing. Oh! Okay, no, I got this one. There's a third one, I don't know where it is. See, father. Ow. No. What the hell is that? Like a snake in the house? What is that? I think I'm like trapped. Oh, nice. Shut up, Dad. Shut up. I'm busy. I'm working. I really don't know. Here we go. Here we go. Give me all this. Give me all these. I need to get outside. Thing. This again. Pretty buff. What's a present? There it is. Give! Yes! Okay, now we need to get the S ranking. I can get S. I can do S. I did it last time. A weird naked thing. Oh, a cousin. I got a cousin. La la la! I got S. Okay, we're good. I almost didn't get us. Stop crashing into things! What am I even crashing into? Woo! Okay, all done. Did you roll to your heart's content? Good for you, the prince. Let's mosey on home. All done. Ooh. Royal Rainbow got crazy. Look at La La La. How is this pose? Is it pleasing to the eye? Maintaining a cool aesthetic is a must. You should take notes, the prince. Oh dear, we forgot all about the Katamari. Do our eyes deceive us? What a large Katamari. A whopping 28 centimeters. Enormous indeed. We are shooketh. This Katamari is not only large, but also certifiably stylish. Look here. We got a top knot as a present. Fashionable. We always thought this hairstyle would suit you. A gift from our generous heart. Make sure you appreciate it. It's cousin La La La. What were you doing on Earth? What? You were imitating Mitarashi Dengo? We have no idea what you're talking about. This Katamari feels playtime-ish. Playtime Katamari? Is that what's trendy nowadays? We cannot resist the urge to pop this up into the cosmos. So without further ado, up, up, and away. Our first pile of trash in the sky. Amusement Uranus. What a lovely star we wove. It didn't even get tangled. To celebrate your first triumph, we shall award you a king token. Oh. Token. What is this? Oh, please don't make me hungry. That won't make me hungry. What is that? What the? You touched his eel! Get out! Oh, my father, the eel wrangler. What is happening? Oh, what's this? Is this like an overworld? What is this? Oh, it is. We've reached the past. The Japan of yesteryear. Yesteryear. Samurai. Men with top knots. Ninja. Sogadat. Governance. Kabuki. Echigoya. Goya. Macho. Wabi-sabi. And all that jazz. That's all we know. You can wander around and explore. Just don't get lost, okay? Dear, oh dear, we've wedged ourselves in the ground. This may be a problem. Is it broken, perhaps? You, the prince, go take a look. Go on, right now. Walk around the select scroll and search for tasks to complete. Look for ones marked with exclamation points. Clear stage for the first time to receive a kingdom. They might come in handy later. Is it working, the prince? Ah, yes, it appears functional. But it's out of fuel. We can't travel to other eras like this. But if we make stars with our Katamari, we can stock up on energy. Do your thing, the prince. Roll that Katamari like you always do. Alright. Well, here we are inside the SS Prince. Here you can save the game or load a save file and such. There's your collection and the cosmos you're all too familiar with. Just poke around and see for yourself. One more thing. Try that capsule over there. Unleash your inner fashionista. Obtained early purchase bonus cousin customization face. Okay. Oh, I got a bonus for having the remake? Young King. Okay. Autosave in my Katamari game? Crazy. Unheard of. How fabulous, howbeit still tiny. What, you're curious about the telescope and picture story show? Just like before you can view your collection in the cosmos, in addition we have the memorial. Why not give it a look-see? Rather than boring objects and stars, we wish to see some old-timey Edo Japan. We need a dose of kabuki right now. We're growing highly impatient. Let's step inside the time machine and make our way to Edo Japan at once. Okay, you can travel to other areas, customize your looks, or even check your collection when you board the SS Prince. You can express any and all emotions, set your favorite poses and faces. Oh, look, another blurb of text. Seems there is yet another way to roll. Think of it as adding some spice to the game. Did you know that your cousins can roll the Katamari too? That's right, the prince. It means you can easily be replaced. To tell the truth, though, we cannot remember their names. Just kidding. We remember them. All of them, truly. Okay, so we talk to cousins or open the menu and select them. Oh my god, there's so much stuff in this one. Okay. Okay. So, they told me I had a thing. Oh my god, we're gonna do this. I'm the young king. Wait, hold on. Presents. Head. Top knot. There we go. We have a playback. Oh, cool. So you can like set up what your favorite songs are. Okay. Very good. Very good. I mean, I guess I don't need to manually save because it just does it. So, I'm a little confused when we were in here. It said customized, but like... I don't know what that's about. Because it just, when I select it, it just, lets me name it. Okay, and this is like every different object in the game. There are 3,752 unique objects to roll up in this game. We've got memorial. Music. We can rewatch the opening. I just want to hear this song again. This part. Tell me this This doesn't sound like the Dan to Dan opening. Like the style of it. Anyway. Fantastic. Okay, and then... Okay, there's gonna be apparently a shit ton of eras. Okay, and then what's this? Gaze at the stars you've rolled up. Okay. So we can go look at as large as possible. Okay. What is this? Not here yet. Oh, and you can see like what you're missing from each level. Ah, good. How do I leave? Okay. Like that. Dash. This is cool. This looks like it's gonna be much... Lots of roses! Okay, this was the one that I was confused because we didn't find it when I replayed the second one. I bet that's a nod to that level that I was remembering. Unless I'm remembering that level from like a different Katamari, because there's 2 other Katamari games that there are not remakes of on PC. What the heck is this? We got stuff going on in here. I like it. Okay, well, let's see what this is. Hey, Your Highness, I see you working that modern style. I aim to be a modern looking boy too, so I'm researching something. But no matter how much I research, I can't figure out your secret. Spill the beans, Your Highness. How did you become so modern? I've wanted this my whole life. Please tell me, I beg of you. As you clear tasks, your music collection will expand. Okay, as fast as possible. Oh no, timed! Well, we must. Hello, Father. You see yourself in me, Father? You should. I am you, but younger. Behold, an Arab bizarre hairstyles. Do you fancy this, young king? He actually calls me young king. So, something is missing. What is it? Oh, that's it. Rainbow. That hairstyle lacks pizzazz. As king, we must show them our genuine pizzazz. Only then will they realize how pizzazzless their hairstyles are. You know what to do, young king. Roll us a pizzazzy Katamari. Pizzazz. Ready for another roll, young king? It's the old-fashioned house again. Royal rainbow preparation is A-OK. Hurry and make a Katamari this big. Get your roll on, young king. We expect great things from you. Meow! I'm picking up. That's crown. That's crown. Oh, I'm just... Shit. Nah. Ooh. Another crown that I'm too small for, I bet. Oh, I'm not. Great. Ow. I'm gonna be so lopsided. See you up there, my cousin. My cousin. Too small for those. Was getting in my way. God. Find that. Dang it, I'm already out of time? No! No. Do it again. I have so much redoing. There's one of them. I have to remember where I saw the other one. It was over here? Yeah. 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 Okay, and there's a cousin and a third one somewhere that I haven't found. I know where the cousin is. I just don't know where the third is. So, knowing where the cousin is and getting the cousin are two different things. Think I'm big enough to grab him? Dang it! Okay, I do want to check something though. If we do this, and then I come back, do I have to re-get the crowns and stuff, or no? We never grow tired of watching rainbows stretch across the sky. They give Katamari Damacy its signature pizzazz. Anyway, let's talk about this Katamari roll. A time of 1:52, that's prompt, unbelievably prompt. We thought you might be shirking, so we spied on you from the sky. But you were so prompt we couldn't even keep up. Your ultra-fast rolling amazes us. Tears in our eyes. Oh! When I hit the sides, they stop me. That's my problem. The Katamari is Japanese food, so I was actually just going too fast. Japanese food Katamari that has a nice ring to it. You cannot resist the urge to pop this up into the cosmos. So without further ado, up, up, and away. Okay, so I didn't find a royal president. Present. And I didn't get the cousin, and I missed a crown. I'm gonna need you to do this again. Okay. Father, I must go again. Our places to be. We started a different spot. Okay, yes, it remembers the crowns I got. What is that? Sonar. Search for cousins, crowns, and presents used when you're struggling to find something. Oh. Sure, I understand how this works. Okay, the crown's over there somewhere. You get in my mouth. Be bigger. I shouldn't have to go. Oh god, I shouldn't have to go fast. Got it. Okay. Over here somewhere is the crown. Don't seek round. Katamari. Let's go up here. Oh god. I don't see it. I've left the game. Just looking around. I already did this level. I'm trying to get the... There's like collectibles this time around. That they like actually tell you that you're missing them. Side objectives. Okay, well I got the cousin. Well done. Say the fact that I got the cousin. Didn't see the present, didn't see the final crown. Again. Okay, so is there not a president in this one? I think only there's just a crown. Yeah, encore. Eep. Eep. Okay. Okay, good. This shows up every time. Cool. Hey. It's over here. Somewhere over here. Hey! Don't bully me. Oh, it's down. There you are. You're way too big for me. But I know where you are. Yeah, this is a bop. I like it. I think I've completely lost my sense of direction. Is it over here? No. Over here? Yeah. I don't want to get too big because then I'll end the level. Not in here. Down. Got it. Okay. Now we end the level. Gotta get out of here. Need tinier step. Got it. Everything found. All done. I'm getting the impression that this is a much bigger game than the two we played, and I'm pretty excited about it, actually. I just got what he said. We never get tired of watching the rainbow stretch across the sky. Not prompt. He's not impressed. Okay. Okay, we got S before. Keep our good time. Did it. Look, it's got a crown on it now. Ta-da! I assume it's because we got everything. Wow. Oh, you must be the king. Tea is my love. Tea is my life. I live to spread tea. High-class guests are coming soon. I practiced hard for this moment. So hard, in fact, that I forgot to declutter my chair room. I can't spread the... Oh, God. You're talking too fast. Can you help me organize before my guests arrive? Okay, we got a present. Let's go. Let's go. Nom 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 slurp. Green tea and Japanese sweets taste excellent together. Wabi-sabi aesthetic, very Japanese. Oh, young king, hello there. We are busy right now with kingly errands. Young king, can you handle rolling the Katamari for us today? All the clutter here ruins this authentic Japanese aesthetic. A disorderly home means a disorderly mind. Let the rolling commence. Today, your job is to tidy up here. Compared to the castle storeroom house, this really isn't cluttered at all. But still, it bothers us. It bothers our love of order. There are approximately this many pieces of clutter in this room. Roll them up as quickly as possible. This is how we provide excellent service. Get started, young king, and make it snappy. Oh, wait. See our first crown. And I see the present. Got it. Father, I can't see when you talk to me while I'm trying to work. Stops time. Oh. Crown. Okay, all the crowns got. We did not get S time, though. But I got every collectible. Playtimes are over. Are the toys all picked up? Everything looks neat and tidy. Let's head home. I'll have to do it again for S. Well, is it clutter-free now? Tea houses must be in tip-top shape, you know. Excellent service. This is an absolute must. Oh, that was fast indeed. 205, was it? Very fast and very clean. We are ultra pleased with this result. Now you know the ins and outs of providing excellent service. Look here, we got a metal headband as a present. That's the coolest. Like a superhero. How handsome is that? A gift from our generous heart. Make sure you appreciate it. It's second cousin L'Amour. What were you doing on Earth? What? You were submerged in tea. We have no idea what you're talking about. We cannot resist the urge to pop this up into the cosmos. So without further ado, up, up, and away! Neat Freak Nebula. A star without a speck of clutter. Gorgeous, isn't it? Celebrate your first triumph, we shall award you a king token. The SS Prince is now pumped with oodles of fuel. Perhaps we can hop to another era soon. You're doing fine, young king. Simply keep rolling like you do. Oh, about the present you rolled up just now. We took great care in choosing that with our superior fashion sense. You'll look fabulous, we guarantee it. Jump in the dressing room and try it on. What's up, what's up? Huh. I'm looking great. I have to get S. I have to get S. We got everything in one go. But we got A. We got A. So, is it going to play... Change playback mode. Okay, let's go to shuffle. Here we go. Yes, that's what I want. I was like... It seemed like it was just playing the same song. It was a good song, but I want to hear them all. I'm too small. Do better. Get up. No. One left. One left. There it is, there it is, there it is. Amazing time. Music in this is by Kamiko. I listened to them, didn't know they did this. Oh, cool. Yeah, it sounds like music I've heard in like anime and stuff. But like not an exact song that I've heard. I made him cry. This one's better. Replace. Oh, are you the famous king everyone speaks of? I am but an ordinary old man, but I also appraise something that my mighty high value body of yours is worth a famous... Man, they talk too fast. Worth a whole lot, but not as much as my collection. I have drawers and drawers of high value stuff worth a whole lot. Say, your highness, do you have any eye for valuables? Scoping out valuables? Roll up expensive things. Okay. Saving. Oh, it's young king. What are we doing, you ask? Saving money, that's what. Money is precious and we must protect it. Roll of expensive objects? That's it? What a simple task. Right up our alley. We can appraise items at a glance. Anything, anytime, anywhere. Try it yourself, young king. Time is money. Let's go. Shell Miko? I see the present. Dango dumplings, 6 mon. Soba noodles, 16 mon. White rice, 150 mon. Old currency is so confusing. What is mon? We thought Japan used yen. Let's not get overwhelmed. Roll now, think later. Roll up this many objects and see how much they cost. You might as well roll up the most expensive looking ones you can find. Happy shopping, young king. The rest is up to you. Okay. I imagine the things that are shiny are what I want. Good. Okay. Not time, so. Is this one object? Careful. Shiny. Ooh. Nice. No! I got smacked. Ooh, present. No! How dare you do that to me? Brown. Careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh no. That's a cousin. The bowl is shiny. I don't think I can get it. It's way too big.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Katamari Show.
I think I'm just gonna have to pick up some other things. I don't see valuables. Oh god. Okay, I think I can get this out. Oh, it's on her head. Oh. still too big. Yeah, it was the comb. I need, like, big items. Just to get bigger. There we go. Yeah, I was trying to get that for a while. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I saw another one, but I don't remember where I saw it. There, how do I get up there? Oh no. I can't even see what I'm doing. How do I get up there? It's so high! Come on, Simple. Oh god, I can't see shit. Oh god. How do I get up there? Ah, this is where I saw the other one. There's no shot I get that. But how do I get that? Creeper in the window? What the fuck? Oh, there's like a whole route of weird things in the sky. I got that at least. I don't think I can get up there. I can't even freaking see, man. I can't. I want. Yeah, I can't get over there. Yeah, I just got something random. Oh well. Dang it. Any valuables rolled up in here? Let's go home and find out. Man, I did terrible on getting the collectibles. Well, well, you managed to roll up some valuables. Let's not waste time. Let's get them appraised. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ding. Wowies, oh my god, fabulous. Look at you, young king. You're rich now, just like that. We literally cannot believe this. You must have excellent taste to roll this luxurious Katamari. A knack for appraising value. Yes, indeed, you must have. Looky here, we got a kabuki mask as a present. Very attractive. You will look far more robust than you usually do. A gift from our generous heart. Make sure you appreciate it. It's Cousin Charlie. What were you doing on Earth? What? You were spinning around and around? We have no idea what you're talking about. Fashionish, this Katamari, just like all that stuff on the ground. We cannot resist the urge to pop this up into the cosmos. So without further ado, up, up, and away! Dress up, planet, not bad, gorgeous even. To celebrate your first triumph, we shall award you a king token. Okay, I think this is the beginning of me not trying to 100% this on stream. What's happening to SS Prince? Seems ready to take off and fly to another area. We have no idea where it's going, but let's hop on and go for a ride. They're forcing me to continue anyways, so... We might come back at the end and go get everything from every level, but for now, we shall continue! Oh, wow. Did that horse have an afro? We've reached the pass, the American frontier to be exact. Cowboys, gunmen, sunsets on the horizon, wastelands, rodeos, tumbleweeds, railroads, gold nuggets, and all that jazz. That's all we know. You can wander around and explore, just don't get lost, okay? Unlock new eras by clearing tasks and venture to other time periods drawn on the select scroll. Snork! Thank you so much. Ooh. I, however, am hungry. And I'm gonna go make food. But I'm gonna be back. I'm just gonna go on break and make food. And then we'll play more. It's going so good. We did Path of Exile live event thing happened today, and that was great. I'm planning on playing the new league now. And this game came out, and it's really good so far. It's very robust from what we can see so far. But anyway, I'll be back.
This is the
Okay, I got my food. Let me queue up some videos for us to watch. Let me mute that. So, first one, I've actually already seen this video. But you guys know Alveus because I raid them all the time. They had a big announcement like 3 days ago or something. And here's the announcement. Oop, never mind. Excusez-moi. Good, would be good if you could hear it. There we go.
Hey guys, I'm Maya Higa, and I'm the founder and executive director of Alveus Sanctuary, which is a 501c3 nonprofit animal sanctuary and virtual conservation education center. I founded Alveus in 2021, which was 4 years ago. And 4 years ago, I had no idea.
Isn't it crazy? It was only 4 years ago. She's done so much.
We've rescued amazing animals and we've given them the best lives possible. We've grown this amazing team of staff here, and we have built the best community on the entire internet ever. And because of all of those things, we are now reaching hundreds of millions of people a year.
Only 4.
And teaching them about our natural world and helping them to love our planet and our wildlife the way that we all do here at Alveus. And that's crazy in just 4 years.
She's so young,
But
too.
you guys know that. You guys already know this. You know what Alveus is, and that's not what this video is about. This video is to make an announcement. The biggest announcement that Alveus has ever made. Hi. You can be in the shot, but you have to be like chill about it because this is a really big deal. Okay. No, yeah, that's not being chill. We're gonna relax. Stompy's been here since the beginning. He's allowed to be in the video. This video is to make an announcement. And the announcement is that we are taking the Alveus approach to the wild. And we are doing that by creating the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute. We have expanded and we are developing an entirely new facility with 2 goals: species recovery and advancing conservation technology. So what that means basically is that Alveus will start breeding endangered species at our facility for release into the wild.
Crazy.
So we're going to start contributing, actively contributing to wild populations and saving species, which is, you're stuck in my hair, sorry.
Which is you're stuck in my hair.
Absolute dream. I can't believe that I'm filming this video. I can't believe that I'm saying that to you guys. But that's not even the end of the announcement. There is more. And what's more is that the species that we will be starting our work with at the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute are 2 absolute icons of North American ecosystems: the Mexican gray wolf and the red wolf. That's crazy to say. As of 2025, there are less than 300 Mexican gray wolves left in the wild, and there are less than 20 red wolves left
Less
in the
than
wild.
20 is
These
crazy.
are keystone species. They're so vital for their ecosystems, and without our help, they will go extinct. They need our help. They need it now. It's going to take a lot to develop this facility, and so we are starting a $1 million capital campaign fundraiser to launch the Research and Recovery Institute. We are starting this capital campaign fundraiser in a really cool way, and we're calling it the Pixel Project. By the time you guys are seeing this video on the Alveus website and on, I can't do it when I'm like An emu unplugged my microphone. Sorry. So by the time you guys are seeing this video, on our website and on the Alveus Twitch live stream and YouTube live stream, there will be a canvas mural with 10,000 pixels on it. Each donation of $100 will unlock 1 pixel on our mural, and every pixel unlocked by your donation will display your name, denoting you as one of the first 10,000 vital supporters of the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute. You guys will be able to find your name on your pixel on our website, and we are also putting a giant mural up at the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute with all of your names on it. It is like blowing my mind to make this video right now and tell you guys that this is something that we're actually doing and starting, and I am eternally grateful for all of your support for making Alveus into what it is today. Again, it's only been 4 years, and it's just everything that I could have imagined and so much more. This is by far the biggest thing that we've ever done. This is the biggest thing that I've ever done, not just in my career, in my lifetime. It means absolutely everything to me to do this for our natural world and to do it with you guys. I wouldn't want any other community along for this ride, and I'm so excited. Because of the love that you've shown our ambassadors here at Alveus, I can't wait to see how much you love. Do not unplug my microphone. No, Noli, don't, please. The email unplugged my microphone again. I am so grateful to all of you for building Alveus into what it is and for giving us the opportunity to do so much for our natural world. It really, really needs it right now. You guys have grown to love our animals at Alveus so much, like Stompy, and I can't wait to see how much you love the animals that we're able to bring back to the wild where they belong. Thank you so much for your support of Alveus and of me over the past 4 years, and thank you for all of your support going forward.
Why is this video like an hour long?
Bye, guys. Did you say bye? Say bye. He said bye. He's walking away. Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Oh, this is like a whole thing. I saw that an original announcement.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
But I didn't see the rest of this.
I'm so glad to see so many of you. I was back there and I was really nervous because it's a Sunday, and so I was worried that you guys
we'll keep
had left
watching this.
already. So
I'm
thank
still
you
eating.
for staying this whole time, and thank you so much to coming to this panel. I also have chat watching.
I will say,
up, chat?
so she announced this like 3 days ago.
Hey, guys,
They have
so
already
if I'm looking at
raised
my
$1
phone,
million.
I'm not texting. You know how this goes.
That Pixel Project thing she showed,
so I don't
they
know
did
how
it
many of you have
already.
been watching my streams in the past couple months, but I have been teasing this announcement
Like the
for a very
support
long
was
time.
insane.
We have a lot to talk about today. We have the biggest announcement in Alveus history in my life.
So anyone who says Twitch can't do good things, here you go.
Thank you. I'm so excited. There will be maybe tears. We will see. But I'm not making
Ask
the announcement
Twitch
by myself.
chat
We
to help
have
the
our
animals,
incredible
and they will
Alveus
come.
Staff here at TwitchCon this year, which you guys probably know and love. Yay!
The big
Alveus
cuddly
staff.
There you go.
You guys
Snark,
are gonna be
perfect
clapping
example.
a
Thank
lot
you.
Today. Thank you so much. I don't know who's coming out in what order, so I'm going to introduce them as they walk out. Who do we got first? Oh, it's Connor. He's vlogging, everybody.
Stompy.
Say hi to the vlog,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
Connor
the
is our
emu
Director
was
of Operations
Stompy.
at Alveus Sanctuary. We have Amanda. Also, Amanda is Animal Care Staff at Alveus. This is her first TwitchCon. This is her first TwitchCon panel. Hi, everybody. Amazing. And we have Kayla, our Director of Animal Care at Alveus. Up next, we have Chandler. Chandler is our YouTube channel manager at Alveus, and I will warn you guys, he lost his voice partying last night. So a room's gonna have to get real quiet when Chandler does the slides.
It is horrible.
No, that was great. All right, and last but definitely not least, we have Space, our Director of Production at Alveus Sanctuary. The absolute GOAT. The GOAT. All right, I'll maybe sit down in a second, but I'm gonna stand right now because it feels better to stand. Okay, I got a fancy clicker. Here we go. Hold on, I'm grabbing chat. Chat, are you excited? Ooh.
Well, and I'm sure you can still go support them now if you want to.
The Alveus approach.
I think
Who
they
in this
always
room
have
knows what Alveus Sanctuary is?
that available.
Yes, very nice. Thank you. Okay, good. If anybody doesn't know, I'm going to give you the rundown. And actually, I'm going to give you a little bit of the origin
And look, if
story
you don't
too,
know what
'cause I think
Alveus
it's
is, we're
important
going to
for today.
learn.
If you guys have heard me say this a million times, sorry. Okay, so in 2019, I was a zookeeper in college, and I started streaming on Twitch for fun and for extra cash because I was a college student, right? And I was also a falconer, so I was rehabilitating Bean, who's a red-tailed hawk. There's probably some of you in this room who were around at that time. Thank you so much. Yes, shout out. And that's what our logo is, that red-tailed hawk.
I think you're looking for like
When I was in the just chatting
skill
section, I was talking
range,
about
I
this
think
bird.
is the
By
command.
like 20 viewers at the time or something were like, you do not have a hawk in your backyard, right? So I brought the hawk out and showed my stream the bird, and that clip went viral on Reddit. And that's how this whole thing started. When I was an outreach educator at a zoo, I was bringing animals to schools and birthday parties and stuff like that and teaching kids about them. And then when I started doing this with Bean on Twitch, I was like, wait a second, we can do all of this but reach way more people without having
Yeah, I
to
think it needs
transport
the
the
word
animals
skill.
anywhere. And that's so cool, and there are people all over the world. So that's how the idea of Alveus came to be. And then in 2021, I founded Alveus Sanctuary. Anybody
go.
there for the head shaving moment? Yeah. Cool, yeah. So in 2021, I founded Alveus Sanctuary. We are a animal
Raven. Oh,
sanctuary
man.
and virtual conservation education center in Austin, Texas. And we've rescued a lot of really, really awesome animals there, and we've done a ton of really cool education programs and taught all of you guys and taught all of y'all in chat as well about our natural world and how cool it is. So that's what Alveus is, but Alveus would be absolutely nothing without our amazing animal ambassadors, which I know you guys
Look
are
at
all a fan of.
him.
And to tell you about our animal ambassadors, we're gonna have
See,
Kayla.
Stompy. I think that's Finn.
Debating on also
and then
standing because I feel very
Jalapeno?
far.
You can
away.
stand if I kind of like it.
I feel so
I don't know
far
if that's
away from our
actually-
ambassador photos. I have notes. I'm
There's
sure
actually
all
pictures
of
of
you
them?
who
Those
watch
are
stream
crazy
know
pictures.
that I have this amazing ability to just wander as I answer questions. So I have notes to keep myself on track. Yeah. Our animal care team is made up of 5 full-time staff, and we're responsible for about 35 non-releasable ambassadors. I apologize in advance. I did not count every isopod and cockroach for the sake of this presentation, but know that there are many of them, and we care for each and every one of them. The histories of our animals prior to their arrival at Alveus are as varied as the individuals themselves. So from Winnie, whose mother couldn't nurse her, to confiscated or surrendered pets like Finn, Appa, and Momo, to our donkeys who were rescued from a feedlot. Our ambassadors have so much to teach our viewers beyond just their histories before they came to Alveus, their species, but also as individuals with autonomy over their daily lives. And anybody who watches Alveus knows Code Veronica, which is what we say anytime an animal does anything other than what we hope they are going to do. So our viewers get to come along for the adventure as we explore new training techniques, as we acquire more knowledge to elevate the care for our ambassadors, which is a lifelong process, and as we prepare enrichment to keep our ambassadors mentally stimulated. To Amanda.
Hi, everyone. So we wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about the transparency of Alveus. So Alveus isn't open to the public. We do, however, have live cams, as you guys know. So those operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even though we could switch off a cam or turn off a cam at any time, we believe that these cams function as a way for us to operate effectively and more transparently. Basically, so you guys
you
pretty
can
much
literally
know
know
that
that
as a result you have greater access to
these animals are
and
taken
their
care of because you
caretakers,
can see
unlike
them at
any other
any
open
time,
facility has the
which is
ability
crazy.
to be. Most, zoos or sanctuaries, a person's gonna stop by for maybe a few minutes, observe an animal, and then move on with their day.
And
of
also you
course,
can see
barring locals
animals,
with
like,
memberships. However, at Alveus,
really
you
on
guys
their
have
own, like
access
where there's
to
not
these
they're not
individual
stressed by
ambassadors
a bunch of
and
people being
us
near them and stuff like
caretakers,
that.
more frequently. So it allows you guys to observe animal behavior and ask more specific questions that are geared towards individual ambassadors. So that's really, really important. I'm sorry. I too, like Kayla, tend to go on tangents, so I brought some notes myself. So at Alveus, you guys are observing these guys frequently, basically daily. Because of that, you know, just like I said earlier, you're able to observe them more. And you're able to clip moments of joy or even concern that can be shared instantly if necessary, or just casually in chat. That's just so important for our success. It's truly a two-way street that is vital to making this work. Viewers get to observe in real time the amount of work, time, and energy that goes into caring for our non-releasable ambassadors. And not only are you able to see the animal care side of it, you're able to see what it takes to build these enclosures, construct these enclosures, gather materials.
Yeah, that's been crazy to watch them do too.
Basically do all of these things while we're
almost all their staff
doing
like
them in the moment and
as far as I know physically participate in
again,
building all the shelters
different.
and stuff.
And
like volunteers.
Also, you guys get to appreciate where your donations are going. You get to see in real time as an ambassador enjoys an enrichment item that you purchased off of our wish list.
And they do like a big PO box opening stream, like I think once a month.
To design, like I said earlier, and it takes a diverse group of people to build an organization like Alveus, and it is crucial to us that you guys see that a variety of people with a wide variety of skill sets is what makes Alveus work, and it's so important because all of those things helps animals in the wild.
Love it. Also, can we just get a shout out for the picture of Appa? Can we pull the slide up on screen? It's just my favorite picture ever, and they're like he's staring back at us on stage right now. Isn't that so cute? Obsessed.
Look at Finn and Reed.
These pictures are like so high quality. I almost don't even recognize the ambassador.
We have for the rest of time.
It's the best.
Look at this picture.
All right. The last thing that we want to talk about as far as animal care staff.
Anyway, I'm gonna link this to you guys, but I finished eating, so I'm gonna do that. Boom, boom. Get back to Katamari. Get the Sorry about that. I was just so hungry. Okay. Howdy, you must be that king fella we've been midst of. I was wondering who'd walk around calling himself a fancy name like that. You got some guts, fella. We're gonna get along just fine. I'm heading to Shindig. After this one, I come throw down. We ain't got no drinks, though. You wanna help us get ready? Alright, 7 minutes. Roll up everything. Not facade. Our kingly magnificence is legitimate. Hello, young. You are standing before the kingliest king in the cosmos. Yes, we are amazing, but alas, everyone seems to forget that. Therefore, you must work hard for the sake of our kingdom. Show them the scale of our power, young king. Swiftly roll up a Katamari befitting of our magnificence. Oh my, look at the mess. Welcome to the Wild West. This is where you roll today. Are we inside a saloon? There seem to be many beverages. For today's game, you must roll up beverages. Let's see. We'll give you this much time. Good luck, King. Rolling. Out glass. Sardine. There's a rat or a mole or something. I'm big enough. Beach. Hard. Just money. Yeah. What was the Katamari fastest use of fire? This man hiding under the table. Present on the table. Loading, can't speed. Back in just a second. You can get to more places. Roll on from here. Do not forget to roll up every drink outside. That's a cow, Bill. Fuck them cactus! Jeez. Oh. Oh. Money in me. Oh boy. Oh god. Being turkey. I can't believe I can't pick up that present. I am deaf. I can take offense. already? We got a minute left. Getting the people though. Oh my god, I'm not even close. Said I wasn't going for perfection, but I gotta redo this. I have to at least get S on them, right? Yeah, I can't settle. Wanted more to drink. Are there any more beverages left around here? Here's one. Oh, it's a Katamari. It's not enough. Not enough to go around. Everyone will complain. Everyone will eat more. Everyone will hop to the next bar. We'll miss curfew. You want another scolding from the queen? This Katamari is drinking. Look at it. It's overflowing with drinks. Cannot resist the urge to pump this up in the cosmos. So without further ado, lost. Oh, I never picked up the presentation. It was too big for me for inexplicable reasons. Mother? All the cousins are here. Pew. Ah. Wow, Wheeze, it's us, the king, spawning out of nowhere. Look at how fabulous we are, even in the statue form. Oh, shall we sense a king token in the air? Go take a look, young king. Stay back. Encounter the king statue, try and interact with him. He will give you items. Fair ones. Oh, he's a gotcha machine. I gotta read this. Unacceptable. I need to get S. Start it somewhere else. Somewhere better. Other characters might not produce anything. It's happened to me before on other people's servers. I don't really have a good fix for it. Where like I could see my character mining on their like on the screen, but I just wasn't getting it. Mostly just like would leave and come back. Eventually it would work, but I can check on your character after this. Make sure you're actually mining. Pick them up. Yeah, that's definitely one. Might be able to try like setting the servers. Loading. Oh, Ups. Oh, that's how I felt. I feel like I'm doing No, don't lose the present. I'm not as big as Dang it! This one's hard. I'll move on. All done. I got the present. Yeah, let me check on your character. Okay. Okay. Lola. Definitely hitting a rock. Yeah, you're definitely hitting a rock. Are you still not getting any items, Lola? You just do another server. Hopefully this doesn't kick it. It should be. Items. The server reset. Yeah, everybody rejoin. You're going back to the rock. Give that a minute. That should probably fix it though. Because when I've seen it happen on other people's servers, they just reset the server and stop happening. Yeehaw! Howdy, Your Highness. Oh, something about pickles. Tumbleweeds from over yonder are very down the line. Of course not. We're doing our best to clean up around these parts, pretty. Could y'all roll him up with that Katamari? Tumbleweeds. We wish to straddle a horse and gallop through the vast desert. You've fantasized about this too, haven't you, young king? Young king, have you seen a tumbleweed before? You know these round balls of grass and twigs rolling about? They roll around and get big, just like a Katamari, you see? Alrighty, let's roll up those tumbleweeds. Us and us. Attack of the tumbleweeds, more like. Oh my god. Today you will be rolling around the Wild West. Yeehaw! You see all those little Katamaris rolling over yonder? What? Those are tumbleweeds? I guess they are. We were only testing you, young. Today, you must roll up tons of those tumbleweeds. Get as much time. Go nuts. By the way, young king, there are strong winds in today's party. Try to avoid getting swept up. Oh god! I got swept! That was a UFO. Ah! Ah! The wind! Ah! It worked? Oh, good. Well, now we know. Yeah, so whenever that happens, I'll just, Give me a bomb. There are a lot of magnets. A wind. A wind. I really like that they've tried to add more like mechanical elements to Katamari with this. It's honestly more than I expected. I was just like more Katamari, you know. Like, new mechanics. Oh my god, the wind though. I gotta cut that one. Clearly. This looks like Dango. So I'm noticing only like this, only the ones of this color count. They're like flowers or whatever. They don't count. I'm not even a D yet. I hope that 4 means I have 4 minutes. Did it. I have made a passing B grade. Running out of them. Let's get around. How do I climb your ass? I was on a ladder. Well, no, don't tell me this 1 minute. I need more time, Butter, I need more time. Don't understand. Got a B. Man, I suck at this game. Time's up. That's enough tumbling. It appears you managed to roll up truckloads of tumbleweeds. Okay, shall we tumble on home? See, the thing is, I bet I always sucked for Katamari. It's just that they didn't track it so precisely in previous games. But now they're quantifying it, and now I see how much I suck. The power of nature is grand, rolling all the way to a place like... Oh, this is the Katamari. How did it get here? Okay then, 432. When you're rolling lackadaisically. You managed to roll up a passing grade, but you should probably be higher. Yes, this is plants. You rolled up quite a few of those. Excuse me. We cannot resist the urge to pop this up into the cosmos. Without further ado, up the way. All smushed up together, a stunning spectacle to behold. To celebrate your first triumph, we shall award you a king token.
Yes.
Yes. Are we gonna blow step up now? Hey. Gold, 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 gold everywhere you look. This is what I call a gold rush. I can't stop smiling. What you want? You wanted some of this gold too? You're gonna have to work for it. Help me out and I'll give you a cut. Roll up gold. Begin. Hey, hold on. Earrings, necklaces, hair accessories. Too many to choose from. Oh, it's you. What a lovely opportunity to send a gift to the king. This young king, none, nothing, you're useless. King, have you no brain to think with? Fine. We don't need your opinion. Just start. I drink now. That's one of my cousins. Wowie, it's fancy shiny goldness. Anything and everything is gold. They call this a gold rush, yes? Perfect age for a gorgeous king like us. Ah, we almost forgot. You have this much time to roll up as much gold as possible. For now, focus on making a fancy, shiny gold Katamari. Commence rolling, young king. Roll until you're dripping with gold. Danger, danger, it's a foul! Wait, he just remembered. Someone was looking for bombs. Why don't you look for that person? Oh? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, but I probably have to roll him up. That is the game. I see. Yeah. Oh, it's a good level for that magnet, though. Man, I wish the magnet lasted. One. Up the ladder. Up the ladder. Present, I see. Might be big enough for bomb. Out of my way! No! I need to do the bomb! I lost it. Where is it? Yes! 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 Bomb! Lower it up! Lower it up! Whatever this is, I'm excited! Oh, new pathway! Oh, oh. Go! No, I don't have enough time! I don't have enough time! S! S, baby! S! Man, stuff like that can be in levels? That's cool! Okay, all done. Are you sparkly yet? Are you shiny yet? Let's find out. Good run. Xana's eyes. Too many to choose from. How about this fancy shiny Katamari? Oh, a Katamari out of nowhere. Fabulous, just fabulous. A fancy shiny Katamari. It's gorgeous, almost as gorgeous as us. We are moved to tears. Magnificent Katamari of gold, even golder than gold this is. Looky here, we got a cowboy vest as a present, fairly stylish. This you can wrangle not only cows, but anything else too. A gift from our generous heart to make sure you appreciate it. It's Cousin Pop. What were you doing on Earth? What? Riding a trolley? You should run by yourself. Yes, this is wealthish, practically drowning in wealth. I cannot resist the urge to pop this up in the hospitals. So without further ado, up, up, and away. Ostentatious things. Yes, indeed, good. Our expectations shan't betray us. To celebrate your first triumph, we shall award you a key. We have an announcement. It's the SS Prince's second floor. You may now rearrange your room with the seven touches from the eras. Let's scurry back to the SS Prince. That's what the second floor is for. The machine in the left corner can rearrange stuff for you. It may transform this space into a relaxing room of your liking. Customize your room on the second floor of the SS Prince. Clear plenty of tasks to access and customization options. Arriving in this era, we've rolled a lot, haven't we? Do you think it's time to up the ante? Do you think we can soar to a new era? If you roll a little more, we should unlock another era. Understand, young king, the rolling game is begun point. What is this? Of course, Katamari Ball. We're out of the loop these days, but it's booming in some galaxies. Oh, young king, you look to be utterly clueless about Katamari Ball. Just jump in and try it out. You'll swiftly get the hang of it. Mode for competing with the CPU. Rise in the ranks to obtain all sorts of Katamari. Where do I do this? Shh.
Oh yeah.
Roll up real quick. Oh, your highness, it's been forever since we last met. I still don't have any friends to speak of. I see you're rolling the Katamari around other arrows this time. Do you happen to know about Katamari Ball? It's a sport that used to be popular around the cosmos. All the cousins gathered for a Katamari rolling competition. I wonder if playing Katamari Ball would help me make friends. What do you say, your highness? Shall we resurrect Katamari Ball if you rise in the rankings? Obtain a retro Katamari. Basically, Katamari Ball lets you change your Katamari's pattern. Come on, let's play some Katamari Ball. Play. Let's get this Katamari rolling. You have this much time. Alrighty, good luck. Point swap will appear under the SS Prince. Come here with the big Katamari to exchange for points. After a while, the SS Prince will move somewhere else. Don't get lost. If you bump into another Katamari of roughly the same size, the ricochet will send you flying. Beware of a red player's Katamari. Get rolled up and stuck, it will send you flying somewhere else. You can roll up a green player's Katamari, roll it up. Points up with a big Katamari. The Katamari will shrink, but you'll get points for it too. Small Katamari in the porch shop won't earn you points. Focus on the enlarged Katamari. You should just calculate the points you get within a set time. I'm winning. Roll with the King's Chest, you can acquire freebies or buddies. If you see one, be sure to pull it up. Use this to enlarge the Katamari and mess with your opponents somewhere only the other. to go around you. No. No. Let me turn in my points. No. Did I lose all my points from that? No. Oh, I don't even know where the turn is. I have no clue. I lost. I was winning too. Well done. Win or lose, that's all for today. Everyone hop on board. Let's go. Oh. That's all for today, folks. Now let's review the results. And now, before we go any further, the highly anticipated bonus time. First, the Love Love bonus. It's number of buddies collected. What? Gotten by this result, next time you'll do better. Alright, next is the Skip Skip bonus. It's the largest diameter. E. No! Charlie! What did you do? Finally, the Wow Wow bonus. It's the number of Katamari's rolled. I won that one. Congratulations, you little love. It's holy awesome. How long you've all been waiting for? Let's do the final results. Damn it! We're too busy. Fabulous job, but still second. Wouldn't celebrate just yet. Spot that Katamari in the sky and make it new and gift from yours truly, the king, free of charge. Time has come for the king to skedaddle. Oh, this sensation. It's happening again. The SS Prince can soar to another era. We're giddy with excitement to see what this new era has in store for us. I think I'm just gonna keep moving as long as it lets me keep moving, and then we'll go back and, like, do more of the completionist stuff. Dang, this game's so fancy. I didn't expect Katamari to level up this much. The Jurassic period. We've reached the Jurassic period in Earth from a long, long time ago. Dinosaurs, big trees, fossils, evolution, meteors, ammonites, coelacanths, mushrooms, and all that jazz. That's all we need. Go wander around and explore. Just don't get lost, okay? Roar. Oh, good heavens, Your Highness. I'm terribly sorry about that. My name is Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm the leader of these island dwellers. Yet, as my comrades multiply, I forget their names and faces. Would you roll a Katamari to gather us all together? Keep your time. I eagerly await your reply. What is this, a nail? Good night, Lola. You're delighted to be immersed in this natural setting. Somewhat desolate, however, considering the lack of civilization. Dinosaurs, yes, they're big, very big. Well, not as big as us. They are handsome, very handsome, but not as handsome as us. You're going to roll up dinosaurs today, young king. In that case, we expect a very big, very handsome Katamari. Yes, we've arrived. At last we have made it. It's the Jurassic period, crawling with wildest creatures in all the cosmos and beyond. Such long necks they have, such spiky spikes they wield. A plethora of creatures stranger than all your cousins combined. But which creature is most feral? We must find out. In this amount of time, roll up every feral creature you encounter. It's all yours, young king. Roll us a winner. And there's some really big crowd. Shooting can speed back. Get to more places if you roll on from here. Keep up the good work. Roll up those dinosaurs. Man, kind of crazy here. Oh no! Oh man, look at that guy. Getting bigger faster than it feels like I am, but then I'm like, oh man, just a second ago that thing was so big. Present. surprised I picked that one. Trap. Dinosaur! That dinosaur just say dinosaur. Oh, I thought that was a POE? That was like monster? S rank, baby. Pick them all up. Okay, rewind. Oh, that was a victory. That was a victory. Okay, all done. Did you find tons of feral creatures? Let's head home right now and research them. I think I got everything too. Like, I know I got a present. I got all 3 crowns. If there was a puzzle, I'm not sure I got one. Alrighty, let's see how many weird creatures you managed to find. Something weirder looking than our very own young king. Doubtful. Now let's observe all the weird beings you rolled up. Wow, all these weirdo creatures. You collected 265 of them, which is weirder. These creatures are young king. We don't even care. All beings are different. All beings are beautiful. However, how refreshing. We are ultra pleased with this. Here, we got a T-Rex head as a present. So intimidating. Wearing this might make you look stronger. A gift from our generous heart. Make sure you appreciate it. This Katamari is prehistoric-ish. We saw this from a mile away. However, we are surprised to see an abundance of fruit, too. Children! We cannot resist the urge to pop this up into the cosmos. So, without further ado, up, and away. Memory. A star made from dinosaurs. Of course it's oddly shaped. Celebrate your first triumph. We shall award you a king token. Uh-oh. Oh no, mother! 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 Mother, run! Mother! This is gonna be a good one. This is, I think, this one might end up rivaling the Vita Katamari game, which was my favorite up until this point, but we'll see. The Vita one's just so funny that I really like it. But yeah, I thought I was just gonna not, this would be like a single stream game, but looks like we got a Meteor Katamari, which I'm very pleased to see. And sorry. Excuse me. Tomorrow is Friday. So tomorrow I will not be playing Katamari. We'll be doing Farming Fridays, Sacred Farming Fridays, because very, very soon we've got one this Friday and then one more Friday after that left before we get a fishing DLC for Farming. So we definitely need to keep our Sacred Farming Fridays and do that. And then on Saturday, I will continue this. I will continue Katamari. Beautiful, beautiful. Keep calm, spray paint. Yes, we are winning my current farming system. So I'm excited to continue that. We are going to raid the Zan, who's playing his third playthrough of Silent Hill F, which I have been loving the heck out of. But I also love the heck out of Zan. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow with some farming sim around the usual time. Just keep your eye on the Discord. And thanks for being here. Oh yeah, and it will be my actual stream-versary. Stream affiliate anniversary 5 years tomorrow, so that'll be fun. I guess we're farming to celebrate. Okay, bye!